Chapter 41-29. Yuhi's face instantly turned ashen. It was not that she felt sorry for her secret treasure. Although the secret treasure was not bad, it was not particularly precious. However, the boat was destroyed during the escape, and the future was bleak. Although she knew that Yang Kai was proficient in the law of space and was good at escaping, under the pursuit of Qi Xing, the law of space might not be useful. Back then, she had also chased after Yang Kai in the void and experienced the profoundness of Yang Kai's teleportation. However, in the end, Yang Kai was still captured. She was a fifth stage splitting heaven, and Zhao Baichuan was also a fifth stage splitting heaven. She was able to take down Yang Kai back then, so how could Zhao Baichuan fail? Just as he was about to let Yang Kai go first and stay behind to resist for a while, he saw Yang Kai sneer. "If you want to play, this king will play with you. Let's see who can play who." As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the law of space and teleported thousands of miles away. It was a pity that there was no place to hide in this vast void. Even though they were a distance away, they were quickly discovered by Qi Xing's people and continued to chase after them. The speed of the Bai Lian Peak was ridiculously fast, and they were constantly closing in on each other. Yuhi said, "Young master, why don't we go to the Heavenly Temple? There is also a Heavenly Temple in this large territory. I left a Heavenly Temple there, so I can take you there." The Heavenly Temple was a fortress built by the joint efforts of many paradises. All battles were prohibited there. As long as they could hide in the Heavenly Temple, then the two of them would be safe. It was impossible for Zhao Baichuan and the others to chase into the Heavenly Temple to make things difficult for them. Yang Kai shook his head. "We can hide for a while, but we can't hide forever. Even if we go to the Heavenly Temple, we can't hide in there forever." Yuhi thought about it and agreed. Although the Heavenly Temple was safe, they could not hide in it forever. She stopped persuading him. After teleporting, Yang Kai relaxed his mind and let Yuhi use her power to wrap him up. After all, his speed was not as fast as Yuhi's. At this time, it was better to let her take the initiative. Bai Lian Feng quickly chased after them from behind. When they reached a certain distance, Yang Kai took over and teleported away again. On 100 Refining Peak, Zhao Baichuan stomped his feet in anger while Chen Tianfei also cursed loudly. This little brat surnamed Yang was too good at running. Although he had long heard that those who were proficient in space principles were adept at escaping, it was only today that he truly witnessed it for himself. If he did not seal the space around him, he would not be able to stop his movements at all. However, Yang Kai maintained a certain distance from them, not giving them a chance to seal the sky and lock down the earth. After several days of continuous pursuit, Qi Xing and the others could not do anything to Yang Kai. At a certain moment, Yuhi suddenly exclaimed, "Young master, a few of them ran out." Yang Kai turned his head and looked back, only to see several figures descend from the 100 Refinement Peak. Immediately after, the hand seals changed, and the light of a formation shone under the feet of those people. It was the light of the Qianquan escape technique. He couldn't help but snort coldly. They went to the Universal Hall. The two of them were heading in the direction of the Universal Hall, where this large territory was located. Qi Xing's people probably thought that they wanted to take refuge in the Universal Hall, so they sent a few people ahead of them to stop them. Little did they know that if Yang Kai and Yuhi really wanted to go to the Universal Hall, they would have done so long ago. Why would they foolishly fly over? However, this was the effect that Yang Kai wanted. Seeing those people leave, Yang Kai immediately had Yuhi change direction. On 100 Refinement Peak, Zhao Baichuan was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. How could he not know that he had fallen for Yang Kai's trick? However, it was too late to regret now. Those heaven-opening realm masters had already gone to the Universal Hall, and the distance was too far. It was impossible to contact them in a short time. Chen Tianfei was confused. Where is this brat going? Zhao Baichuan also did not know, but 2 days later, he knew what Yang Kai was planning. He was actually planning to leave this large territory and enter another large territory. In front of the territory gate, Yang Kai activated the territory shuttle and passed through with Yuhi, directly entering another large territory. An hour later, 100 Refinement Peak plunged into the territory gate, but looking around, the surrounding space was empty. There was no trace of Yang Kai. Find him. Even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, you have to find him. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be a next time. Zhao Baichuan shouted angrily. Nearly 30 figures immediately flew out from 100 Refinement Peak. Some immediately scattered in all directions, while others used the universal escape technique to head to the universal halts. Zhao Baichuan himself controlled 100 Refinement Peak to speed forward and continue searching. However, because of Yang Kai's actions, he had no choice but to split up. Now, there were only a dozen or so heaven-opening realm masters left on 100 Refinement Peak. The 100 Refinement Peak secret treasure was more powerful and faster the more people it could use it. Now, there were only a dozen or so people left, so it was much slower than before. Very soon, a subordinate sent a clue and found Yang Kai. Looking at his route, he was actually heading towards the territory gate. Zhao Baichuan silently took out the map of the universe and checked his location. He made a prompt decision and put away the 100 Refinement Peak before activating the Xueqi escape technique with the remaining heaven-opening realm cultivators, heading towards the Xueqi Palace in this region. Without stopping to rest, he rushed out of the heavenly hall and met up with one of his subordinates. That person immediately reported, "First Master, I found out that the two people from before came to the heavenly hall and are now heading in that direction." What else was there to say? Summoning 100 Refinement Peak again, Zhao Baichuan waved his hand, "Chase." 2 days later, as expected, he saw the figures of Yang Kai and Yu He in the distance. In front, Yang Kai also sensed something and turned his head to look. His face couldn't help but darken. "They're like ghosts." Qi Xing and the others were like maggots that couldn't be shaken off at all. Yu He said, "Young master, why don't you take refuge in my Toa Palace?" Xueqi Palace was her faction. According to the division of the 3,000 realms, with her, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, it could barely be considered a second-class faction. However, the reality was a bit complicated because she was the only heaven-opening realm master in Xueqi Palace, and it was only a very small spirit state. Apart from her, the rest were all homeless people from the Emperor Realm or cultivator below Emperor Realm. The entire Xueqi Palace only had a few hundred people, so strictly speaking, Xueqi Palace wasn't a second-class faction. Because even if there was a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm master, without the power of inheritance, it would disappear sooner or later. Even so, Yu He had been running Xueqi Palace for many years, so it had a certain amount of defensive power. As long as they could reach Xueqi Palace, they didn't need to fear Qi Xing and the others. "Where is Xueqi Palace?" Yang Kai asked. Yu He took out the universal map and poured her power into it, pointing at a location here. Yang Kai checked and slowly shook his head. "It's too far, we still have to pass through 7 large territory, we can't make it in time." If he wanted to pass through 7 large territory, there would be too many unforeseen events on the road. Then what should we do? Yu He had no idea. Yang Kai said, "I have a place to go, but I need to take a risk." He originally wanted to escape back to the first inn, but now it seemed that it wouldn't work. The first inn was also very far away, and he had to pass through several large territory. Rather than that, it was better to take a risk. At the very least, he could only take refuge in the Universal Palace. 3 days later, the two passed through the territory gate and entered the next large territory. In less than 2 hours, Bai Lian Peak chased after them, showing how fast they were. If Yang Kai didn't rely on the space divine technique, he would have been cornered long ago. This time, Zhao Baichuan had learned his lesson. He immediately had his subordinates head to the various territory gates and seal off the main roads to prevent Yang Kai from escaping again. Along the way, the dozens of heaven-opening realm subordinates under him had scattered quite a few. But along the way, some of them had regrouped with him, so there were still more than 30 subordinates he could use. Yang Kai had Yu He, a 5th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator, by his side. Other than him, no one else in Crimson Star was a match, but there were quite a few 4th-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators. As long as they were distributed properly, it wouldn't be a problem to tie down Yu He. Immediately, Chen Tianfei and Madame Qin led several low-stage heaven-opening realm cultivators away. The Ouyang brothers and Bei Yushan led another group away, and Zhao Baichuan personally chased after Yang Kai. A few days later, the fleeing Yang Kai and Yu He suddenly stopped, standing quietly in the air. Seeing this, Zhao Baichuan frowned. He didn't know what schemes Yang Kai had, but he made up his mind. This time, no matter how eloquent he was, he would ignore him and capture him first. Urging Bai Lian Peak to quickly rush over, Zhao Baichuan sneered. "Run, why aren't you running?" "I can't run anymore." Yang Kai grinned. Zhao Baichuan snorted. "Since that's the case, Then obediently surrender and you'll suffer less physical pain. Yang Kai said, Boss, aren't you afraid that Madame Lan will investigate you for making a move on me? My lady boss is very protective. If you make her angry, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending. Everyone knew that the lady boss was protective. When Lao Bai's breakthrough to heaven-opening realm was interfered with, she swore to destroy the forces behind Qi Jin in a fit of anger. Otherwise, she would never advance to rank 7 in her life. Such a vow was heartless. If she couldn't do it, she really couldn't advance to rank 7. Hearing Yang Kai mention the lady boss, Zhao Baichuan showed a look of fear. Although he had been trying to reach rank 6, he didn't have enough foundation after all. Naturally, he was not a veteran rank 6 like the lady boss. If he was targeted by her, Qi Xing would be finished. However, he only hesitated for a moment. Yang Kai's huge wealth made him very tempted. He snorted, as long as I kill you, how will Lan Yoruan know what happened? Yang Kai nodded. So the boss wants to kill all of us. Then you want me to obediently surrender? You believe me just because I said it? Zhao Baichuan sneered. As he spoke, he was already hundreds of miles away. He was about to reach the limit. In the next moment, he could block the place where Yang Kai was standing to prevent him from using the law of space again. At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly grinned at him and waved his hand. I will remember the boss's gift today. I will repay you generously in the future. Zhao Baichuan had a bad feeling. He couldn't care less. He raised his hand to grab Yang Kai and shouted, Where do you think you're going? A giant hand fell and grabbed at the void, but at the same time, Yang Kai and Yuehe's figures had disappeared. Zhao Baichuan hurriedly looked around, but there was no trace of Yang Kai. In the perception of his divine thoughts, he also lost track of Yang Kai's aura. How is this possible? Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Chapter 41-30. Back on the Sunstar, Yang Kai had tried to steal the Golden Crow's corpse, but he had been surrounded and intercepted by many heaven-opening realm experts. In the end, he had relied on the space spirit bead to escape. If not for his ignorance of the universe escape technique, he would have been able to safely escape to the first inn. Unfortunately, the lady boss had used the universe escape technique to return to the first inn to stop him, forcing him to use the golden annihilation plume. In terms of speed, even with the space principles, he was not as fast as the 100 refinement peak, and would be caught sooner or later. However, with the space spirit bead's positioning, he could teleport a long distance, so it was easy for him to shake off Qi Xing and the others. Find him, you must find him for me. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy as he roared angrily. However, he was not too worried. Although Yang Kai had temporarily disappeared, he was still in this large territory. The other leaders had already sealed off the entrance to the territory, so it was wishful thinking for Yang Kai to leave this large territory. On the 100 refinement peak, one figure after another flew out, searching for Yang Kai. At an unknown location, a space spirit bead floating in the void fluctuated with the space principles, and two figures appeared out of thin air. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he did not put away the space spirit bead, leaving it where it was. He had left this bead behind when he was escaping. He had left more than a dozen such arrangements, almost covering the entire large territory. The space spirit bead was very small, and it was not eye-catching in the large void, so the chances of it being discovered were not high. It was left here as a backup plan. Who knew when it would be useful? Yuhi looked around and did not see Qi Xing and the others, so she knew that the two of them were temporarily safe. She said, Young master, where are we going now? Are we leaving this large territory? Yang Kai shook his head, we can't leave. Chen Tianfei and the others are nowhere to be seen. If I'm not wrong, they must have gone to the territory gate. If we want to leave, we will definitely clash with them. You are strong but they outnumber you. You may not be able to get rid of them. If you go to the territory gate, you will only be walking into a trap. After pausing for a moment he asked, How's your understanding of the thing I gave you? Yuhi was holding a jade pendant in her hand. She had been using her energy to refine the jade pendant. Her mind was immersed in comprehending the jade pendant. She replied, I was in a rush. I only managed to refine 10% of it. 1 point. Yang Kai muttered, that should be enough. Young master, where does this jade ring belong to? Yuhi asked, puzzled. Previously, when they were escaping, Yang Kai had suddenly handed this jade ring to her, telling her to comprehend and refine it with all her might. Yuhi didn't know the reason, but she didn't ask and just did as she was told. However, as she comprehended and refined it, she discovered that this jade ring was actually the seal of a large formation. Just like the seal of her Xueqi palace. She had never heard of Yang Kai being involved with any forces. Although he was a member of the First Inn, the seal of the First Inn's large formation could not be in his hands. That kind of thing could only be controlled by the lady boss. No one else was qualified to have it. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Do you know what this large territory is called? Yuhi didn't know. She immediately took out the map of the universe and checked it. She suddenly said, "This is the territory of Kikikyo?" Outside the map of the universe, there were many large territories in the 3,000 worlds. In this large territory, there were countless forces of different sizes. Generally speaking, if there was a second-class force in this large territory, then this large territory would be named after this force. For example, in the large territory of the Blessed Paradises, the Xiaoyao Blessed Land was the Xiaoyao territory, and the Yinyang Wonderland was the Yinyang territory. In this large territory, there was a second-class force called Kikikyo, so it was named Kikikyo territory. A large territory without a second-class force was nameless and was only named by a code name, such as DJIU territory, C-17 territory, and so on. Yes, this is the territory of Qiqiao. Yang Kai's voice was filled with a trace of nostalgia. Yuhi's heart moved, she covered her red lips and said in surprise, "Young master, this jade ring, could it be the seal of Qiqiao's large formation?" The reason why she had such a guess was because Yuhi also felt that this large formation seal was not a low-level one. At the very least, it should be a second-class force. But how could Yang Kai have the seal of Qiqiao's large formation? Yang Kai laughed loudly. This is indeed the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. With it in hand, we can sneak into Qiqiao's territory without anyone knowing. As long as we hide in there for a while, Qi Xing's group will not be able to find us and will naturally leave. Yuhi was stunned. She looked down at the jade ring in her hand in a daze. She was speechless. This really was the seal of Qiqiao's large formation. This didn't make sense. Such a precious item would only be in the hands of the leader of a force. How could it be in Yang Kai's hands? According to what Yuhi knew, the leader of Qiqiao's large group was a fifth-stage heavenly monarch called Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. His strength was on par with hers. He was not a person to be trifled with. Young master, where did this come from? Yuhi was puzzled. It's a long story. Yang Kai identified the direction and called out, "I'll explain it to you as we walk." After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, Yuhi learned that when he first entered the outside world, he was lured by Qiqiao's Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai, and was abducted into Qiqiao's territory to work as a servant. He spent quite a few days in Qiqiao's territory, and when he went out to hunt down a person called Feng Tai, he encountered an old man called Su Huang. This Su Huang had a deep relationship with Qiqiao, and according to Yang Kai's guess, Qiqiao's territory should have been Su Huang's, but for some reason, it was occupied by Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. With his territory snatched away, Su Huang naturally vowed to take revenge, and the Six Directions wish pouch belonged to Su Huang. Su Huang had planted a flying blackback centipede in Yang Kai's Dao seal to threaten him, and used the Six Directions wish pouch to bring him into Qiqiao's territory. As the owner of Qiqiao's territory, Su Huang naturally had a grasp of Qiqiao's grand array. He quietly infiltrated Qiqiao's territory to tamper with the refinement array's control, but due to a strange combination of factors, Su Huang had no choice but to fight against Qiqiao's heaven-opening experts alone. That battle was earth-shattering, and blood flowed like rivers. Several of Qiqiao's venerable guardians died, and Yang Kai knew that only 2 died. The Water Spirit Land's venerable died right in front of him, and even his spatial ring was taken away by him. If not for that, he wouldn't have had so many heaven-opening pills to stay in the First Inn. The Fire Spirit Land's venerable guardian Duan Hai was also killed, and Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch suffered heavy injuries. In that battle, the 7 Openings Land's Earth Protection Array revealed many flaws, causing many of the disgruntled odd-job workers to flee. That was when Kai Yang took advantage of the situation to escape. At that time, Old Feng, Feng Baiqi, Dai Yu, and a son were with him. Later, Si Chen Great General went looking for his family, stayed in the First Inn, explored the Sun Star, and snatched the Golden Crow's corpse. Qiqiao's land was the first great force Yang Kai came into contact with after entering the 3,000 worlds. Towards this force, Yang Kai didn't have the slightest goodwill. If it weren't for Su Huang being exposed ahead of time, forcing him to act, Yang Kai's attribute power would have been taken away by Duan Haip. When Yang Kai was fleeing, Su Huang, who was seriously injured, chased after him and gave him this spirit erase seal on his deathbed so that Yang Kai would have a chance to avenge him and take back Qiqiao's land in the future. Yang Kai didn't dare refuse at that time and accepted this jade slip. Later, Su Huang died, and Yang Kai buried him in his sealed world bead. As for revenge, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't take it seriously. He had indeed suffered a lot in Qiqiao's land, but in the end, he had turned the situation around. When he grew up in the future, if there was a chance, he could come back and seek justice. Before he grew up, he had never thought about returning to Qiqiao's land, let alone that this jade slip would one day play a role. Yang Kai spoke calmly, but Yuhi was infuriated. Those damn bastards. They actually abducted those newcomers who had just entered the 3,000 worlds as slaves. This is simply unforgivable. There is no need for such a force to exist. Young master, you can rest assured that I will definitely seek justice for you. Yang Kai chuckled. Let's just do our best and leave the rest to heaven's will. There's no need to force it. The two didn't move too quickly because they had to pay attention to hiding their tracks. Crimson Star's several dozen heaven-opening realms were scattered throughout this large territory, so there was no telling when they would run into them, so it was best to be careful. Fortunately, their journey was quite smooth. A few days later, a large fog suddenly appeared in front of them. This fog was so thick that it blocked their line of sight and even their divine senses couldn't penetrate it. The Qiqiao land had arrived. The two of them had already used their own techniques to conceal their figures and auras as they quietly approached the fog. Yuhi was a 5th-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator, so her concealment techniques were naturally extraordinary. Unless one's strength was on par with hers, it would be difficult to detect her. Although Yang Kai's strength was lacking, with the shadowless veil, no one below the mid-heaven-opening realm could spy on him, so he didn't have to worry about exposing his tracks. As they approached, Yang Kai looked over and saw that the fog was tumbling like gray clouds, but there were many weak spots in the fog that were clearly different from other places. He knew that the last time Su Huang caused havoc in the Qiqiao land, he had already caused irreparable damage to the Qiqiao land. The weak spots in the fog were the weak spots of the Qiqiao land's grand formation. Although it had been more than a dozen years, it wouldn't be easy for the Qiqiao land to repair these places. Not to mention, the Qiqiao heavenly monarch should also be recuperating and wouldn't have much energy to deal with these things. Yang Kai calmed down. Although the jade ring was the rune seal of the Qiqiao land's grand formation, Yuhi had only refined a small portion of it. He was originally a little worried that they wouldn't be able to smoothly infiltrate the Qiqiao land, but now it seemed that there shouldn't be any problems. Without needing Yang Kai to say anything, Yuhi had already flown towards the weak spots. After silently observing several flaws, Yuhi finally chose one and secretly transmitted her voice to him. Young master, I'm confident that I can bring you in, but I don't know if we'll be discovered after we go in. If we are discovered, we'll have to leave quickly. I know, let's do it. Yang Kai nodded. In any case, they were being pursued by the Scarlet Star sect, so the worst-case scenario would be to hide in the Heavenly Temple. Chapter 41-31. Yuhi activated the power of the Jade Pendant and shot out a ray of light. The thin fog rolled and slowly parted to the sides, revealing a passage that led to the inside. The two looked at each other and entered without hesitation. Only when the two figures disappeared did the fog slowly close up. There was no abnormality at all. A moment later, Yang Kai and Yueha entered the Qiqiao land. The process was unexpectedly easy. They didn't dare to act rashly and instead hid their presence and waited in place for a long time. After an hour, there was still no movement from the Qiqiao land. Only then did Yang Kai confirm that the two of them didn't alert anyone. It wasn't strange when he thought about it. Su Huang's havoc a dozen years ago had caused many flaws in the Qiqiao land's defensive array. Yueha had also refined a portion of the Jade Ring's power, so she was naturally able to enter without alerting anyone. If the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was vigilant, he might have discovered the two of them. However, Yang Kai guessed that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord was still recuperating. Su Huang had said that the Qiqiao Heaven Lord would not be able to recover without many years of recuperation. As far as the eye could see, the traces of the great battle were long gone. The entire Qiqiao land was made up of 7 spirit provinces and occupied a vast area. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was called the Qiqiao land. These 7 spirit provinces were also very special. Each spirit province nurtured different elemental powers. The yin, yang, and 5 elements all gathered together. The Qiqiao land planted fruit trees with different elemental attributes and produced spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were the main ingredients for refining the heaven-opening pill. It was because of this that the Qiqiao land was able to gain a foothold in the 3,000 worlds. At this moment, many cultivators were flying around the spirit states, heading to another place floating above the Qiqiao land. That place was the Qiqiao land's odd job market. Every month when the market opens? Kai Yong looked around for a while, thinking about it. That place was a fragment of a world. It was unknown which generation's master of the Qiqiao land had moved it here to be used as a marketplace. Every month, there would be 3 days when the marketplace would be open for the odd-job disciples of the Qiqiao land to exchange and trade. Yang Kai had even bought a grade 3 metal attribute material, the unsullied golden dew, for Dai Yu. Thinking back to how difficult it was to earn heaven-opening pills when he first entered the 3,000 worlds, he could not help but sigh. Now, his net worth was more than 100 million. In just a short 10 years, such a change had occurred. Yang Kai was very familiar with the market. After all, he had been here many times. His destination was the world fragment where the market was located. The 7 Openings land had the 7 Openings heavenly monarch and several earth protectors. It wasn't safe for him and Yuhi to hide there. However, it was different in the market. Most of the people gathered there were chores disciples. There were very few true 7 Openings land disciples. If they hid there, they wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. He quietly called out to Yuhi, then followed the crowd and flew toward the market. Soon, they landed on the world fragment. The world fragment wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. Only a small portion of the world fragment had been used. There were still many places that had yet to be explored. Yang Kai and Yuhi found a remote place and quietly dug a hole to hide. At this point, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. This escape had come to an end for the time being. All that was left was to wait for Qi Xing's people to leave. Then, he would find an opportunity to leave this place. A trace of weariness crept into his heart, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ever since the land of the ancients closed, he had been on the run. First, he was chased by many divine spirits, and now, he was being chased by the Crimson Star. He secretly swore that when he advanced to the heaven-opening realm in the future, the first thing he would do was find Qi Xing and let Zhao Baichuan know the consequences of offending him. His mind was immersed in the strange space behind his hand. He wanted to ask Zhu Juyin how she was doing, but who knew that this guy had fallen into a deep sleep? He knew that her source was damaged and urgently needed to be healed. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so weak. For any holy spirit, their source was their foundation. Just like a cultivator's Tao seal, if one's source was severely damaged, it would be very difficult to recover. Only after a long period of recuperation would there be a chance. Turning his head to look at Yuhi, he couldn't help but be surprised. Why are you refining this jade? He saw Yuhi sitting in a lotus position, immersed in her thoughts as she held the jade slip in her palm and focused on refining it. He had given this jade slip to Yuhi before mainly because her cultivation was higher than his, allowing her to refine it faster. Reality proved that this was indeed the case. If Yang Kai had refined it himself, he definitely wouldn't have been able to break through the defensive spirit array and sneak in here in just a few days. But now that he had come in, there was no need to refine it. Yuhi opened her eyes and said, "Young master, don't you want this Qiqiao land?" Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, but he immediately understood what she meant. He couldn't help but laugh. Even if you refine this jade and control the formation here, it won't be easy to seize the Qiqiao land. Back then, Su Huang was also a 5th grade heaven opening, which was the same as Yuhi. Back then, he was the original owner of the Qiqiao land after all. He knew everything about this place. He used the jade to control the formation in his hand to fight the Qiqiao heavenly monarch and the many venerables who protected the earth. In the end, he didn't succeed and even lost his life. So even if Yuhi completely refined this jade, she might not have a chance to snatch it from the tiger's mouth. Changing the topic, Yang Kai nodded and said, "But it's up to you. It's never wrong to refine more." Although it was still safe to hide here, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be discovered. When that time came, the more they refined the jade, the more initiative they would have. Yuhi nodded and focused on refining again. Yongkai didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing to recover his strength. Time passed by little by little. In the void, on the main peak of the 100 refinement peak, Zhao Baichuan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. From the information he received from his subordinates, Yongkai had disappeared without a trace, which made him extremely annoyed. In the great cosmological realm for more than a decade, the biggest winner was Yongkai, but if there was a second winner it might be Qi Xing. Although Qi Xing was crazily plundered by Yongkai, and 70% of all the profits fell into Yongkai's pocket, Qi Xing also relied on Yongkai's power and reputation to develop in the great cosmological realm, accumulating a huge amount of wealth and manpower. Star City's three great forces were Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect, and Crimson Star. Originally, Crimson Star was ranked last, but because they had clung to the big tree known as Yongkai, they were able to survive and quickly rise in adversity. As for Sword Pavilion, Thunder Light Sect had long since been destroyed and no longer existed. However, it was one thing to be in the great cosmological realm, and another thing to be out of the great cosmological realm. In the great cosmological realm, Zhao Baichuan was willing to be under Yongkai because Yongkai had Jujuin behind him. However, in the outside world, without the suppression of the fog of the great cosmological realm, a mere the Emperor realm was nothing in his eyes. Thinking of the 70% of the profits that went into Yongkai's pocket, how could Zhao Baichuan tolerate it? 30% of the profits was already so huge, let alone 70%? If he could kill Yongkai and snatch back the other profits, Qi Xing's future would definitely be bright. Zhao Baichuan was also confident that he could break through to the 6th stage within 10 years. However, that brat was too good at running away. Even if he mobilized dozens of heaven-opening realm experts and used the 100 refinement peak, he still couldn't stop him. This large territory was still sealed. It was certain that Yongkai must still be in this large territory, but no one knew where he was hiding. These days, some of the small forces in the 7 openings territory had encountered great misfortune. In this large territory, the 7 openings territory was not the only force in this territory. There were many other forces that couldn't be seen in public, as well as many Qiankuan worlds. In order to search for Yongkai, Qi Xing's people could be said to be unscrupulous. However, they had many heaven-opening realm experts, and Zhao Baichuan, a 5th stage heaven-opening realm expert, was present. Even though those small forces were sullen, they didn't dare to say anything. They could only let Qi Xing and the others barge into their headquarters and search wantonly. The entire 7 openings territory could be said to have been stirred up by Qi Xing. Zhao Baichuan looked at Chen Tianfei and asked, "You still haven't found him?" Feeling Zhao Baichuan's suppressed anger, Chen Tianfei wiped the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "I haven't found him yet, but don't worry, Chief Head. That brat definitely won't be able to escape." The entrance to the territory was still sealed by Qi Xing. If Yongkai wanted to leave this large territory, he would definitely cause a commotion. Humph. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. This king also knows that brat won't be able to escape, but if he continues to hide, where will we find him? Chen Tianfei bitterly said, "Chief Head, it's not that we aren't doing our best, but that we don't have enough people." In order to chase after Yongkai, they had run through several large territory, and Zhao Baichuan had only brought a few dozen heaven-opening realm experts with him. The majority of Qi Xing's people were still on the way, and it would take them at least 1 to 2 months to arrive. However, if they wanted to rely on these few dozen heaven-opening realm experts to find someone in such a large territory, it would undoubtedly be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Zhao Baichuan clearly also realized this point, and his brow furrowed. Chen Tianfei observed his expression and said, "Chief Head, if we want to resolve this situation, we can only borrow troops." Borrow troops? From where? Zhao Baichuan lowered his head and looked at him. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "I won't hide it from Chief Head. In this large territory, there is a force called Qiqiao Land, and the master of Qiqiao Land is Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. I once had a good relationship with him, so if Chief Head doesn't mind, we might as well go to Qiqiao Land and have this subordinate try to borrow troops from Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. If he is willing to help, then things will be simple." Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Zhao Baichuan seemed to recall something. Could it be that Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch who came to Star City and did many business with Qi Xing? Zhao Baichuan had heard of this person before, but he had been in seclusion to break through to the 6th grade in the early years, so he had never met him. During his time in seclusion, all of Qi Xing's affairs had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and it was during that time that they had come into contact. However, Chen Tianfei would report this matter to him afterwards, so Zhao Baichuan had only heard of Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch. Chapter 41-32. That's him. Chen Tianfei nodded. That 7 skills Heavenly Monarch is also extremely strong. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter. Zhao Baichuan nodded. A 5th stage Heaven Splitter was on par with him, and as the leader of a region, his status was definitely not low. He asked solemnly, "Are you confident?" Chen Tianfei chuckled. "I'm 90% sure. However, there will definitely be a price to pay, and First Master will be the leader this time." Paying a little price is nothing. Zhao Baichuan nodded. Since he wanted to borrow troops, he definitely needed some compensation, but as long as he could find Yang Kai, it was worth it. Let's go to 7 Skills Land. Chen Tianfei immediately pointed the way and 100 Refining Peak quickly headed towards 7 Skills Land. A day later, Chen Tianfei pointed to the fog ahead and said, "First Master, we've arrived at 7 Skills Land." Zhao Baichuan looked over and saw the fog tumbling, but he could not see the inside of 7 Skills Land. He could not help but nod. The atmosphere of a great sect is truly extraordinary. Chen Tianfei chuckled. "This is the first time subordinate has come here. Please wait a moment, First Master. Allow me to send a message to 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch and have him open the door." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei immediately took out a token and poured his divine sense into it. 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch had gone to Star City many times to make a few transactions with Qi Xing, so he and Chen Tianfei naturally left a way to contact each other. However, it had always been 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch who went to find him. Chen Tianfei did not expect that one day he would have to ask someone else for help. He had just begun to contact 7 Skills Heavenly Monarch when the fog tumbled and squirmed. Suddenly, there was a thunderclap and a bolt of lightning as thick as a bucket blasted out from the fog, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Chen Tianfei was stunned for a moment. His narrowed eyes were filled with light that filled the sky. Zhao Baichuan's expression also turned solemn as he shouted, "Open!" With a rumble, the 100 Refining Peak shook and rich earth element power gushed out from 100 Refining Peak, forming an airtight layer of protection around this artifact. The sound of the explosion was deafening. The lightning struck the 100 Refinement Peak, causing the illusory figure to sway unsteadily. What a powerful attack! Zhao Baichuan's expression turned cold. Even the 100 Refinement Peak could not withstand such an attack a few times. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw several more bolts of lightning striking from the fog. At the same time, a furious roar came from the Qiqiao land. "You Xueqi, do you really think I'm afraid of you? You want to seize my Qiqiao land? Be careful not to overeat yourself." Chen Taifei was dumbfounded. He and the others had just arrived here and they were attacked. He had no idea what was going on. Who was this Yu Xueqi? Rumble. Wherever the lightning passed, the void shattered. The 100 Refinement Peak was a treasure that Zhao Baichuan had spent a lot of effort to refine. It was extremely extraordinary. Seeing the lightning attack, the 100 Refinement Peak quickly shrank. At the same time, it moved unsteadily to avoid the lightning. Even so, it was still struck by a bolt of lightning. The mountain shook again, and one of the mountain peaks broke in half. Chen Tianfei. Zhao Baichuan was furious and turned to look at Chen Tianfei. The damage to the 100 Refinement Peak made his heart ache. Although this treasure was not bad, it was difficult for it to block the power of the formation. Chen Tianfei was covered in cold sweat. He could not care less and hurriedly shouted, "Heavenly Lord, stop! Stop! I'm Crimson Star Chen Tianfei, not Yu Xueqi." "Heavenly Lord, did you recognize the wrong person?" If he did not hear wrongly, the voice that shouted from the Qiqiao land just now should be Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. As soon as these words were spoken, the faint lightning in the fog suddenly stopped, and a surprised voice sounded, "Chen Tianfei? Crimson Star's Chen Tianfei?" Chen Tianfei did not know whether to laugh or cry. He hurriedly flew out of the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed his fat figure. Who else could it be? "Heavenly Lord, take a closer look." A moment later, a surprised voice came from the fog. "It's really Brother Chen?" It was difficult not to recognize him. Looking at the Trichiliacosm and the billions of living beings, It was difficult to find a fatty like Chen Tianfei. But soon, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao snorted coldly. Why did Brother Chen come to my Qiqiao land? Who's in that peak? Chen Tianfei hurriedly said, Heavenly Lord, I have something to ask of you, so I came here. As for this peak, it's called the 100 Refinement Peak. It belongs to my first master, so it's naturally my first master. As he spoke, he turned around and gestured to Zhao Baichuan. Zhao Baichuan's face was gloomy. After pondering for a moment, he put away the 100 Refinement Peak and revealed himself. Along with him were more than a dozen low-rank heaven splitters. It's actually First Master Crimson Star. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was obviously shocked. I've heard a lot about you. He had been to Crimson Star City several times, but he had never seen Zhao Baichuan. He knew that this guy had been in seclusion all year round to break through to the 6th rank, so he did not mind. Now that this person had come out of seclusion, could it be that he had already reached the 6th rank? Thinking so in his heart, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's tone could not help but become much more polite. Zhao Baichuan's face was cold. No one would be in a good mood after being attacked for no reason, not to mention that he was already annoyed by Yang Kai. Hearing this, he only nodded slightly. This old man has long heard of the Heavenly Lord's name. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said, Brother Chen, why have you come here today? Chen Tianfei said, We do have a request. Can Heavenly Lord allow us to have a chat inside? In the fog, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was silent for a while before saying, Please. When he finished speaking, the fog rolled, revealing a passage. Chen Tianfei could not help but sigh in relief. He looked back at Zhao Baichuan with an inquiring expression. Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Chen Tianfei smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Sorry for disturbing you. As he spoke, he led the way forward. Behind him, Zhao Baichuan was like a moon surrounded by stars. Not long after, they entered the 7 Openings land. Suddenly, a group of heaven splitters appeared in front of them. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man with a face as clear as jade. Chen Tianfei smiled wholeheartedly and cupped his hands towards the middle-aged man. Greetings, Heavenly Lord. This person was the master of the 7 Openings land, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed and went forward to hold Chen Tianfei's arm. After so many years, Brother Chen still looks as good as before. Congratulations. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. Heavenly Monarch, you flatter me. In recent years, sigh. It's a long story. Allow me to introduce you to Heavenly Monarch. This is Great Leader Zhao of Crimson Star. Great Leader, this is Heavenly Monarch 7 Skills. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao cupped his hands. Head Zhao. Zhao Baichuan returned the greeting. Heavenly Lord is too polite. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao saw his expression and knew that this guy was still holding a grudge over what happened just now. He hurriedly explained, Head Zhao, please don't blame me. I didn't mean to attack you just now. It's just that our 7 Openings land is under attack and has been troubled for many days. Suddenly, I heard a disciple report that an expert had arrived. I thought it was that thief again, so there was a misunderstanding. I hope Head Zhao can forgive us. Zhao Baichuan was stunned. Someone actually came to find trouble with Heavenly Lord? Only now did he understand why the other party had attacked him as soon as they met. It turned out that they were treating him as an enemy. Since it was pardonable, the trace of unhappiness in his heart disappeared. Chen Tianfei said in shock, Who is so bold to come here and ask for food? Sigh. It's a long story. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sighed. His tone and expression exactly the same as Chen Tianfei's. Zhao Baichuan raised his eyebrows. Heavenly Lord seems to be injured? He found that although this person was at the 5th grade heaven opening realm, his aura was somewhat unstable. Not only him, but the 3 4th grade heaven opening realm experts behind him were also the same. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao said angrily, I was injured a few years ago and still haven't recovered. Even my 7 Openings land's defensive formation was damaged. If it weren't for that, how could Yu Xiushan dare to bully me? Previously, he had called out Yu Xiushan's name. Now that he mentioned it again, Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei immediately understood that this person should be the one who was scheming against the 7 Openings land. Let's not talk about such a troublesome matter. Today, the 2 leaders of Qi Xing's group have come to my 7 Openings land, bringing light to my humble dwelling. Come, prepare a banquet. Let this Heavenly Lord, Brother Chen, and Leader Zhao drink and chat merrily. With this order, someone immediately went to prepare a banquet. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao warmly invited Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei. The two naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately went to the banquet. In the market, Yang Kai and Yu He looked at each other, somewhat speechless. They actually chased us all the way here. Could it be that they discovered something? Yu He couldn't help but worry. The commotion just now had been quite big. Even though they were hiding in the market, they still noticed it. However, they couldn't hear the conversation between Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and Chen Tianfei, so they didn't know what they were talking about. Although it's unlikely, we can't let our guard down. Yang Kai's expression was dignified. He didn't leave any flaws along the way, so the people of Qixing shouldn't have discovered them. Moreover, if they really did discover something, they would have already taken action. How could they have left them alone? However, it was better to be safe than sorry. It was naturally impossible to leave now. It was very likely that they would alert the enemy. Moreover, not all of Qixing's people were here. It was obvious that some people were still searching outside. Now they could only wait and seethe. While the two were secretly worried, at the banquet, everyone was exchanging toasts and toasting each other. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao intended to befriend Zhao Baichuan, so he was naturally very enthusiastic. However, he soon discovered that Zhao Baichuan was only at rank 5. It seemed that he had not successfully advanced to rank 6. While he was disappointed, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was only at rank 5, and he was injured. Facing a rank 6 was quite stressful. During the banquet, everyone only talked about romance and nothing else. They all got along well. Chen Tianfei wanted to mention to Heavenly Lord Qiqiao about borrowing troops, but he was secretly stopped by Zhao Baichuan. Chen Tianfei didn't understand, but he did as he was told. After the banquet, Zhao Baichuan mentioned that he wanted to take a look at the Qiqiao land. The Qiqiao Heavenly Lord naturally agreed and allowed the Earth Spirit to personally bring Qixing and the others to tour the 7 spirit continents of the Qiqiao land. Earth Spirit Venerable was the same as Duan Hai. They were both grade 4 sky splitters, which was the same as Chen Tianfei. Under Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's secret instructions, he naturally led the way with all his heart. As a result, both the host and the guest were happy. Chapter 41-33. At night, Qixing and the others were settled down. In a palace, Zhao Baichuan stood in front of the window and looked into the distance. Chen Tianfei stood behind him without saying a word. After a long time, Zhao Baichuan sighed. What a beautiful scenery! Old Chen, what do you think of the Qiqiao land? Chen Tianfei did not know why the great master asked this, so he pondered for a moment and said, the 7 great spirit provinces give birth to yin and yang and the 5 elements, which is very rare. Furthermore, the Qiqiao land has been managed by the Qiqiao Heavenly Lord for so many years. Although the Qiqiao land is not as spectacular as the Blessed Grotto Heavens, it is still considered extraordinary among the second-class forces. Zhao Baichuan nodded and said, I have also been to the headquarters of some second-class forces. The Qiqiao land should be considered average among all the second-class forces. Chen Tianfei smiled bitterly. If Qixing could withstand the pressure and manage it carefully, it might not be worse than the Qiqiao land after so many years. Unfortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight came one after the other, so we had to split the world with them. Strictly speaking, the Crimson Star was a second-tier force, and so were the Sword Pavilion and the Thunderlight sect. After all, they all had middle-grade Heaven-Opening Realm Masters and many low-grade Heaven-Opening Realm Masters. The Star Market was also a part of the spiritual state. However, when the 3 forces gathered together, there would naturally be many conflicts. After all, no one force could dominate and develop rapidly. This was also why Qixing was inferior to the Qiqiao land. Zhao Baichuan smiled gently. Fortunately, Sword Pavilion and Thunderlight are gone now, and only Qixing is safe and sound. But our Star City is gone too. Chen Tianfei had a worried expression, and every time he thought of this, he would have a headache. Star City was swallowed by the fog of the great cosmological abyss, divided into countless pieces and completely disappeared. It was unknown where Qixing would settle down in the future, and they could not lead a group of people to wander in the 3,000 worlds. As long as we have people, we can make a comeback. Zhao Baichuan's face was full of confidence. Great Master is right, Chen Tianfei said respectfully. But Great Master, since we are here to borrow troops, why did you stop me from explaining the situation to the Qiqiao land? Yang Kai is extremely cunning. If we continue to delay, he might escape at any time. Don't mention the matter of borrowing troops again. Zhao Baichuan waved his hand. Right now, it's not us who's looking for Qiqiao to borrow troops. It's him who's looking for us to borrow troops. Chen Tianfei was no fool. His expression changed when he heard this. First Master, you mean? Zhao Baichuan chuckled. Just now at the banquet, this king thought about it carefully. Isn't that Yu Xiushan the Flying Smoke Hall's Hall Master? He's also a Tier 5 Heaven Splitter. The Flying Smoke Hall is in the neighboring territory, right next to the Qiqiao land. Chen Tianfei nodded and said, there must be a lot of friction between neighbors. Qiqiao previously said that he suffered some injuries in his early years, and even the protective array of Qiqiao land was damaged. I'm afraid that Yu Xiushan smelled something fishy and wanted to take this opportunity to annex Qiqiao land and strengthen himself. Zhao Baichuan said, this king thinks so too. You probably didn't notice at the banquet just now, but of the venerable protectors of the Qiqiao land, 4 are Tier 4 Heaven Splitters, and the remaining 3 are only Tier 3. Chen Tianfei thought back and found that the situation was indeed as Zhao Baichuan said. The 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were the venerable protectors of the Fire Spirit Land, Water Spirit Land, and Metal Spirit Land. At the time he didn't care, but now he couldn't help feeling strange. Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only lower Tier 3 Heaven Splitters, so how could they be qualified to be venerable protectors? Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. If my guess is correct, the Qiqiao land suffered a great change back then. The previous 3 venerable protectors should have died, and the 3 Tier 3 Heaven Splitters were only temporarily appointed by the Qiqiao land to fill the numbers. Chen Tianfei suddenly understood and flattered. First Master's eyes are as sharp as torches. If it's really as First Master says, then the Qiqiao land really does have the intention of borrowing troops from us. After observing his expression for a while, he said, First Master intends to intervene? But what good would that do for my Crimson Star? After all, this is their personal grudge and struggle. Even if we help the Qiqiao land block the attack of the Flying Smoke Hall, at most it would only make the Qiqiao land feel grateful. That Yang Kai has countless treasures on him, and is the hope of my Crimson Star making a comeback. Zhao Baichuan coldly snorted. How could this king care about the Qiqiao land's gratitude? He raised his hand and pointed forward. Old Chen, what do you think of this world? If we change it and call it the Crimson Star Land, wouldn't that be better? Chen Tianfei's heart jumped, and his squinted eyes because of the pile of fat on his body suddenly widened. Since Zhao Baichuan had already said so much, how could he not understand the meaning behind his words? The First Master wanted to seize the Qiqiao land. At first, he felt a little uneasy. After all, the Qiqiao land was not a soft persimmon that could be kneaded at will. They also had a 5th grade open the heavens and a few 4th grade open the heavens. Not to mention, this was their headquarters. Wanting to cause trouble here was tantamount to pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But after thinking about it carefully, this matter really had a lot of potential. The Flying Smoke Hall was eyeing the Qiqiao land covetously. If they could take advantage of the fact that both sides were injured to suddenly make a move, they might have a chance to seize this treasure land. No wonder the First Master took the initiative to ask to tour the Qiqiao land after the banquet. It turned out that he was going to inspect it first. His heart beat wildly and his lips couldn't help but dry up. Chen Tianfei's expression was both nervous and excited, secretly admiring the First Master's generosity. Moreover, if they could seize this treasure land, its value wouldn't be less than capturing Yang Kai alive. Not to mention, they didn't know where Yang Kai had run off to, but the Qiqiao land was right in front of them. Taking a step back, he cupped his fists solemnly. First Master, please ask for instructions. I, Chen Tianfei, will definitely sacrifice my life to repay the First Master's kindness in nurturing me. Zhao Baichuan chuckled and patted Chen Tianfei's shoulder. This matter isn't urgent. We still need to plan carefully. Turning around, he narrowed his eyes and looked down. He said softly, it's time to have a place to settle down. At the same time, in another hall, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao was quietly listening to the Earth Spirit's report. Previously, He had arranged for the Earth Spirit to bring the Crimson Star people to tour the Qiqiao land. It was because the Earth Spirit was very meticulous and could observe things that others couldn't. After listening, the Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao asked, "Did you find anything wrong?" The Earth Spirit shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything wrong. The Crimson Star people acted very normal along the way. There was nothing wrong." The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian was a middle-aged woman. Hearing this, she frowned and said, "Heavenly Lord, the Crimson Star people just had to come to my Qiqiao land at this time. Could it be a trap?" The Heavenly Lord of Qiqiao looked at her and said, "I know what you are worried about, but the Crimson Star people are very far from here. Moreover, as far as I know, they have no connection with the soaring smoke hall. The probability of them joining hands to harm my Qiqiao land isn't high. Of course, we can't rule out this possibility. We need to investigate carefully. It's fine as long as Heavenly Lord knows what to do." The woman nodded. The Earth Spirit Land's venerable guardian slammed his fist on the table beside him and shouted angrily, "Damn it, if it wasn't for that Su Huang's rebellion, my Qiqiao land wouldn't have fallen to such a state. If the formation was intact, that Yu Xiushan wouldn't have dared to act rashly. One had to pay a great price to break through a Qiqiao land's defensive formation." No one knew where Yu Xiushan heard the news, but when he found out that the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was damaged, he rushed over like a cat that smelled blood. In the past few years, the two sides had clashed at least 20 times, and both sides suffered losses. Although the soaring smoke hall didn't gain any advantage, the Qiqiao land's defensive formation was more vulnerable. It wouldn't be long before it was completely broken. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills' face darkened to the extreme when he heard Su Huang's name. Although Su Huang had been heavily injured by the Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills and was most likely dead, 3 of the Heavenly Lords of Seven Skills had died in that battle. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills himself had been heavily injured, countless disciples had died, and many workers had fled. The Heavenly Lord of Seven Skills had suffered heavy losses. It would have been fine if that was all there was to it, but the key was that Su Huang had secretly tampered with a lot of the control rights of the formation back then, causing Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to be unable to fully control the formation to this day. He could only unleash less than 60% of the defensive formation's power. He was injured. He had to heal his injuries and refine the formation again. It could be said that he was physically and mentally exhausted. What made him feel even more uneasy was the Grand Formation Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had taken with him when he fled. He also had a Jade Slit Ring for the formation in his hand, but it was just a replica. The one in Su Huang's hand was the real Jade Slit Ring. Whether it was in terms of control or affinity with the formation, that Jade Slit Ring was much stronger than the one in his hand. If he could obtain that Jade Slit Ring, he would be able to solve his current predicament and quickly regain control of the formation. However, he did not know whether Su Huang was dead or alive, and the whereabouts of the Jade Slit Ring were unknown. Life was not as one wished. 9 out of 10. Sighing in his heart, Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills looked at Earth Spirit Earth Protector. "Wei Hua, I will leave Qi Xing's people to you. Find out their intentions as soon as possible." Qi Xing and the Seven Openings land were separated by many large territories. Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills did not believe that they would come here for no reason. However, he was a scheming person and did not ask during the banquet. Earth Spirit Earth Protector stood up and cupped his fists. "Yes. Dismissed." Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills waved his hand, and everyone left. For the next few days, Earth Spirit Earth Protector, Wei Hua, was ordered by Heavenly Monarch Seven Skills to warmly entertain Qi Xing's group. Every day, he would set up a banquet to entertain them. He also took many specialties from the Seven Openings land and the large territory here for Qi Xing and the others to taste. The relationship between both sides continued to deepen. However, what made Wei Hua speechless was that Qi Xing's group did not state their intentions. It was as if they were just here to sightsee. If there was a banquet, they would go. If there was wine, they would drink. If there were female disciples to serve them, they would accept them. Wei Hua did not know what they wanted to do. On this day, during the banquet, Wei Hua could no longer hold it in. Under the influence of alcohol, he asked, "Brother Chen, you have traveled thousands of miles to my Seven Openings land. Is there something you need? If there is something, there is no harm in saying it. My Heavenly Monarch is very forthright and will not disappoint you." Chen Tian drank until his face was flushed. He looked drunk, but he was actually very sober. Hearing this, he thought to himself, here it comes. Sure enough, the 7 Openings land could not hold back and asked first. Chapter 41-34. The Great Cosmological Realm has opened? In the main hall, 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch was shocked after hearing Earth Venerable's report. The other Heaven Opening realms were also dumbfounded. The Great Cosmological Realm was an extremely magical place. Although many people had heard of the existence of the Great Cosmological Realm, it required a great opportunity to enter it. Moreover, even if one entered, it was hard to say if one could come out alive. There were not only opportunities there, but also huge risks. Wei Hua nodded. That's what Chen Tianfei said. The venerable woman from the Yin Spirit Land said, then in Brother Wei's opinion, is what Qi Xing said true or false? Wei Hua slowly shook his head. Whether it's true or false, we need to investigate carefully to verify. However, from Chen Tianfei's expression, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Moreover, this matter has too many implications and will spread sooner or later. They probably won't shoot themselves in the foot. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded. That's right. The opening of the Great Cosmological Realm is a big matter. No one can hide it. Wei Hua said, the star market they were in just happened to be swallowed by the Great Cosmological Realm, so they are now homeless. When they came out of the Great Cosmological Realm, they happened to be nearby. That Chen Tianfei recognized Heavenly Monarch and wanted to come to our 7 Openings land to rest and recuperate for a while. So that's how it is. 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch nodded lightly. He was still wondering why Qi Xing's people would come all the way to his territory, but now he knew it was because of the Great Cosmological Realm. This explained everything. Earth Venerable Yongling's eyes suddenly lit up. Heavenly Monarch, if that's the case, we might be able to absorb Qi Xing and the others. They are now homeless. If we can let them stay in the 7 Openings land, our strength will definitely increase greatly, and we won't have to fear Yu Xiushan. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. Wishful thinking. That Chen Tianfei is only a 4th stage Heaven Opening realm, but that Zhao Baichuan has a 5th stage cultivation, which is similar to a Heavenly Monarch. Not to mention whether we can absorb them, even if we can, it's hard to guarantee that they won't be disloyal in the future. Earth Venerable Yongling thought so too. Zhao Baichuan had a 5th stage cultivation. If he really entered the 7 Openings land, how to settle him down was a problem. He might not be willing to be under a Heavenly Monarch. Moreover, Qi Xing had lost their own star market and needed a place to settle down. Would they not covet the 7 Openings land? If they really did so, they would be let in the 7 Openings land? Heaven Opening Yongling land's people, but we can hire them. Yongling Yongling. Yongling Yong Heavenly Monarch. Yongling Yongling Earth Venerable Yongling smiled faintly. The people of the left and right Crimson Stars are now homeless and have nowhere to go. That Chen Tianfei is also on good terms with the Lord of Heaven. If we pay a price, we might be able to move them and make them work for us. A level 5 and a level 4. If we use them well, we might be able to exterminate the Flying Smoke Hall. Earth Venerable Wood Spirit snorted. You're thinking too simply. These two venerables seem to be at odds with each other. Earth Venerable Yongling saw him refuting him again and his face darkened. He turned to look. What do you think? Earth Venerable Wood Spirit said, they just came out of the Great Cosmological Realm. Although we haven't been there before, we've heard of it. There are dangers there, but there are also great opportunities. As long as they can come out alive, they will have great gains. Now that they've come out alive, although I don't know what they've gained, it definitely won't be too shabby. What can our 7 Openings land offer to move them and make them work? If the benefits are too little, they won't care. If there are too many benefits, our 7 Openings land will definitely be at a disadvantage. Earth Venerable Yongling said, but Heavenly Monarch and Chen Tianfei are old friends. If Heavenly Monarch comes out, have you cultivated until you're stupid? Venerable Wood Spirit said disdainfully, let's not talk about whether or not Chen Tianfei will be willing to get involved in this mess because of their old friendship. Moreover, Chen Tianfei is not the master of Crimson Star, but Zhao Baichuan. If Heavenly Monarch comes out and is rejected, where will our 7 Openings land put our face? Earth Venerable Yongling was fuming, but he had to admit that this bastard's words made sense. He was speechless for a moment. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings sat up high and looked coldly at his two capable subordinates arguing. Only then did he say, "Miao Yu, since you refuted his words, you must have a plan in mind? Let's hear it." Miao Yu was the name of Earth Venerable Wood Spirit. Earth Venerable Yongling was amused when he heard this. He looked at Miao Yu with schadenfreude, eager to see him make a fool of himself in front of the Heavenly Monarch. Unexpectedly, Miao Yu smiled and looked confident. "Heavenly Monarch, please allow me to report. I do have some ideas. If this can be done, not only will our 7 Openings land be able to get Crimson Star as foreign aid without any cost, we will also have a chance to get rid of Yu Xiushan. However, this matter still requires Heavenly Monarch to personally take action to show our sincerity." Earth Venerable Yongling glared. "Bullshit." Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings land was interested. "Let's hear it." Miao Yu's narration caused the eyes of everyone in the hall to light up. They were extremely excited. Even though Venerable Yongling was unhappy, he couldn't help but admire this fellow's quick thinking. He secretly hated himself for not thinking of such a simple matter, allowing this fellow to steal the limelight. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings land also laughed. "Good job, Miao Yu. What a good move to drive the wolf to devour the tiger. This plan is brilliant, and it's an open scheme. Even if Crimson Star's people see it, they will definitely be moved. Good, good, good. If this matter succeeds, Miao Yu, you'll be credited." Miao Yu smiled reservedly. "It's my duty to share Heavenly Monarch's burden. I dare not be greedy." He glanced sideways at Earth Venerable Yongling with a smug look, disgusting the latter. Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings land stood up and said, "There's no time to lose. We don't know when that Yu Xiushan will attack again. I'll go find Zhao Baichuan to discuss this matter." Miao Yu said, "Heavenly Monarch, about the great cosmological realm." Heavenly Monarch 7 Openings land stopped in his tracks and pondered for a moment. "Send some people out to investigate." He had followed Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei into Qiqiao land, and there were more than a dozen lower-grade heaven splitters like him, their cultivations uneven. "How is it?" Zhao Baichuan asked. The man said excitedly, "Sure enough, as First Master expected, some Qiqiao land disciples have left in batches." Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. "The news of the opening of the Great Void Realm has been leaked, so they will definitely investigate. After all, they are not at ease with us." The man said, "This subordinate has been waiting for a long time and finally found an opportunity to restrain one of them. It won't be long before he can get in touch with the other masters." Chen Tianfei didn't know what this person had come to report, but at this moment, he immediately understood the First Master's plan and secretly admired him. Sure enough, the First Master was worthy of being called the First Master. When he let him leak the news of the Great Void Realm without leaving a trace, he had already been secretly plotting. Chen Tianfei couldn't help but sigh in admiration of the First Master. He had suffered heavy injuries in the Great Cosmological Boundary and was then pursued by Qi Xing. Now that he finally had a chance to rest, he naturally had to make the best use of this opportunity to recover. While recuperating, Yang Kai also took stock of his gains in the Great Cosmological Boundary. Although he had been trapped in the Great Cosmological Boundary for more than a decade, the resources he had accumulated were terrifying. Disregarding everything else, the trip to the Yuan Ci mountain alone made him rich overnight. The pieces of 4th grade, 5th grade, and even 6th grade Yuan Ci divine stones were the hard currency of the 3000 Great Cosmological Boundary. There was also the Yuan Ci divine gourd that little fatty Su Zhan had refined for him, which contained 6th grade Yuan Ci divine light. Once this kind of artifact was released, even a low-rank opening heaven pill would find it difficult to resist. Opening heaven pills were calculated in the hundreds of millions. When he had gone to the star market where Sword Pavilion was located, Sword Pavilion had been massacred. He had picked up tens of thousands of space rings, and the materials in those space rings were a huge fortune. Not to mention that he had been receiving 70% of Qi Xing's profits over the years. Qi Xing had developed rapidly under his wings, and 70% of the profits had fallen into Yang Kai's pocket. It could be said that in the past decade, Yang Kai alone had accumulated the foundation of a second-class force for more than 100 years or even hundreds of years. There were countless materials. Yang Kai himself did not know how much wealth he had. Perhaps only Yuhi knew a little. After all, she had been the one to deal with Qixing's people over the years. In addition, the harvest from the land of ancients was also the biggest. 3 sacred herbs, 16 world fruits, the Tai divine purification water, the roots of the world tree, and not to mention the agreement with Zhu Juyin to protect him for 1,000 years. This agreement was made by Zhu Juyin with her own origin. Within 1,000 years, she would protect Yang Kai's safety even if she had to die. It was a pity that this woman's origin was damaged and had fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, how could Yang Kai be chased around the world by Qixing's group? There was also the Red Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon. These 2 fellows could fight against a 4th-stage heaven splitter in the great cosmological realm. Yang Kai did not know how strong they would be in the outside world, but it would not be too bad. In addition to these visible benefits, Yang Kai's own strength had also skyrocketed. In Crouching Dragon Mountain, he obtained the remains of a giant dragon, refined the Earth Dragon's dragon pearl, obtained the power of the earth element, obtained countless dragon blood flowers, refined the dragon blood pill, and improved his own dragon race bloodline. He also obtained the moon essence, refined the power of the water element, and comprehended the divine technique of the golden crow casting Sunday. Just with this divine technique, Yang Kai could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter. There was also the space divine technique that he comprehended when he obtained the Tai divine purification water in the land of ancients. So close yet so far. Previously, Yang Kai had not thought of a name. But now, he finally thought of a suitable name. This divine technique was not so much a divine technique as it was a flexible application of the law of space. Once it was used, it would extend the space infinitely. Although they were close to each other, they would be far away from each other. No matter what, they would not be able to get closer. There was also the Great Spear technique that he had spent 2 years to cultivate by gathering the strengths of many sects. It could be said that more than 10 years in the great cosmological realm had allowed Yang Kai to grow a lot. Now, he was no longer the country bumpkin who had just jumped out of the shackles of the universe and came to the 3,000 worlds. In terms of wealth, even the leaders of those second-class forces had to look up to him. Even a high-grade heaven splitter might not be as rich as him. No one would believe such a bizarre thing even if he told them about it. Yuhi was a little speechless by him as he counted and laughed foolishly. A month later, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, and he had also recovered to his peak. Looking for an opportunity, he quietly sneaked out to investigate and found that Qixing's people had not left yet and had been staying in the Qiqiao land. This discovery puzzled him. He did not know what was so special about the Qiqiao land that Qixing was reluctant to leave. However, since Qixing's people had not left, he did not dare to act rashly. Leaving the Qiqiao land was simple. Yuhi had been refining the jade slit for so many days and had now refined about 40% of it. However, the further she went, the harder it was to refine. If she wanted to completely refine the jade slit and control the Qiqiao land's grand array, she would need at least a year and a half of hard work. After all, Yuhi was not Su Huang. Su Huang knew everything about the Qiqiao land and had spent a lot of time tampering with the grand array's control. In the end, he had failed because of Yang Kai. Although Yuhi was also a 5th-grade heaven splitter, refining something that belonged to someone else took time. Young master, you can't refine it anymore. On this day, Yuhi suddenly frowned. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked over suspiciously. Yuhi said, I feel that if you continue refining it, the master of the Qiqiao land should be aware of it. How much have you refined it now? About 50%. Yang Kai nodded slightly. If you can't refine it, then don't refine it. Once we get out of here, we can take our time. There's no rush. Although Su Huang had given him a chance to reclaim the Qiqiao land and take revenge for him before he died, this was only a dying request. Whether or not Yang Kai could complete it was up to him. Yuhi had refined it here because she had nothing to do. Since there was a risk, she naturally couldn't continue, lest she gave herself away. What made him speechless was that it had been almost 2 months, yet Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei still hadn't left. This made him a little suspicious. Could it be that the people of Crimson Star wanted to join the Qiqiao land? It really was possible. After all, Crimson Star's Star City was gone, and they needed a place to stay. The Qiqiao land was a ready-made place. However, was Zhao Baichuan really willing to stay under the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch? Would the Qiqiao Heavenly Monarch have the guts to accept him? Chapter 41-36. These words were said without much confidence, causing Yu Xiushan to burst into laughter. The two sides continued to exchange words for a while, and a great battle was about to break out. The Qiqiao land had a defensive array, so if the soaring smoke hall wanted to take it down, they would have to destroy the array. If it were in the past, the soaring smoke hall would not have this ability. After all, everyone's strength was about the same, but after Su Huang's havoc in the Qiqiao land, many flaws had appeared in the array. Furthermore, the Qiqiao heavenly monarch had been heavily injured and had yet to recover, making it difficult for him to unleash the full power of the array. It was because of this that the soaring smoke hall had relentlessly attacked the Qiqiao land in an attempt to take it down. Although the soaring smoke hall had been beaten back in the previous 20 or so clashes, it was not without any gains. At the very least, they had figured out the details of the Qiqiao land's defensive array. As such, when the battle began, the soaring smoke hall's heaven-opening realm experts attacked a certain place under Yu Xiushan's instructions. That place was where Yang Kai and Yu He had snuck in, and it was also the weakest point of the entire Qiqiao land's defensive array. The Qiqiao heavenly monarch roared in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He could only unite his heaven-opening realm experts and urge the array's power to counterattack. For a time, the two sides were locked in a fierce battle, causing endless rumbling sounds to ring out. Within the Qiqiao land, the 7 spirit provinces were constantly shaking, and mountains were collapsing. In the market, Yang Kai and Yu He's expressions were solemn. This was troublesome. In a confrontation between two second-tier forces, if the Qiqiao land could be defended, then it would be fine. They could continue to hide here. If they couldn't defend, then after the soaring smoke hall occupied the Qiqiao land, they would definitely investigate carefully. At that time, the two of them might be exposed. Young master, should we find a chance to leave this place? Yu He asked quietly. I'm afraid the array won't be able to last much longer. She had already refined 50% of the array jade pendant. Although she did not dare to rashly urge the array's power to prevent the Qiqiao heavenly monarch from noticing, she could clearly sense the array's state through the jade pendant. How long can it last? Yang Kai asked. Yu He said, based on this level of strength, I'm afraid he won't be able to last for half a month. Moreover, he probably hasn't used his full strength yet. If he did, the time would be even shorter. Yang Kai nodded his head when he heard this. Since Yu He said so, it should not be wrong. The Qiqiao land's defensive formation probably could not stop the people of the flying smoke hall this time. Once the formation was broken, the Qiqiao land's fate would be worrying, and they would also be unlucky. At this point, it was time to consider a way out. However, there was one thing that he didn't understand. Would the people of Crimson Star make a move in this battle? They had been staying here all this time and hadn't left. Did they reach some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao? If the 7 skills lands had the help of Qi Xing's people, then the flying smoke hall might not be able to gain any advantage. After all, Zhao Baichuan was a 5th stage heaven splitter and had many heaven splitters under his command. 2 days later, the battle was still going on. However, due to the barrier of the Great Protective Array, there was no direct confrontation between the two sides. Yu He suddenly frowned, revealing a puzzled expression. Why is the power of the Qiqiao land's defensive array dropping so quickly? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her. Yu He said, logically speaking, this Great Protective Array is not ordinary, so it shouldn't have been worn down so quickly. I originally thought that the Great Protective Array would be able to last 10 days to half a month, but now it seems that it won't even last 5 days. So fast. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed and he said thoughtfully, perhaps it wasn't your feeling that was wrong. Yu He looked at him. Then what is it? What if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao deliberately reduced the power of the Great Protective Array to show weakness to the enemy? Yu He was not an idiot. For better or worse, she had cultivated to the 5th stage heaven splitter. Hearing this, her beautiful eyes lit up. Young master means. Yang Kai laughed heartily, the flying smoke hall is probably out of luck. Qi Xing's people had definitely reached some kind of agreement with Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. Once Heavenly Lord Qiqiao let the flying smoke hall's people in, Zhao Baichuan would definitely attack. At that time, with the combined power of the two forces, how could the flying smoke hall be a match? It was just that this matter could not be done too obviously. So Heavenly Lord Qiqiao weakened the power of the Great Protective Array without leaving a trace, trying to make it look like it could not be resisted, in order to make Yu Xiushan lower his guard. Understanding this point, Yang Kai could not help but admire Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. Letting the enemy into his own home required a lot of courage. If an accident happened, the Qiqiao land's losses would be great. And in such a battle, what could he do? Could he intervene and take advantage of the situation? If he took the opportunity to kill Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, then he could let Yu He control the Great Protective Array here. However, it was useless to only control the Great Protective Array. Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan were both 5th stage heaven splitters. If he did not deal with them, he would only be making a wedding dress for others. Thinking about it, he gave up and obediently hid here, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Sure enough, just as Yang Kai had guessed, the power of the Qiqiao land's Great Protective Array was continuously weakened by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. In less than 5 days, a huge hole was blasted open in the Great Protective Array. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's angry and helpless roar resounded throughout the 7 spirit provinces. Under the leadership of Yu Xiushan, many elites of the Flying Smoke Hall rushed into the Qiqiao land through the hole. Once the two sides came into contact, it was a battle to the death. Both sides were mid-tier forces with countless years of accumulation. Originally, their strength was not much different. However, more than 10 years ago, Su Huang had wreaked havoc in the Qiqiao land, heavily injuring Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and even killing 3 Earth Protectors. This caused the Qiqiao land to lose 3 4th-stage Heaven Splitters and many low-stage Heaven Splitters. It could be said that the Qiqiao land's strength had been greatly reduced. On the other hand, the Flying Smoke Hall's army was powerful and menacing. How could the Qiqiao land be a match for them? Yu Xiushan directly went to find Heavenly Lord Qiqiao and fought fiercely with him. Meanwhile, the middle-stage Heaven Splitters under his command began to chase after Earth Protector and the others. For a time, the Heaven Splitters of the Qiqiao land were facing a great calamity and were at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was heavily injured and had yet to recover. Although he fought one-on-one with Yu Xiushan, how could he be his opponent? In less than 2 hours, he was injured again by Yu Xiushan, vomiting blood as he retreated. Yu Xiushan was unforgiving. He held a bronze sledgehammer that glowed brightly. He raised it high and activated the might of the world, smashing it down on Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He grinned sinisterly, "Qiqiao, after you die, this old man will take good care of your wives and concubines for you, ha ha." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's face was pale and his eyes were spitting fire. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he smiled coldly. "Yu Xiushan, do you think you've won? In fact, you've lost." "What?" Yu Xiushan's expression changed slightly. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao gritted his teeth and quickly formed a hand seal. The phantom of a mini-universe world flashed behind him, and the might of the world burst out as he shouted, "Soul subduing!" In the next instant, an invisible force burst out from his body. Before Yu Xiushan could react, he was hit head-on. In an instant, Yu Xiushan was frozen in place, unable to move. Not only was he unable to move, but Heavenly Lord Qiqiao was also unable to move. Once this soul-subduing secret technique was used, although it could seal the enemy's movements, the user would also be greatly affected. It could be said to be a double-edged sword. If used well, it could reverse the situation, but if not, it would be suicidal. "You're courting death." Yu Xiushan was furious. He continuously activated his own strength, wanting to break the suppression of the soul-subduing secret technique. The aura of the might of the world fluctuated continuously. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao sneered. "The one who should die is you. Leader Zhao, please make your move." In the next instant, a figure flew over at lightning speed, followed by a dozen or so heaven-opening realm cultivators. Yu Xiushan's expression changed drastically, and he asked in horror, "Who is it?" Heavenly Lord Qiqiao laughed loudly. "Yu Xiushan, you didn't expect this king to have an ambush, did you? I might as well tell you, the one who came is Leader Qi Xing. Leader's star market has been destroyed, so I need to borrow your Flying Smoke Hall." As he spoke, Zhao Baichuan had already passed by Heavenly Lord Qiqiao. He raised his hand, and the might of the world filled his palm as he lightly slapped down on Yu Xiushan. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Qi Xing's people had suddenly come this time. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to deal with Yu Xiushan, this old man. However, just as he thought this, he saw a strange smile appear on Yu Xiushan's face. "Qiqiao, you said that the one who should die is me? But the way I see it, the one who should die is you." Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's heart skipped a beat, instinctively feeling that something was wrong. Before he could react, Zhao Baichuan suddenly turned around and slapped down on him. Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's eyes widened in an instant, filled with shock and anger, as well as disbelief. With a bang, under Zhao Baichuan's palm, half of Heavenly Lord Qiqiao's head was smashed into his chest, and the lower half of his body directly exploded into dust. Zhao Baichuan retracted his hand and stood there, his face as calm as an ancient well. Strictly speaking, even if Heavenly Lord Qiqiao had not recovered from his serious injuries, he was not so easy to kill as a fifth-grade splitter. However, he had been pretending to be weak, not hesitating to let Yu Xiushan injure him many times to numb Yu Xiushan's nerves, pinning his hopes of turning the tables on Zhao Baichuan, who knew that Zhao Baichuan had already contacted Yu Xiushan and was in cahoots with him, so he lost his life in vain. However, as expected of a fifth-grade splitter, although he suffered irreparable injuries, he did not die for a while, but he could no longer maintain the soul-subduing secret technique. Yu Xiushan broke free and came face-to-face with Zhao Baichuan. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Brother Zhao, for your help. Brother Yu is too polite." Zhao Baichuan nodded slightly. Why? In front of the two, Heavenly Lord Qiqiao, who only had half his body left and even half his head shrunk into his chest, was gasping for breath. No matter how he thought about it, he could not understand that Zhao Baichuan actually changed sides at the last minute. Since Crimson Star's people wanted a territory, as long as they helped him kill Yu Xiushan, then they could naturally take over the Flying Smoke Hall. Why would they make a move on him? Zhao Baichuan looked down at him and said coolly, "Qiqiao Land is a good place. This seat likes it very much." Miao Yu's hair was disheveled. His body bathed in blood as he shouted, "Spare me, I surrender." How could Bei Yushan pay him any attention? He continued to pursue. On the other side, Yu Xiushan's expression changed, and he said, "Head boss Zhao, please have your subordinate spare Miao Yu's life." Zhao Baichuan said, "Brother Yu, is this because you cherish talent?" Yu Xiushan chuckled. How could someone who craves life and fears death have any talent? However, this Miao Yu is still a fourth-stage heaven splitter. Sparing his life will be of some use. Since he had already said so, Zhao Baichuan naturally did not refuse. In any case, he had already achieved his goal, so he immediately sent a message to Bei Yushan to stop. Soon, the battle calmed down. The 7 Openings land side had suffered heavy casualties. Only Miao Yu and the Yin Spirit Land's Venerable were left. Earth Venerable Yongling and Earth Venerable Wei Hua had both died on the spot. Many low-grade heaven splitters had also died, and the disciples at the bottom had been reduced by 40%. Although their lives had been saved, everyone from the 7 Openings lands had uneasy expressions. They did not know what fate was waiting for them. Yu Xiushan flew into the sky and issued a call for surrender. Seeing a chance of survival, the 7 Openings lands people naturally bowed. Yu Xiushan nodded in satisfaction. Flying down, Yu Xiushan cupped his hands at Zhao Baichuan. "Brother Zhao, this cooperation was pleasant. The 7 Openings lands have been taken down, so it's time for Brother Zhao to fulfill the agreement." Although the Soaring Smoke Hall had obtained a complete victory in this battle, it was not without losses. The number of disciples who had died was not small, and more than a dozen low-grade heaven splitters had died. However, the purpose of the battle was not the battle itself, but the benefits. Since Qi Xing could obtain the 7 Openings lands foundation from this battle, the Soaring Smoke Hall would naturally not lose out. Yu Xiushan and Zhao Baichuan had already secretly agreed that after taking down the 7 Openings lands, Qi Xing would occupy it, while the Soaring Smoke Hall would monopolize the 7 Openings lands treasures for many years. This was a win-win deal. On the surface, Qi Xing had suffered a loss. After all the benefits had been taken by the Soaring Smoke Hall, but for Qi Xing who had come out of the Great Void Realm, the 7 Openings lands treasures might not be in their eyes. "As it should be, Brother Yu, please." Zhao Baichuan gently nodded. Yu Xiushan thanked him and immediately arranged for people to be led by Miao Yu to loot the 7 Openings land storehouses. The corpses on the battlefield were all cleaned up by the Soaring Smoke Hall's people. Qi Xing's people did not participate. After all, cleaning up corpses was a good opportunity to collect the spoils of war, so it was not convenient for Qi Xing to intervene. The smell of blood on the battlefield had yet to dissipate, but the division of benefits between the Soaring Smoke Hall and the 7 Openings lands had already been agreed upon. It was ironic. A moment later, a subordinate delivered the space ring of the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch. Yu Xiaoshan received it, erased the barriers left on it, and swept it with his divine sense before taking out an item and tossing it to Zhao Baichuan. Brother Zhao, if I'm not mistaken, this should be the 7 Openings land's Great Array Jade Slit Ring. Zhao Baichuan received it and smiled. Many thanks, Brother Yu. This was also part of the deal. With this jade slit ring in hand, Zhao Baichuan was the true owner of the 7 Openings lands. Yu Xiaoshan laughed loudly. Of course, our two families will be neighbors in the future, so I'll have to ask Brother Zhao for help. Zhao Baichuan nodded. In less than 2 days, everything had been completed. Zhao Baichuan said, Qi Xing has just arrived here and is quite busy, so I won't keep Brother Yu here any longer. Once this Zhao has finished his business, I will definitely pay you a visit. Yu Xiaoshan knew that this guy was trying to drive him away, so he had no intention of staying any longer, simply chuckling and saying, Then this you will wait for the good news, farewell. Farewell, I won't see you out. Zhao Baichuan nodded lightly. Under Yu Xiaoshan's leadership, the people from Soaring Smoke Hall immediately escorted the 7 Openings lands captives and flew away, soon disappearing from sight. After they left, Chen Tianfei said with a pained expression, Leaving some of the captives behind would have been useful. This Yu Xiaoshan's appetite is too big, taking them all away without leaving a single one behind. How hateful. Zhao Baichuan smiled lightly. Let him be, a few captives are nothing. What's important is that we have the 7 Openings lands. With this place in the future, how could our Qi Xing not prosper? Chen Tianfei immediately smiled. Great Master is right, but it's also interesting. We originally came to the 7 Openings lands to borrow troops to search for that Yang Kai. Who knew that the situation would develop like this? Yang Kai had unimaginable wealth on him. If they could capture him and plunder him, Qi Xing's financial resources would definitely skyrocket, but compared to a base, it was hard to say which was more important. His expression turned solemn again. Chen Tianfei said, That brat surnamed Yang himself isn't enough, but he said that he came from the first inn and that Madame Lan was behind him. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it's true, I'm afraid things will be a little troublesome. After all, Madame Lan of the first inn was at the 6th rank splitter, while the Great Master was only at the 5th rank. If she really came knocking on their door, they might not be able to stop her. Zhao Baichuan snorted coldly. She's just a woman, what's there to be afraid of? I will be promoted to the 6th rank soon, so it's fine if that Madame Lan doesn't come, but if she does, I won't be afraid of her. Chen Tianfei's expression brightened, and he hurriedly cupped his fists. Congratulations, Great Master. The Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin, and the others also said in unison, Congratulations, Great Master. The Great Master had been in seclusion for so many years to break through to the 6th rank, but he always lacked some maturity, but now it seemed that he had reached that maturity. Zhao Baichuan held the jade in his hand and said, What's more, as long as I refine this jade, I will be able to control the formation here. With the help of the formation, even if he had just been promoted to the 6th rank, he would be able to exert power beyond himself. What's more, the news of them taking over the Kikikyo land hadn't spread yet, and by the time Madame Lan found this place, it would probably be 8 to 10 years. Understanding this point, Chen Tianfei's worries were all removed. I'm going to seclusion, so you will be in charge of the affairs here. Zhao Baichuan said, put down the power in his hand, and left. For so many years, Qi Xing had been managed by Chen Tianfei, and he was still very confident in this fatty. Chen Tianfei and the others bowed to see him off. What followed was a period of bustle, cleaning up the battlefield, burying the corpses, and repairing the broken formation. The people of Qi Xing were in full swing. Qi Xing had been developing rapidly in the great cosmological realm, and the number of disciples under their command had exceeded 10,000, but countless people had died in the land of the ancients, and now there were only about 3,000 to 4,000 left. These people weren't fast enough to keep up with Zhao Baichuan and the others, and chased them all the way through several large territory. Now that more than 2 months had passed, they naturally met up with Bei Yushan and the others early. The Qiqiao land was very large, and the 7 spirit continents were vast and boundless, and it could easily accommodate 1,000,000 people. Throwing 3,000 to 4,000 people in was like throwing a basin of water into the sea, quickly disappearing without a trace. Rebuilding this place was a big project, and it would take hundreds of years of hard work. After all, Qixing had too few people, but because there was hope, the people of Qixing were full of enthusiasm and didn't hesitate to work hard. Chen Tianfei personally went out to inspect various places. Although he had visited some places in the Qiqiao land with Wei Hua before, that was only as a guest. Now, from the perspective of the owner, Qiqiao land was very different. Chapter 41-38. Inside the underground cave in the market, Yang Kai's expression changed as he hesitated. The battle 2 days ago could be said to have shocked him. He had thought that the 7 Openings land had reached an agreement with Crimson Star and that Soaring Smoke Hall would suffer a great loss. Who would have thought that 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch would be killed by Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan? In just 2 days, the 7 Openings land had actually changed owners. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand when Zhao Baichuan and Yu Xiushan had gotten together. However, Yang Kai could understand why Zhao Baichuan coveted the 7 Openings land. After all, Crimson Star's star market was destroyed and they did need a place to settle down. Perhaps it was because of this temptation that the two sides hit it off so easily. The change of ownership of the 7 ingenious lands was a great opportunity for him. Originally, this place had 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch, who had the Grand Array Jade Ring, so he did not have much interest in the 7 Openings land. But now that it was Zhao Baichuan, things were different. If Zhao Baichuan wanted to control the 7 Openings land's Grand Array, he had to refine the Grand Array Jade Ring. In other words, the 7 Openings land was in a completely defenseless state. With Yuhi's ability, she could easily control the Grand Array. Licking his somewhat dry lips, Yang Kai made up his mind. Since Qixing's people were unwilling to let him off and intended to harm him, chasing him all the way across several large territories, then they shouldn't blame him for doing the same thing to them. Yuhi obviously also realized this and looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her, gently nodding. Yuhi suddenly became a little excited and said, "Young master, I will do whatever you say." Yang Kai said, "If you were to fight Zhao Baichuan, how confident are you in defeating him?" Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. "I am also a 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivator. Under normal circumstances, our strength should be about the same and neither of us can do anything to the other. But in this 7 Openings land, I have the help of the Grand Array. In a one-on-one battle, I can definitely kill him in half an hour." She had this confidence. After all, after hiding here for 2 months, she had refined 50% of the Grand Array and could control its power. On the other hand, Zhao Baichuan did not have this convenience. This was also the reason why Su Huang could cause havoc in the 7 Openings land with his 5th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivation, severely injuring the 7 Openings Heavenly Monarch and killing 3 Earth Venerables. Su Huang had relied on the Grand Array's power, of course. Qin Tianfei, the Ouyang brothers' bay. Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He could only blame Zhu Jiuyin for falling into a deep slumber. If she could help, there wouldn't be so much trouble. Since he didn't have enough people, he could only deal with them one by one. As long as he cut off Zhao Baichuan's wings, it would be much easier to deal with him alone. "Can you find Chen Tianfei, Bei Yushan, and the other 4th grade Heaven Opening Realm cultivators?" Yang Kai asked. Yuhi said, "I'll try." As she spoke, she closed her eyes and held the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring. Relying on the Grand Array that covered the entire 7 Openings land, she could faintly sense the situation inside. However, because she had not completely refined it, her perception was not complete. A moment later, Yuhi opened her eyes. There is 1 person in the Water Spirit Land, 2 in the Fire Spirit Land, and 2 in the Earth Spirit Land. I don't know who is in the Water Spirit Land and the Fire Spirit Land, but the auras of the 2 in the Earth Spirit Land are similar. Even the fluctuations of their divine souls are the same. It should be the Ouyang brothers. Hearing this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed. Then let's start with the 2 of them. Ouyang Bing and Ouyang Lai were twin brothers and were proficient in joint attacks. Their individual combat strength was not as good as the other heads of Crimson Star, but when they combined their swords, they were the most difficult to deal with. Yang Kai had fought with Crimson Star's people in the Great Void Realm and had a deep understanding of this. If he could get rid of the Ouyang brothers, Crimson Star's combat strength would drop significantly. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a mask as thin as a cicada's wing and pasted it on his face. With a slight thought, it transformed into the image of a fair-skinned man. 7 faces. Yuhi stared at him and whispered, a look of reminiscence flashing across her eyes. You recognize this thing? Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but quickly reacted. Yuhi should have seen this mask before. 7 faces was given to him by the lady boss, and there were some unclear grievances between Yuhi and the lady boss, so it was not surprising that she had seen 7 faces before. 7 faces was an appearance-changing artifact. It was extremely peculiar and could allow the user to transform into 7 different faces. The most peculiar thing was that this thing could not only change one's appearance, but also one's aura. It was quite mysterious. However, the lady boss had also said that 7 faces had the same drawbacks as the shadowless veil. A low-rank splitting heaven saint could not see through it, but a mid-rank splitting heaven saint would risk being exposed. The stronger the enemy, the greater the chance of being exposed. As for a high-rank splitting heaven saint, it was best not to take it out and throw it away. After changing his appearance and aura, even if those who were most familiar with Yang Kai stood in front of him, they would not be able to recognize him. Yang Kai took out his good wishes bag, and Yuhi understood and relaxed her mind. Before putting her inside, Yang Kai said, if there's a chance in the future, I'll take you to see the lady boss and apologize to her. She shouldn't hold it against you. Yuhi forced a smile. I've already made a big mistake. Elder sister Lan probably won't forgive me, but it doesn't matter, being beaten to death by her isn't a bad thing. Yang Kai was speechless, but he didn't say anything, urging the good wishes bag to put Yuhi inside before shaking the shadowless veil, concealing his aura and whereabouts, and walking out of his hiding place. It had to be said that the combination of 7 faces and shadowless veil was simply wonderful. One could conceal one's aura and figure while the other could change one's appearance, making them the most suitable for sneaking around. Yang Kai was no stranger to Kikikyo land. For better or worse, he had lived here for a long time, but he was only familiar with the city and the Fire Spirit Land and had never been to the other 6 spirit provinces. After identifying the direction, he went straight to the Earth Spirit Land. In the Earth Spirit Land, the Ouyang brothers led a group of disciples to patrol the territory. Kikikyo land had 7 spirit provinces, and now there were only 5 people left in Crimson Star except for the Great Master. Originally, according to Chen Tianfei's plan, everyone would be in charge of one spirit province, and everything in the spirit province would be taken care of by them. However, the Ouyang brothers' situation was special. They had always been inseparable, so the 2 of them only took one spirit province. From today onwards, the Earth Spiritual Land would be the territory of the 2 brothers. The Ouyang brothers were also quite excited. After cultivating for so many years, they had never controlled such a large piece of land. As they patrolled, they chatted and imagined a beautiful future. Just as they were talking, the 2 suddenly turned their heads and looked in one direction. They saw a stream of light rushing over and landing in front of them, turning into a young man with a fair complexion. The Ouyang brothers were stunned for a moment, because this person looked very unfamiliar, as if they had never seen him before. However, before they could carefully consider it, that person had already cupped his hands and said, "My lords, Master Chan has a message for you. Please take a look." Saying so, he handed over a jade slip with both hands. Ouyang Lai frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, "What is Chen Tianfei up to now?" He reached out to grab the jade slip. Ouyang Bing frowned slightly, feeling that something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell what. Just as he hesitated, Ouyang Lai had already taken the jade slip and poured his divine sense into it. At this moment, a sensational aura suddenly filled the air. This aura was so terrifying that it made the Ouyang brothers, 4th grade heaven-opening realm masters, feel cold all over, and the other disciples' faces changed drastically. "Divine spirit!" Ouyang Bing exclaimed. This aura was the aura of a divine spirit, and it was the aura of Zhu Juin. It was a trap. Ouyang Bing's hair stood on end, and he finally understood where the sense of wrongness in his heart came from. However, before he could even react, 2 figures had already appeared like ghosts without any warning. Both of them were women. One of them raised a palm and lightly pressed it towards Ouyang Lai's chest, while the other shook a cold water-long sword, which turned into a swordlight that covered the sky and enveloped Ouyang Bing. At the same time, 2 behemoths also appeared, one spitting out raging flames towards Qi Xing and the others while the other wriggled, releasing a stinky mucus that corroded the void. The aura of world force rippled. With a light crack, Ouyang Lai's eyes bulged and his chest caved in. Caught off guard, Yuhi's palm had almost taken his life. After all, the difference in strength between the two was only a single minor realm, and under normal circumstances, Ouyang Lai was not Yuhi's opponent, not to mention that he was first deterred by the aura of a divine spirit and then ambushed by a sneak attack. However, after taking Yuhi's palm, Ouyang Lai still did not die. A fourth-grade heaven-opening realm master's vitality was tenacious, so it was not so easy to kill him. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar exploded. Behind Yuhi, a long spear appeared out of nowhere. Using Yuhi's figure as a cover, the spear peeked out from her shoulder and stabbed into Ouyang Lai's head. With a boom, Ouyang Lai's head exploded, and blood spurted out from his neck. "Big brother!" Ouyang Bing roared, his eyes instantly turning red. The two brothers had been together since they were born, and had never been separated for so many years. Now, his own brother was killed right under his nose. Ouyang Bing was furious. In his fury, he lost his mind. Lu Xue's long sword flew, and every strike was aimed at his vital points. In an instant, Ouyang Bing's whole body spurted blood, and he did not know how many times he had been stabbed. Chapter 41-39. Lu Xue's strength was extraordinary. After all, she was once one of the leaders of Sword Pavilion. She mainly cultivated the sword Dao and was most proficient in killing. Back in the great cosmological realm, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was almost killed by her heart sword, which showed how strong this woman was. On the other hand, Ouyang Bing's strength was only below average among the fourth-grade Sky Splitters. She had to join hands with her brother to perform that joint attack. Now that Ouyang Lai had died, how could he be Lu Xue's match? Not to mention that Yu He, who had pulled out her hand, was already pouncing on him. He was already beaten to the point where he could only parry and had no strength to fight back. Now that he was in danger, his heart was dead. On the other side, the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon also showed their might. Yang Kai was originally worried that these two strange beasts wouldn't be of much use outside the universe world, but now it seemed that they could actually fight the lower-grade Sky Splitters head-on. The Scarlet Flood Dragon spewed flames from its mouth, and from time to time, a Scarlet Star Disciple would be burned into a fireball. The Earth Dragon's mouth expanded and wriggled, swallowing a Scarlet Star Disciple in one gulp. Many Scarlet Star Disciples' expressions changed drastically as they dodged. Yang Kai didn't stay idle. After piercing Ouyang Lai's head with his spear, he immediately summoned the Divine Essence-fused gourd. The gourd opened, and a ray of light shot out from the Divine Essence-fused gourd, sweeping in all directions. He was just the Emperor Realm's cultivator who had condensed 4 types of energy. Without using external force or divine technique Dharma idol, he was no match for any Heaven Splitter Realm cultivator. However, it was different with the Divine Essence-fused light. This thing was a 6th-grade metal elemental energy, and an ordinary cultivator couldn't resist it. Under the Divine Essence-fused light, many Scarlet Star Disciples who hadn't reached the Heaven Splitter Realm had their bodies riddled with holes and died in an instant. Only a few lower-grade Sky Splitters had eyes wide open as they urged their mini-universe force to resist. Strictly speaking, the Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light could only be countered by Grade 6 Divine Essence-fused light. However, this was only a simple comparison of power. The Heaven-opening realm condensed the power of Yin, Yang, and the 5 elements, and they mutually countered and multiplied endlessly. They formed a miniature universe world within their body, allowing them to use the power of a world. As such, even if it was only a few low-grade heaven openers, they could still block the power of the Divine Essence-fused light. However, defending for a long time was bound to be lost. A level 6 strength had a level 6 strength, and even a lower grade split the heavens wouldn't be able to hold on for too long. It didn't take long for Ouyang Bing's life force to fade away, and she died on the spot. He wasn't a match for any of Yu He, let alone the two of them working together. In less than 10 breaths of time, Ouyang Bing was killed by Lu Xue's sword. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't understand how he could meet Yu He and Lu Xue in this Qiqiao land. With 2 4th-stage Heaven Splitters killed, how could the remaining Crimson Star Disciples still have the strength to resist? Yu He Lu Shue's figure flickered and swept into the battlefield, killing all the Crimson Star disciples in just a moment. The battle broke out suddenly, and it ended quickly as well. It only took a few breaths of time. None of the dozens of Crimson Star disciples, including the 2 sect masters, managed to escape. They were all wiped out. In this surprise attack, Yang Kai's side could be said to have won a great victory. After putting all the corpses into the sealed world bead, Yang Kai cleaned up the battlefield so that no one would notice any flaws. Then, he put Yu He, Lu Shui, and the Scarlet Flood Dragon into his scepter bag and went straight to the Water Spirit Land. According to the information Yu He had investigated before, the Ouyang brothers were on the Earth Spirit Land side. The Water Spirit Land side had a Crimson Star sect master, but she didn't know who he was. As for the Fire Spirit Land side, there were 2 people. So Yang Kai naturally had to pick on the soft persimmons first. Half an hour later, another great battle was over. Yang Kai let out a soft breath and collected the corpses on the ground. The one on the Water Spirit Land side was none other than Madame Qin. She was accompanied by a few low-rank Heaven Opening Masters and hundreds of Crimson Star Sect's disciples. Yang Kai used the same trick again. He hid his face and approached, then released Yu He and the others to catch Madame Qin off guard. Just like the Ouyang brothers, Madame Qin had just obtained a territory. Madame Qin excitedly led a group of subordinates to explore and imagine a beautiful future. But who would have thought that danger would lurk around her? In a moment of carelessness, she was seriously injured by Yu He, and what happened next was no suspense. In less than an hour, 3 sect masters of Crimson Star died tragically, and more than a dozen low-rank Heaven Opening Masters died. It could be said that this was a serious blow. The reason for such a result was that Crimson Star's side was not prepared at all, and Yang Kai's methods were extraordinary. He had the 6 Unity Scepter bag that could hide Yu He and the others, and 7 faces that could change his appearance and aura. It was not surprising that he had such a result. However, this was not the end. On Crimson Star's side, there was still Zhao Baichuan, Chen Tianfei, and Bei Yushan. Only by killing all of them would the Kikikyo land truly belong to Yang Kai. In the 2 battles, although there was no danger and they won with an absolute advantage, everyone had consumed a lot of energy. After recovering for a while, Yang Kai went straight to the Fire Spirit Land. The 2 on the Fire Spirit Land side were undoubtedly Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan. Although the latter's strength was extraordinary, he was single-minded and was not a concern. On the contrary, Chen Tianfei was full of schemes and would not be so easy to deal with. Yang Kai did not know if he would be exposed if he approached him like this. In the Fire Spirit Land, in the Fire Spirit Fruit Orchard, Chen Tianfei and Bei Yushan led a large group of Crimson Star disciples on an inspection. The fruit trees were filled with bright red fruits, causing Chen Tianfei and the others to smile. There were 7 spirit provinces in the Qiqiao land, and each spirit province had a different fruit tree, corresponding to the 5 elements of yin and yang. Since he knew something had happened to them, how could he not be on guard? The reason why he stayed here was just to wait for them to show up, but Yang Kai didn't know anything and just barged in. Following his order, the many Crimson Star disciples instantly formed a battle formation. Not only that, but Chen Tianfei also raised his fat hand and slapped down on Yang Kai's head. Yu He raised her hand to meet the attack, and Chen Tianfei was startled. How could he dare to meet it head-on? After all, his strength was a grade lower than Yu He's, and if he met her head-on, he would be the one at a disadvantage, so he immediately exclaimed, "First Master." "HM?" Yu He was startled and turned her head to look in a certain direction, only to see a layer of ripples appear in the void, and the Crimson Star's First Master, Zhao Baichuan, appeared like a ghost. With a wave of his sleeves, a powerful force slapped down on Yu He. Yu He changed her move and met Zhao Baichuan's attack head-on, but both of them shook and retreated 3 steps. With this attack, both sides were evenly matched. Lady Yu He is indeed powerful. Zhao Baichuan looked at Yu He indifferently and praised her generously. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. First Master is also not bad. However, if you can swear on your Dao seal to join my Crimson Star and serve my Crimson Star wholeheartedly in the future, then we will naturally be a family. Chen Tianfei's eyes lit up when he heard this. He secretly admired Zhao Baichuan. as expected of the first master. His vision was even more far-sighted than his own. He only wanted to kill these guys in front of him. Firstly, he wanted to avenge the dead Ouyang brothers and stabilize the hearts of the people. Secondly, he wanted to seize the wealth on Yongkai and contribute to the future development of Crimson Star. However, if the first master's proposal was successful, it would be more helpful to Crimson Star than killing them. Yuhi was after all a 5th-grade splitter, and her combat strength was not bad. With her help, Crimson Star could rise to a higher level. If she surrendered, then Yongkai would not be able to make any waves. Wouldn't his wealth be Crimson Star's? A matter that could be solved without bloodshed was naturally better than fighting and killing. But would these guys in front of him agree? Sure enough, Yuhi chuckled when she heard this and turned to look at Yongkai. "Young master, the first master wants us to surrender to him." Yongkai put on a straight face and said coolly, in his dreams. Yuhi looked at Zhao Baichuan, "First master, you heard my young master's reply." Zhao Baichuan looked at Yongkai coldly. "Junior, you only have one life and one chance. Don't make a mistake." He could not understand why Yuhi, a 5th-grade splitter, would listen to Yongkai. Yongkai said arrogantly, "If you kneel down and beg for mercy now and swear on your Dao seals that you will follow this young master's lead in the future, perhaps you can still keep your dog lives. Otherwise, Brother Ouyang and Madam Qin will be your examples." Zhao Baichuan was furious. "Junior, how dare you boast so shamelessly?" Seeing this, Chen Tianfei knew that this matter could not be negotiated and immediately shouted, "Attack!" As soon as he said this, the low-grade splitters who had been surrounding Yongkai and the others all formed hand seals. In an instant, dozens of auras linked together and turned into an invisible millstone that shot towards everyone. This spirit array had been hidden before and its power was not obvious, but at this moment, when it was activated, it actually shattered space. Most importantly, this spirit array sealed the sky and locked down the earth, so Yongkai and the others who were surrounded by it could not escape at all. However, Yongkai's expression was indifferent and he was not in a hurry. Yuhi raised her hand and chuckled lightly. "You have a spirit array to help you, but I also have a spirit array." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. With a loud crack, a bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, landing on the head of a low-grade heaven splitter. The low-grade splitter sensed the arrival of danger and his expression changed greatly, but before he could react, the bolt of lightning struck him. Chapter 41-41. Bei Yushan rushed over like a ferocious beast, but Lu Xue met him head-on, her aqua sword blossoming with a soft moonlight. "Be careful, this person has extraordinary strength, don't fight him head-on," Yongkai warned while holding the divine essence-fused gourd. Bei Yushan was shrouded in a golden light, as if he was made of gold, his arms crossed in front of him, completely ignoring the sword qi. *Qi. When the sword qi struck Bei Yushan, it was blocked by his protective barrier, and although it was barely able to break through, it only left a few shallow wounds on his body. Although Bei Yushan was simple-minded and single-minded, he was born with extraordinary strength and a powerful defense. As a fellow 4th-stage heaven splitter, Lu Xue's sword qi could do nothing to him. Although the two of them had lived in Star City for countless years, this was the first time they had faced each other head-on. For a time, Lu Xue frowned. After blocking Lu Xue's killing move, Bei Yushan arrived in front of her in a few steps. Grinning sinisterly, he punched towards Lu Xue's face. Lu Xue retreated, drawing circles with her sword one after another. Large circles encircled small circles, and small circles encircled even smaller sword circles, layer upon layer, seemingly endless. These sword circles contained extremely strange power. Even though Bei Yushan's strength was extraordinary, and the power of this punch was enough to shatter a star, he was still blocked by these countless sword circles. As soon as he fell into them, it was as if he was in a quagmire, and the more he struggled, the more he sank, unable to exert his strength. Not only that, but even Bei Yushan's movements were slowed down. Seeing this, Yongkai no longer hesitated and immediately urged the power of the divine essence-fused gourd to rush towards Bei Yushan. The power of the 6th-stage divine essence-fused light was boundless, so Bei Yushan did not dare to be careless and hurriedly urged his world force to support himself. Previously, when Yongkai urged the divine essence-fused light, Many lower-grade heaven splitters could resist it for a while, let alone Bei Yushan, a mid-grade heaven splitter. Golden light flickered on his body, and the 6th-grade divine essence-fused light was unable to do anything to him. Yang Kai wasn't surprised. Logically speaking, with his current cultivation base, he shouldn't be able to interfere in a battle between 4th-stage martial artists who split open the heavens. Now that he could use the divine essence-fused light to wear down Bei Yushan's strength, he was already very satisfied. Now that Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei were trapped by Yuhi's grand array, as long as he could join forces with Lu Xue to kill this Bei Yushan, they would be able to gain an even greater advantage. Furious roars rang out as the Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon flew back. Previously, they had been sent flying by Bei Yushan's punches. Although they weren't heavily injured, they had completely aroused their ferocious nature. Now that they had rejoined the battle, the two of them had learned their lesson. They no longer approached Bei Yushan. One of them spat out flames, while the other spat out sticky liquid at Bei Yushan. The raging flames were not as powerful as Yang Kai's first essence magnetic divine light, but the Earth Dragon's mucus was even more effective. The Earth Dragon's mucus was extremely corrosive, and when it fell on Bei Yushan's body, it emitted a sizzling sound as golden light flashed wildly. Bei Yushan flew into a rage and roared again and again. He wanted to deal with the Earth Dragon, but he simply couldn't break free from the restraints of Lu Xue's sword ring. Yang Kai's expression was calm as he continued to circulate the power of the divine essence-fused light. In this situation, if Bei Yushan didn't have any other methods, he would only end up nursing a grievance. However, if he wanted to kill him, he would need to slowly wear down his strength. The situation was deadlocked for a while. Time passed, and at a certain moment, Bei Yushan finally realized that something was wrong. He had lost more than half of his strength, and if he didn't continue like this, he would really die here. Turning his head to look at the fog, he could only hear the sounds of battle coming from inside, but he couldn't see anyone. He knew that the chief head and Chen Tianfei were powerless to protect themselves at this moment, so there was no way they could help him. With a roar, his aura suddenly soared. "Be careful!" Yang Kai shouted. As soon as his voice fell, Bei Yushan's figure suddenly swelled up. This person was already tall and sturdy, a full head taller than an ordinary person, but at this moment, using some kind of secret technique, the golden light around his body was replaced by a blood-red light, and with the sound of bones dislocating, Bei Yushan directly transformed into a small giant several dozen meters tall. This small giant was majestic, its exposed skin constantly spraying out a bloody mist that lingered around its body. Lu Xue's eyes narrowed as she saw how terrifying Bei Yushan's move was. Although he had to pay a huge price to use it, his strength had increased by more than just a little. Her strength was on par with Bei Yushan's, perhaps even a little higher, but after Bei Yushan used this secret technique, it was obvious that he was stronger than her. The sword ring still surrounded Bei Yushan, restricting his freedom, but under Bei Yushan's fist, the sword ring shattered, causing Lu Xue to let out a muffled groan as blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Immediately after, Bei Yushan stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarlet Flood Dragon that was constantly swimming around him. He swung the Scarlet Flood Dragon's body and smashed it onto the Earth Dragon's body. The two mutated beasts rolled into a ball, their auras greatly reduced. "Smelly woman, I'll kill you!" Bei Yushan broke free and rushed towards Lu Xue, his nostrils puffing hot air. Lu Xue didn't dare to be careless, wiping her long sword with her fingers as she shouted. The long sword turned into a streak of light and slashed towards Bei Yushan's head. Bei Yushan raised his hand to grab it, but as he did, a hole appeared in his palm and blood flowed out. Seeing the long sword coming towards him, Bei Yushan didn't panic, instead spitting out a mouthful of blood that hit the streak of light. With a loud clang, the long sword was knocked away. Bei Yushan grinned and slapped his huge palm towards Lu Xue. The latter paled slightly and hurriedly dodged, but with the protection of Yang Kai's divine essence-fused light, she was finally able to escape. Having missed, Bei Yushan immediately turned his head towards Yang Kai, his face ferocious. "A mere Emperor Realm Master dares to be impudent in front of me? Hand over your life." He actually abandoned Lu Xue and rushed straight towards Yang Kai. After turning into a small giant, his mind seemed to have been affected and he was easily provoked. Yang Kai lowered his eyes and looked at him quietly. "Be careful!" Lu Xue cried out in alarm, retracting her long sword and preparing to attack, but it was still too late. She could only watch as Bei Yushan slapped towards Yang Kai. With this slap, how could Yang Kai, who was only an Emperor Realm Master, survive? Lu Shui almost turned her head away, unable to bear to watch. But at this moment, a loud dragon roar rang out and the aura of a divine spirit suddenly surged. Although this aura was not as strong as Zhu Juin's, it gave off a feeling that it was not inferior to Zhu Juin's. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Shui was stunned. Where Yang Kai had been standing, Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a behemoth with a towering head and feet appeared. This behemoth was covered in dragon scales, had dragon horns on its head, sharp dragon claws, a dragon tail behind it, and dragon whiskers fluttering in the wind. Dragon pressure filled the air. Dragon race? Lu Shui was dumbfounded. The small giant Bei Yushan had transformed into was not short, but in front of such a behemoth, the difference was like the difference between a grandson and a grandfather. There was no comparison at all. Bei Yushan was also stunned. After transforming into a small giant, he had always been the one to look down on others, but today, he actually had to look up. A huge shadow loomed over his head, covering the world as a dragon claw slapped towards him. Bei Yushan immediately roared and raised his hands high above his head, as if he was holding up the sky. Just as he made this gesture, the dragon claw had already slapped down. With a loud bang, the world trembled and Bei Yushan was nowhere to be seen. This 100-meter-tall small giant had been slapped directly into the ground. Lu Shui's beautiful eyes trembled. Just when she thought the situation was settled, Bei Yushan's crazy roar came from below the dragon claw. Then, the dragon claw slowly raised and Bei Yushan's figure slowly appeared. The muscles all over his body bulged as he forcibly lifted the dragon claw with brute force. He was already extremely strong, and now that he had used a secret technique, his strength had risen to another level. Even if Yang Kai had transformed into a half-dragon, he could not gain any advantage in a contest of pure strength. The aura of world force became violent, and with a sudden lift, Yang Kai's huge body was sent flying. Bei Yushan laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, good again. As if he had gone mad, he ignored everything and rushed directly towards Yang Kai, as if he wanted to compete in strength again. Lu Shui urged her sword qi to stop him, but he turned a blind eye to it, allowing the sword qi to slash into his body, leaving him riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. This guy is crazy, Lu Shui thought to herself, guessing that her opponent might have been affected by that secret technique. On the other side, Yang Kai regained his footing and looked down at Bei Yushan who was rushing towards him. His expression indifferent as he clenched his dragon claw and punched out. Bei Yushan's eyes lit up and he also swung his fist to meet the attack. For him, this kind of battle was the most exciting. None of the enemies he had encountered in the past were willing to compete with him in terms of strength. They were always jumping up and down like monkeys, making him very unhappy. The two fists quickly approached each other, but one was huge and the other was tiny. However, this was only relative. The fists of the little giant that was more than 100 feet tall would not be too small, especially when the peak of the fist was still surrounded by the mighty power of the world. A long spear suddenly appeared, growing as the wind blew. Yang Kai grasped the huge black dragon spear, and with a dragon roar, he poured his strength into it and fiercely thrust it out. The joy and excitement in Bei Yushan's eyes was instantly replaced by shock and fury, the blood mist around his body boiling as he roared, "I want you dead." In his anger he did not retreat, but instead moved forward, his hands reaching for the black dragon spear as if he wanted to seize it. At this moment, with a loud crack, a purple lightning bolt as thick as a water bucket suddenly fell from the sky, exploding on Bei Yushan's head. This lightning bolt was very different from the previous ones, both in terms of color and power. As soon as this lightning bolt appeared, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the surrounding world energy had decreased by a lot. It was obvious that Yuhi had used a lot of Qi Qiaolan's resources to activate this attack. Yang Kai didn't dodge, instead looking up with an indifferent expression. Just as this fist was about to hit, Bei Yushan's movements suddenly froze, followed by a miserable scream. Multicolored light overflowed from his 7 apertures, and not just his 7 apertures, but even his body bloomed with multicolored light. This multicolored light was none other than the divine light of origin magnetism that had poured into his body. The multicolored light that poured out continued for a dozen breaths of time before gradually coming to a stop. The divine light of origin magnetism was retracted by Yang Kai, but Bei Yushan, who was standing in front of Yang Kai, was no longer breathing, standing there like a statue with his fist raised high. In the next moment, with a loud crash, Bei Yushan's entire body turned into a pool of blood, dying on the spot. Bei Yushan's heart had been pierced by Yang Kai's spear and he had suffered an indelible injury. Lu Xue had also been constantly attacking him, so the accumulated injuries were extremely terrifying. With the divine light of origin magnetism wreaking havoc in his body, destroying his flesh and meridians, it was already extraordinary that he had been able to persist until now. But in the end, he had still died. Lu Xue let out a long breath, finally relaxing her tense heart. Just now, she had almost thought that the one who had died was Yang Kai. This battle could be said to be extremely difficult. Originally, both Lu Xue and Bei Yushan were at the 4th stage heaven-splitting realm, but their strength was almost on par. In a one-on-one battle, it was unknown who would emerge victorious. During the battle, Bei Yushan had been assisted by Yuhi's Spirit Array, Yang Kai's endless trump cards, and Scarlet Flood Dragon and Earth Dragon had also contributed greatly. Only then had they been able to kill Bei Yushan here. This was also thanks to Bei Yushan using a secret technique that affected his mind. If he had not fought to the death and had instead focused on escaping, Yang Kai and Lu Xue might not have been able to keep him here. Unfortunately, although using a secret technique greatly increased Bei Yushan's strength, it also cut off his desire to escape. Hurry up and recover. Yang Kai coughed lightly and immediately stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth before sitting down cross-legged and circulating his secret art to adjust his breathing and heal his injuries. Although Bei Yushan had died, there was still Chen Tianfei and Zhao Baichuan. These two had to be killed no matter what. Only by killing them could they truly occupy this Qiqiao land. Lu Xue's injuries were not too serious. In the previous battle, she had mainly been moving around and had not fought Bei Yushan head-on, so she had still retained a lot of her strength. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been pursued by Bei Yushan and had suffered heavy injuries. Fortunately, his recovery ability was also extraordinary. In less than half an hour, he had stood up again. Although he had not completely recovered, he already had the strength to fight. Yuhi's voice entered Yang Kai's ears. She had obviously been paying attention to the outside world. Yang Kai discussed with her for a while, decided on a plan, and then told Lu Xue the details. Lu Xue nodded and her figure flickered, arriving at the periphery of the fog. She held her aqua-cold sword vertically in front of her. With a shake of the sword, it turned into thousands of sword images, each of which was filled with the world force of Lu Xue's small universe. Just as she finished her preparations, a fat man rushed out from the fog. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? Yuhi controlled the spirit array and restrained the 2 Scarlet Star headmasters with her own strength. This battle could be said to be a great achievement. If she had not let him go, Chen Tianfei would not have been able to escape from the fog. Chen Tianfei's appearance at this moment was obviously intentional by Yuhi, just like how she released Bei Yushan before. Chen Tianfei's cultivation method was special. His body of fat was not a burden, but a means of protection that he relied on to survive. But now, this fat man had obviously lost a lot of weight, and his body was full of scars. Obviously, he did not have a good time in the fog. Originally, he was dizzy in the fog and could not see any trace of the enemy, but at this moment, he suddenly saw the light, causing Chen Tianfei to be stunned. However, in the next moment, his field of vision was filled with thousands of sword images. Chen Tianfei was shocked. How could he not know that he had fallen into a trap? He immediately took a deep breath and his body suddenly expanded. Bei Yushan used a secret technique and his body grew rapidly, turning into a small giant that was more than 100 feet tall. Chen Tianfei, on the other hand, turned into a meatball. He did not have Bei Yushan's majesty and looked extremely comical. Sword images shrouded him, and a sizzling sound rang out incessantly as blood splattered everywhere. Lu Xue had succeeded in this one move. At a speed visible to the naked eye, Chen Tianfei's body quickly shriveled up, like a deflated balloon. When the tens of thousands of sword lights dissipated, Chen Tianfei stood in place, covered in blood. He was panting and had a lingering fear in his heart. However, this fatty had now returned to his normal human form. His body of fat had long disappeared, and the clothes that were originally close to his body had become extremely loose. "Bitch Lu Xue, how dare you trick me?" Chen Tianfei's eyes were filled with anger. Lu Xue's face was solemn. "You're still alive." She had been lying in ambush outside the fog, preparing her secret art in advance. She had thought that she could directly kill Chen Tianfei on the spot, but who knew that she only destroyed his fat? The result was really surprising. First it was Bei Yushan, and now it was this Chen Tianfei. Qi Xing and the other leaders were indeed not easy to deal with. Previously, she had been able to kill the Ouyang brothers and Madame Qin all thanks to Yang Kai's ability to change his appearance. She had caught them off guard, and with the crushing power of Yu Hua's 5th-grade sky-splitting technique, she had been able to easily kill them. "Die for me!" Chen Tianfei was furious and pounced on Lu Xue. Lu Xue snorted coldly. Her long sword danced and stabbed out, hitting Chen Tianfei's chest. However, the long sword did not feel like it had stabbed anything. Instead, it felt empty. Oh no! Lu Xue's heart skipped a beat, knowing that she had fallen into a trap. The sword light shredded his clothes, but there was no trace of Chen Tianfei. After he had become thin, his clothes had become extremely loose, covering his true whereabouts. With a golden cicada shell shedding, he had indeed escaped Lu Xue's attack. Looking up, Chen Tianfei had already rushed towards where Yang Kai was. Obviously, he planned to capture Yang Kai first. It had to be said that Chen Tianfei's mind was sharper than that of ordinary people. In his current state, he could not defeat Yu He, nor was he a match for Lu Xue. If he wanted to live, the only way was to capture Yang Kai and use Yang Kai as a bargaining chip. To be able to be trusted by Zhao Baichuan and manage Qi Xing for so many years, Chen Tianfei's strength was not just his fat. Lu Xue hurriedly chased after him, but she was still a step too late. Wind and thunder rolled in the sky. Yu He must have sensed that Yang Kai was in danger and intended to mobilize the power of the Great Array. At this moment, Yang Kai shook his hand and summoned a long vine. There were 7 gourds of different colors on the vine. The gourds were fast asleep, and when Yang Kai shook them, they immediately rolled into a ball, turning into small gourd people with sleepy eyes. "What is this?" Chen Tianfei was shocked. He was at the 4th stage and had never had the opportunity to enter the Elder's land, so he had never seen such a strange thing as a gourd vine. The long vine in Yang Kai's hand shook again, piercing through the 7 small gourd people. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements gathered on the vine, growing and multiplying endlessly. The aura of world force fluctuated. Chen Tianfei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, "5th stage heaven opening?" From the gourd vine came the aura of a 5th stage heaven opening. In an instant, Chen Tianfei felt as if his soul had left his body. Chapter 41-43. The 7 little people in the gourd corresponded to the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements, and each of them could nurture a rank 5 expert. In the land of the ancients, the man surnamed Go, who was chosen by the Holy Spirit Jin Wu, had activated the 7 little people in the gourd and shocked Yang Kai greatly. However, he had kept a trump card hidden until he entered the world fruit and was chased by Yang Kai. He had no choice but to use his trump card. At this moment, Yang Kai did the same. The gourd vine pierced through the 7 little people, and the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements gathered on the vine. It shone brightly and intertwined with each other, creating a cycle of reincarnation that evolved into infinite mysteries. With the help of the gourd vine splitting the heavens' power, Yang Kai swept the vine at Chen Tianfei. Chen Tianfei was shocked. After all, he was only a rank 4 expert. Although he was only 1 rank away from a rank 5 expert, his real strength was far from that of a rank 5 expert. If not, he would not have been so respectful to Zhao Baichuan. He raised both hands, gathered all his strength, and sent out palm shadows all over the sky. At the same time, he quickly retreated. The gourd vine swept over, and the palm shadows collapsed. Under Chen Tianfei's horrified gaze, the vine viciously hit his body. "My life is over." Chen Tianfei wailed in his heart, and his face was ashen. But in the next moment, he discovered that the situation was slightly different from what he had imagined. He had indeed been swept by the vine, but he hadn't suffered any serious injuries. The aura emanating from the gourd vine was at the 5th stage, but the true might it could display was not at the 3rd stage. This vine was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. It was not that the gourd vine was not strong enough, but that Xueqi was not strong enough, just like how the man surnamed Go was not strong enough. Even if he had such a powerful weapon, he could not use its full power. Back in the world in the fruit, if the man surnamed Go had been able to activate the splitting the heavens power of a rank 5 expert, the one who died would not have been him, but Xueqi. Although Xueqi relied on the Golden Crow casting Sun Dharma divine technique and was able to compete with the lower grade splitter heavens, when faced with a 5th grade splitter heavens, he could only stretch out his neck and be stabbed. The man surnamed Go couldn't use the full power of the gourd vine and was killed by Xueqi. At this moment, Xueqi was in the same situation as him, unable to use the full power of the gourd vine. However, Xueqi never thought that he would be able to kill Chen Tianfei with just the gourd vines. That moment of deterrence was enough. Lu Xue. Before Chen Tianfei could attack again, Xueqi shouted. Lu Xue was already prepared. When Xueqi summoned the gourd vine, she had already activated her secret technique. At this moment, her glabella suddenly split open as if she had grown a third eye. From her glabella, a finger-sized golden sword Qi suddenly slashed out. Glabella sword. This secret technique was Lu Xue's strongest trump card. Back then, she had relied on this move to almost kill the Scarlet Flood Dragon in the Great Cosmological Realm. Fortunately, the Scarlet Flood Dragon was huge and had the bloodline of the dragon race, so its vitality was tenacious. Even so, the Scarlet Flood Dragon's back was slashed open, and its head was almost chopped off. Later, it recovered after many days of recuperation. During the fierce battle with Bei Yushan, Lu Xue didn't use this secret technique because it couldn't be used at will. Instead, it needed a certain amount of time to accumulate, and it couldn't be used a second time in a short time. She had left this secret technique mainly to deal with Chen Tianfei. The sword Qi slashed out from her glabella and instantly slashed behind Chen Tianfei. Although Chen Tianfei didn't see it, it seemed as if he had eyes on his back. He twisted his body and hurriedly dodged. With a splatter of blood, a huge wound immediately appeared on Chen Tianfei's shoulder. The wound was a foot long and slanted down from his shoulder to his chest. One could almost see his beating heart and wriggling lungs inside. Such a wound could be said to be very serious, not to mention that there was still pure sword Qi lingering around the wound, constantly cutting open Chen Tianfei's flesh and blood. However, although the wound wasn't light, this guy was still alive. Lu Xue felt that it was a pity. If she had moved slightly to the left, Chen Tianfei's head would have been chopped off. However, this damn fatty's reaction was too fast, and he was actually able to avoid the fatal blow in such a situation. Heavily injured, Chen Tianfei's eyes trembled and his face was filled with fear. He didn't dare to fight again. He didn't even care about the headmaster trapped in the array. He leaped up and rushed straight towards the flaw of the 7 openings array, obviously wanting to escape this place. Where do you think you're going? Lu Xue held her sword and chased after him. Xueqi's figure flashed and directly appeared in front of Chen Tianfei, blocking his path. The gourd vine in his hand shook again, turning into a long whip and lashing at him. Chen Tianfei gritted his teeth and shouted fiercely, "Get out of my way if you don't want to die." Just now, Xueqi had used the gourd vine, allowing him to see through the details of the vine. Therefore, he wasn't too afraid at this moment. As he spoke, he rushed towards Xueqi without dodging, raising his palm to meet the gourd vine. With a boom, Chen Tianfei's body shook slightly. On the gourd vine, the 7 little people on the gourd vine were beaten back to their original forms, and the power to split open the heavens dissipated. Although this thing was convenient to use, it couldn't take too strong of an impact. Otherwise, the little gourds would be damaged and fall into a deep sleep, unable to be used again. Chen Tianfei forced the gourd vine back, and his speed increased again. Xueqi withdrew the gourd vine and took out the black dragon spear, saying leisurely, "Ah Fei, the 7 openings array will be your burial ground. Don't waste your efforts." As he spoke, a round sun appeared behind him. The sun was brilliant and dazzling, and within the sun, there was the cry of the golden crow. "So what if you have a divine technique Dharma idol? Those who block me will die." Chen Tianfei roared. Although a divine technique Dharma idol was good, and Zhao Baichuan had said that Xueqi's divine technique Dharma idol could compete with a low-grade heaven splitter, Chen Tianfei was a mid-grade heaven splitter. In the world of heaven splitter, mid-grade and low-grade were two completely different realms, like the difference between heaven and earth. As long as he could break through Yang Kai and charge out of the 7 openings array, he would be able to escape. At that time, where could he not find shelter in this vast world? Unfortunately, just as Qi Xing had gained a firm foothold, Yang Kai had secretly schemed against him, causing him to lose the initiative and even many of his family leaders to be buried here. Chen Tianfei's hatred for Yang Kai was so great that even the water of the 3 rivers and 5 lakes would not be able to wash it away. Suddenly, there was a loud crack. Chen Tianfei's eyelids twitched, and when he looked up, his vision was filled with lightning. In the sky, a giant bolt of lightning was falling down towards him. At the critical moment, Yuhi had split her attention to help. She controlled the power of the array and was able to trap both Zhao Baichuan and Chen Tianfei by herself. Now that only Zhao Baichuan was left in the fog, she was naturally able to deal with him with ease. She had always been paying attention to the outside world, not taking action, but once she did, she would cut off Chen Tianfei's path of survival. As the bolt of lightning fell, Chen Tianfei tried to dodge, but the speed of the bolt of lightning was too fast for him to dodge. As the bolt of lightning fell on his head, Chen Tianfei immediately let out a miserable cry. Lightning flashed all over his body as he trembled. The large wound on his shoulder immediately emitted the smell of burnt meat. At this moment, Yang Kai charged over with his spear. On the tip of the Azure Dragon Spear, the Golden Crow Casting Sun Divine Technique Dharma Idol exuded a terrifying aura, completely covering Chen Tianfei. Hong Long Long. A figure rapidly fell from the sky. He was in a sorry state and his aura was unstable. Who else could it be but Chen Tianfei? First, he had lost all his fat from Lu Xue's killing move, losing his most powerful defense. Then, he was severely injured by the Mind's Eye sword. Next, he was injured by Yuhi's control array. Yang Kai's Golden Crow Casting Sun was immediately successful. Strictly speaking, Yang Kai's attack was just icing on the cake. Although the Golden Crow Casting Sun was extraordinary, Yang Kai's foundation was not enough. Under normal circumstances, Chen Tianfei could easily break through the Divine Technique Dharma Idol. However, he was knocked dizzy by Lu Xue and Yuhi, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of him. With a boom, Chen Tianfei fell to the ground, immediately creating a huge crater. Without waiting for him to get up, Lu Xue had already charged over. Yang Kai stood in the void and looked down. He put away the Azure Dragon Spear and gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The outcome was decided. Chen Tianfei had suffered heavy injuries and had less than 70% of his strength left. On the other hand, Lu Xue had not consumed much energy, so defeating him was not a problem. With Chen Tianfei dealt with, the only one left was Zhao Baichuan. In front of Yuhi, who controlled the array, Zhao Baichuan had no way out. It was only a matter of time before he was defeated and died. Looking at this huge 7 corners land, Yang Kai could not help but feel a little strange. After jumping out of the shackles of the universe and arriving at the 3,000 worlds, this was the first place he had settled down. Because of his various encounters here, he did not have the slightest good impression of this place. However, he did not expect that under various circumstances, this 7 corners land would actually fall into his hands. And all of this was thanks to the array jade pendant that Su Huang gave him before his death. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. However, this was also good. With this place, he would have a place to stay outside of this world. Although the first inn was not bad, Senior White and the others were in love with him, and the lady boss took good care of him, it was still someone else's force after all. If he wanted to bring the people from the star boundary out in the future, he would need to have a base. This 7 corners land just happened to meet his requirements. It seemed that he was not in a hurry to return to the first inn, but to return to the star boundary. He had already obtained the world tree's roots, so it was time to see if they were useful to the star boundary. Just as he was thinking this, Chen Tianfei suddenly shouted, "Surrender, don't kill me. I'm willing to surrender, master, please spare my life." Yang Kai turned his head and saw Chen Tianfei in an extremely miserable state. He was suppressed by Lu Xue to the point that he could not even raise his head. There were many wounds on his body, and he was soaked in blood. It would not be long before he was killed on the spot. At this critical moment of life and death, he could not care about his dignity and face and immediately surrendered. Lu Xue frowned and slowed down her attacks, turning her head to look at Yang Kai with an inquiring expression. Yang Kai was unmoved and said indifferently, "Ah Fei, I'm afraid it's too late to surrender now. What's more, even if you are willing to surrender, I don't have the ability to accept you, so please die quickly." He knew himself well. He was just a mere Emperor Realm Master, so how could he control a fourth-grade heaven splitter? Chapter 41-44. If Chen Tianfei's cultivation was lower than his, Yang Kai might have been able to plant some kind of barrier in his Dao seal, but this fatty was a fourth-stage heaven-opening realm cultivator. Compared to Yang Kai didn't have such means. What's more, he had killed so many people from Qi Xing this time. How could Chen Tianfei not have any resentment in his heart? It was easy to spare his life now, but the consequences of his retaliation in the future were hard to predict. Hearing this, Lu Shui launched another attack, forcing Chen Tianfei into a dangerous situation, walking the line between life and death, possibly dying at any moment. Chen Tianfei's face turned pale with fright. He knew that if he couldn't change Kai Yang's mind, then this time he would really be doomed. Dodging Lu Shui's killing move, he quickly shouted, "I have the Loyalty and Righteousness Manual. I am willing to offer it to Master to show my sincerity." Yang Kai had no idea what the Loyalty and Justice chart was, but Lu Shui's eyes flashed with surprise when she heard this. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is in your hands?" Yang Kai was puzzled and asked her with a divine sense message. After Lu Shui explained the effects of the Loyalty and Justice chart, her eyes suddenly lit up and she raised her hand, "Spare his life." Lu Shui immediately sheathed her sword. Chen Tianfei's face was pale as he gasped for breath. Yang Kai stepped down from the sky and landed beside Lu Shui, looking at Chen Tianfei and asking, "Where's the Loyalty and Justice chart?" A trace of reluctance flashed across Chen Tianfei's eyes, but he quickly took out a palm-sized book from his space ring and held it up with both hands. "The Loyalty and Justice chart is here, Master. Please take a look." Yang Kai stretched out his hand and the Loyalty and Righteousness book flew into his hand. The book felt quite strange to the touch. This book seemed to be made from the hide of some kind of strange beast. The book was thick and there were 3 large words written on its cover, "Loyalty and Righteousness Book." Yang Kai flipped through it and found that the Loyalty and Justice chart only had 9 pages, each of which was blank. In addition, there was a small beast horn that was about the size of a finger, like a small bamboo shoot. Whether it was the Loyalty and Justice chart or this small horn, both faintly exuded the aura of a divine spirit. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. This Loyalty and Righteousness manual was refined from saint spirits, and he couldn't help but wonder which almighty expert had crafted it. It had to be known that every divine spirit was comparable to a high-rank heaven splitter when they matured. It was extremely difficult to kill a divine spirit, let alone refine it into an artifact. As if noticing Yang Kai's doubts, Lu Shui explained, "This Loyalty and Righteousness chart is made from the skin and flesh of the Xueqi. It has the ability to distinguish between right and wrong, and to distinguish between loyalty and treachery. Congratulations, Master." Xueqi. Yang Kai's brow twitched. He naturally knew this name. It was also a divine spirit and ranked quite high on the Holy Spirit chart. It was rumored that the Xueqi's angry eyes could distinguish between right and wrong, good and evil, loyal and treacherous. It was extremely fair, so it wasn't surprising that an artifact refined from the Xueqi's body would have such an effect. Lu Shui continued, "Several thousand years ago, there was a fellow called the Loyalty and Justice Demon who used this Loyalty and Justice chart to enslave a group of heaven splitters and wreak havoc in the 3,000 worlds. In the end, it was the almighty experts of the heavenly paradise who destroyed him. However, although the Loyalty and Justice Demon died, the minor universe world in his body didn't collapse and instead disappeared into the void." 200 years ago, someone discovered this clue in the star market. At that time, Sword Pavilion, Thunderlight, and Crimson Star joined forces to search for the Loyalty and Justice Demon's minor universe world. Although they successfully entered, they couldn't find the Loyalty and Justice chart. Everyone thought that the Loyalty and Justice chart had been destroyed or stolen by the people of the heavenly paradise, but who would have thought it would fall into your hands? Yang Kai nodded slightly and glanced at Chen Tianfei meaningfully. Zhao Baichuan probably didn't know about this Loyalty and Justice chart, so it seemed that this damn fatty wasn't that loyal to Zhao Baichuan. But then again, if he was really loyal, why would he not care about Zhao Baichuan's life and death and run for his life alone just now? "How do I use this thing?" Yang Kai asked. Without waiting for Lu Xue to explain, Chen Tianfei said, as long as this lowly one leaves his name and aura on it, Master will be able to control my life and death. In order to survive, Chen Tianfei was going all out. Although after leaving his name and aura on the loyalty and justice chart, his life and death would be controlled by others, it was still better than being killed here. If one day you have second thoughts. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. Absolutely not. If that day really comes, Master only needs to use this Xueqi horn to cut off my name and this lowly one will immediately die. But my cultivation is lower than yours, Yang Kai showed an awkward expression. Although this loyalty and justice chart is good, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be any accident. It shouldn't be. Chen Tianfei was not so sure. Although he had experimented with the loyalty and justice chart after getting it, the subject of the experiment had a lower cultivation than him. He didn't know what it would be like to use the weak to enslave the strong. Yang Kai pondered for a while. Killing Chen Tianfei would not affect the overall situation, but if he was left alive, it would be somewhat useful. After all, Chen Tianfei was also a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so he was more or less a good fighting force. The most important thing was that this guy had been managing Crimson Star for many years, so it was obvious that he was a talent in this area. If people from the star boundary came, they would definitely need someone to take care of them. Although there was head chief Hua Qingxi and second chief Bian Yuqing in the High Heaven Palace, they were very unfamiliar with the 3,000 worlds, so with someone to help them, they would be able to integrate as soon as possible. This fatty was a good candidate. Not long after, Yang Kai made up his mind, opened the loyalty and justice chart, and said, "Leave your name." Chen Tianfei's anxious heart immediately relaxed, and he shed tears of gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for not killing me. This humble servant will serve the Master with all his might." Lu Xue cast a look of contempt at the side, but Chen Tianfei pretended not to see it. He raised his hand to his mouth, bit his finger, forced out his blood essence, and wrote his name on the first page of the loyalty and justice chart. In an instant, Yang Kai felt that the loyalty and justice chart in his hand had a wonderful connection with Chen Tianfei, and he knew that the loyalty and justice chart had played a role. The rarest thing was that this loyalty and justice chart did not require him to refine it, and it would not cause him any burden. However, this was also a drawback. If he could not refine it, it meant that whoever controlled the loyalty and justice chart could control Chen Tianfei's life and death. After surrendering, Chen Tianfei's attitude became more and more respectful, and he immediately clamored to assist Yuhi in killing Zhao Baichuan to show his sincerity. Yang Kai did not refuse, and let him and Lu Xue go to help. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the fog, accompanied by Zhao Baichuan's angry shouts. In less than half an hour, the fog dissipated, revealing the four people. Yuhi's face was slightly pale, but it was not serious. Lu Xue's lower abdomen had a dark red wound, dripping with blood, and Chen Tianfei was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Zhao Baichuan's figure was straight, standing in place, but there was no vitality, and his eyes were wide open. Although they had the help of the Great Array, and the three of them had killed Zhao Baichuan, the final struggle of a fifth-grade heaven splitter before death was no small matter. However, Zhao Baichuan had died in the end. He had died in the Qiqiao land. An aura of world might spread out from his body, filling the surroundings and entering the void. Yang Kai faintly felt that there was something extra in the Qiqiao land. He had noticed this phenomenon before. When he killed the other fourth-grade heaven splitters, such a situation also occurred. Every time they died, the mini-universe world in their bodies would collapse, and the world might would dissipate. However, although Yang Kai noticed it, he did not have the time to pay attention to it. At this moment, carefully sensing it, he was surprised to find that the world might emitted from Zhao Baichuan's body had made the Qiqiao land more solid. This discovery surprised him. It seemed that he would have to go back and ask Yuhi what was going on. In a great battle, all the Crimson Star Heaven Splitters were killed except for Chen Tianfei, who had surrendered. The remaining soldiers had long fled. The battle here had caused too much noise, so they naturally noticed it and did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the time when Yang Kai and the others were busy, they left the Qiqiao land. Yang Kai did not want to keep them here. Some soldiers were not a threat, so there was no need to be afraid. Now the Qiqiao land was his. Poor Zhao Baichuan had only been in possession of the Qiqiao land for a day before it changed owners. It had to be said that it was a great irony. Chen Tianfei was not dead, but he had become skin and bones, pitiful to the extreme. Everyone recuperated where they were. Yuhi recovered the fastest. She had not suffered any serious injuries, but the battle had consumed too much of her strength. After all, not only did she have to trap Zhao Baichuan, she also had to pay attention to the outside world. When Yang Kai, Lu Shui, Bei Yushan, and Chen Tianfei were fighting, it was all thanks to her help. Originally, she did not understand why Chen Tianfei had changed sides, but after seeing the loyalty and righteousness chart, she immediately understood. With this thing, there was no need to worry about Chen Tianfei having second thoughts, unless he did not want to live. Yang Kai took the opportunity to ask about his previous doubts. Yuhi smiled lightly. A heaven splitter has a miniature universe world inside their body. Although this miniature universe world is not a true world, it is still a part of the world. After a heaven splitter cultivator dies, this miniature universe world will collapse, and world might will leak out. This world might is greatly beneficial to any place. Take the Qiqiao land for example, it can strengthen the foundation of the Qiqiao land and expand its area. It can do that? Yang Kai was dumbfounded. Yuhi smiled, of course it can. Otherwise, where does young master think those paradise lands came from? They weren't born strong, but grew up bit by bit. Generations of experts passed away in their own blessed lands, using the power of the world to strengthen their own foundation. After countless years, the size and foundation of those blessed lands could be reached today. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If that's the case, then won't the Qiqiao land one day also become a paradise land? Although that's the case, if you want to do that, you'll need countless years of accumulation. Yang Kai said, if you find a few more heaven splitters to kill. Yuhi pursed her lips, that'll offend a lot of people. Yang Kai knew that this was an unrealistic idea, but it was also a way out. The current Qiqiao land is at least 10% stronger than before. Yuhi's words made Yang Kai overjoyed. This was because she knew that once Yang Kai advanced to opening heaven pills in the future, it would be an achievement that she would have to look up to for the rest of her life. Not to mention that he now had the ability to contend with a low-level opening heaven pill. Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said somewhat awkwardly, since you have already addressed me as master, I will not treat you as an outsider. Now, there is something I need you to do. Lu Shui said seriously, Master, please ask for instructions. Yang Kai took out a token and said, take this token to the first inn and find Madame Lan. Tell her about the situation here, and then have her find a formation grandmaster to help repair the defensive formation here. This token was none other than the token that the lady boss had given him. Yang Kai had used this token many times to collect debts from the various shops in Star City. Lu Shui received the token and said seriously, yes. Yang Kai then took out the map of the universe and pointed out the location for her. Only then did he say, there is no time to lose. Set off now. Be careful on the road and return early. Rest assured, Master. After Lu Shui said this, she stepped on her sword and soared into the sky. If one wanted to repair the great formation of the Qiqiao land, they needed a formation grandmaster. Yang Kai did not have the connections in this area, but the lady boss definitely did. Moreover, this was a good opportunity for Lu Shui to report to the lady boss that she was safe so that she would not worry. Turning his head, he saw that Yuhi was deeply worried. Yang Kai could not help but laugh. Afraid that the lady boss will eat you? Since you are so afraid of her, why did you harm her in the first place? Yang Kai did not quite understand this matter, but Yuhi clearly had no intention of explaining. She only said angrily, at worst, I will be beaten to death by her. Chapter 41-46. On a certain spirit mountain in the Seven Possibilities land, Yang Kai found a good place to take out Su Huang's corpse from his sealed world bead and placed it in the grave he had dug. After Su Huang's death, Yang Kai had stored his corpse in the sealed world bead. Now that the Seven Possibilities land had fallen into his hands, placing Su Huang's corpse back here could be considered returning him to his roots. After all, This 7 possibilities land belonged to Su Huang. There was no friendship between Yang Kai and Su Huang. They were simply using each other. However, Yang Kai did obtain some benefits from him. The 6 Unity Wish bag belonged to Su Huang, and if it weren't for the Grand Array Jade Slit Ring that Su Huang had given him before his death, it would have been impossible for Yang Kai to easily recapture the 7 openings land. Yang Kai's actions could be said to be a gesture of gratitude. Just as he was about to fill in the grave in front of him, a weak soul fluctuation suddenly spread out from the corpse. Yuhi's expression immediately froze as she stood in front of Yang Kai. Under the gazes of the two, a slightly illusory figure floated out from the corpse, dispersing as if it was blown away by the wind. This figure was Su Huang. A remnant soul. Yuhi frowned tightly. She was able to discern with a single glance that it was a remnant soul that floated out from the corpse. It didn't possess any lethality or threat, and she could easily annihilate this remnant soul on the spot. Thus, she wasn't as nervous as before. However, she couldn't understand why there was still a remnant soul in this corpse. Yang Kai also couldn't understand. Su Huang's corpse had been buried in the sealed world bead for many years without any abnormalities. But today, there was some movement. On second thought, this might be a barrier Su Huang had set up when he was alive. Only when his corpse returned to the 7 possibilities land would the restriction be triggered, and this remnant soul would appear. What's the use of this remnant soul? Yang Kai's thoughts raced as he stared at him quietly. Su Huang's remnant soul floated mid-air and turned his head to look around. "You're back." He let out a long sigh filled with endless loneliness and sorrow. After he finished speaking, he waved his hand and the jade ring that was hidden in Yuhi's sleeve suddenly flew out and fell into the hand of the remnant soul. Then, Su Huang's remnant soul lightly brushed the jade ring and threw it back. Yuhi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. With a strange expression, she said, "One of the barriers in this jade ring has been removed. It should be something he did when he was alive." Yang Kai replied. The formation jade originally belonged to Su Huang. Before his death, he had gifted it to Yang Kai. Yang Kai had suspected that Su Huang was up to no good. Now, it seemed that Su Huang was right. If he didn't bring his body back to the 7 openings land, the final barrier of the formation jade slit ring wouldn't be removed. Even if he had the formation jade slit ring, he wouldn't be able to completely refine the defensive formation of the 7 openings land. "I don't have much time. Come with me," Su Huang's remnant soul said again and quickly floated forward. Yang Kai and Yuhi exchanged a glance and hurriedly followed. The two of them didn't ask anything because this remnant soul was left behind by Su Huang. It didn't have much ability to think and only acted according to the thoughts Su Huang had left behind before his death. Even if they asked him, they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. They rushed forward and after an incense stick's worth of time, they arrived in front of a large hall. This large hall was located in the Earth spiritual land. It could be said to be the central hall of the 7 openings land. The 7 openings land was divided into 7 spiritual provinces. If it were the previous Yang Kai, he would have been ecstatic, but he had made a fortune in the great cosmological realm. After killing Zhao Baichuan, he took back the 30% of Qi Xing's gains. Facing the wealth in the secret vault, he wasn't too excited. In comparison, the wealth in the secret vault was only comparable to the 30% of Qi Xing's gains, or even slightly inferior. Although Qi Xing had only plundered the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, there were countless good things in the great cosmological realm. The Qiqiao land was only a second-class force, and among the second-class forces, it was only at the lower middle level. Even if it had accumulated for countless years, how many precious resources could it have? It was just that there was a lot of things in this secret vault. This was an unintentional gain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had moved Su Huang's corpse out of the small sealed world bead, otherwise, he would have missed the opportunity to enter the secret vault. He returned to the mountain again, filled in the grave, and erected an inscription. Only then was he done. Standing in front of Su Huang's grave, Yuhi took out the Grand Array jade slip and said, "Young master, you should refine this jade slip. Whoever controlled this jade slip would truly control the 7 openings land." Previously, because of the urgency of the situation, Yang Kai had given the jade slip to Yuhi to refine. After all, with her 5th grade heaven opening cultivation, it would be faster for her to refine it. Now that the 7 Openings land had changed owners, the Grand Array Jade Slip should naturally be returned to Yang Kai. But unexpectedly, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "You keep it first." Yuhi asked, "Is young master worried that it will be inconvenient to refine it?" "It's fine, with my assistance, it should be completely refined in a few months." Yang Kai smiled and said, "It's not all because of this. I may have to leave this place temporarily after a while. At that time, I will need you to stay behind and keep watch." "Where are you going, young master?" Yuhi was surprised. "I'm going home," Yang Kai smiled slightly. The following days passed peacefully. Yang Kai waited for Lu Xue's return while cultivating in seclusion. By now, he had condensed 4 types of heaven opening force, namely wood, fire, earth, and water. For the fire attribute, he had comprehended the golden crow casting sun divine technique aspect. For the earth attribute, because it came from the same source as his, he had also easily comprehended the dragon shield divine technique, greatly increasing its defensive power. However, he had no clue about the wood attribute and the newly condensed water attribute. Logically speaking, when comprehending the mysteries of each type of force to the extreme, it would be possible to derive a secret technique or divine technique, but unfortunately, Yang Kai still couldn't find a way to do so. When he was still in the Great Void boundary, he had been working hard on this, but unfortunately, even now he had little success. A single divine technique aspect had allowed his strength to soar, allowing him to contend with a low-rank heaven opening master with his strength as an emperor. So what if he comprehended 2, 3, or even more? Advancing to heaven opening master was a slow and time-consuming process. Before this, he was still just an emperor realm master and needed to protect himself. This matter couldn't be rushed. On this day, while Yang Kai was comprehending, he suddenly received a message from Yuhi, causing him to open his eyes. The next moment, his figure flashed and he appeared beside Yuhi. At this moment, Yuhi was looking up. Ever since the last great battle, many flaws had appeared in the protective formation of the Qiqiao land. It was as if many cracks had appeared. Looking out from the largest crack, she could see many people gathered outside the Qiqiao land. "Who are these people?" Yang Kai asked. Yuhi replied, "They are all representatives of the great forces in this large territory. They have probably heard that the Qiqiao land has changed masters, so they have come to pay a visit. Do you want to receive them?" This large territory was called the Qiqiao land's territory because it was a second-grade force. However, the Qiqiao land was not the only force in the Qiqiao territory. There were other forces, but they were all third-grade forces or below. They were not presentable forces. The Qiqiao land changing masters was undoubtedly a big deal in the Qiqiao territory. Previously, many Crimson Star disciples had escaped, so this matter could not be hidden. They had probably heard some rumors and came to investigate. There were many things to be done in the Qiqiao land. Logically speaking, it was best to close the door and not meet them, so as to prevent others from seeing the truth and being targeted. However, Yang Kai rolled his eyes and chuckled. Since they are here to pay a visit, they will definitely send gifts. Why not take the benefits for free? Let them all in. Yuhi was speechless. Only she knew how rich Yang Kai was now. After all, in the great cosmological realm, she was the one who had exchanged benefits with Crimson Star. Previously, he had obtained the Qiqiao land's secret vault, so what good things could the gifts from these forces be? Her young master had fallen for money. Ah! Chapter 41-47. The spirit array was released, and one figure after another fell into the Qiqiao land. There were quite a few people who had come, numbering in the hundreds. However, Yang Kai secretly observed them and found that although there were many people, they only represented 20 to 30 forces. After all, each force definitely wouldn't send just one person. Some of these forces were led by heaven-opening realm cultivators, but they were all low-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. Most of them were third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators, with a few second-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators. There were even some from the Emperor realm, which made Yang Kai quite confused. He couldn't understand which force was so poor. Could it be that they didn't even have a heaven-opening realm cultivator? The leader was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. He was hale and hearty, and after flying down, he immediately cupped his fists, Golden Light Docks Hong Jie greets Madam. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he naturally didn't place him in his eyes. These words were directed at Yu He. The representatives of the various large and small forces behind him all stepped forward and said in unison, "Greetings, Madam." Yu He hurriedly waved her hands and said crisply, I was wrong. Hong Jie was puzzled. What was wrong? Please give me some pointers, Madam. They all let out a sigh of relief. Before coming, everyone had been wondering what kind of temper the new master of the Qiqiao land had. If she was easy to get along with, that would be fine, but if she wasn't, it would be difficult to get along with her. Now, seeing Yu He's demeanor and tone, they immediately understood that although this woman's cultivation was high, she wasn't difficult to deal with. She probably wouldn't make things too difficult for them on this trip. Yu He pursed her lips and smiled. I'm not some madam, I'm just a maid. The person in charge here is my family's young master. As she spoke, she pointed at Yang Kai. Everyone was shocked. Most of them couldn't sense Yu He's cultivation, and only the third-grade heaven-opening realm cultivators knew. This woman was unfathomable and was definitely a mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator. But now, this mid-grade heaven-opening realm cultivator was calling herself a maid, and the young man from the Emperor realm beside her was the true master? Just where did this young man come from? However, no matter what his background was, no one dared to slight him. Their expressions turned serious as they bowed again. Greetings, master. Hong Jie even lowered his head to his knees and said in fear and trepidation, This old man's eyes are blurred, and I have eyes but fail to see. I hope master can forgive me. Yang Kai chuckled and waved his hand. Ignorance is bliss. Get up. Thank you, master. Everyone stood up. When they looked at Yang Kai again, their expressions were different from before. Although they had seen Yang Kai before, no one had taken him seriously. They had only thought that he was a servant following beside Yu He. Now, Yu He, the fifth-grade Kai genius, was just a foil. Hong Jie secretly wiped his sweat and smiled apologetically. He looked at Yang Kai and said, Master, you have the image of dragons and tigers, and your temperament is extraordinary. No wonder you could obtain the 7 Openings land. Now that this land has changed owners, it is the fortune of the 7 Openings territory, and also our fortune. This old man was openly flattering, and many people secretly despised him. However, they all nodded in agreement. They had no choice. Before they had to obey the 7 Openings Heaven Lord, but now, they had to obey Yang Kai's orders. This was the tragedy of small forces, unless they all left the 7 Openings territory. However, even if they left the 7 Openings territory, where could they go? The world was vast, and any spiritual state that had some foundation had already been occupied. If they rashly entered other people's territory, it would definitely cause some disputes. Yang Kai smiled reservedly, looking unfathomable. Hong Jie said again, This old man is rude. How should I address you, master? Yang Kai was slightly taken aback. He really hadn't thought about this, but he soon smiled and said, You can just call me Void Master. His title in the astral world was Great Emperors of the Void, which happened to be used here. Moreover, the title of Lord was generally only qualified to be used by the leaders of the lower forces. For example, the leader of the Great Moon State was the Great Moon Lord. When it came to the mid-level forces, it was the Heavenly Lord, such as the 7 Openings Heaven Lord. Yang Kai was from the Emperor realm, so he was not qualified to use such a title. However, at this moment, no one present felt that there was anything wrong with it. He had a middle-level Kai Tian as his maid, and he had an extraordinary background. What was wrong with using the title of Lord? Everyone bowed in unison and said, Greetings, Lord. Yang Kai smiled and said, You are all guests from afar, so please come in and have a chat. Hong Jie bowed and said, Then we will disturb Lord. A group of several hundred people followed Yang Kai and Yu He into the main hall. The main hall was spacious, and there were many seats. The 2 rows of guests and hosts sat down. Hong Jie did not decline and sat in the first seat on Yang Kai's left. No one offered tea or anything. After all, the 7 Openings Heaven was currently understaffed. However, Hong Jie and the others did not dare to complain. They all sat upright and still with a solemn expression. Hong Jie stood up and said loudly, Congratulations to True Monarch for entering the Qiqiao lands. Golden Light Dock offers 200,000 heaven-opening pills, 10 drops of Vajra raindrops, and a 1,000-year-old blood coral to congratulate true monarch. As he spoke, he offered a spatial ring with both hands and raised it high. Xueqi said with a smile, "Golden Light Dock is considerate. This lord will remember." Tilting his head, Xueqi accepted the ring. Hong Jie smiled and said, "This is just a small gift. Please don't laugh at me, lord." To Xueqi, this gift was indeed a small gift. He did not even want to look at it. The Kai Tian pills in his hands were calculated in the hundreds of millions, so why would he care about a mere 200,000? The Vajra Dew was probably a specialty of Golden Light Dock and should only be a grade 3 resource. The only thing worth looking at was the 1,000-year-old blood coral. It might be useful, but its value was not great. However, such a thing was a considerable wealth to a grade 3 force. Just the 200,000 Kai Tian pills was enough to buy a grade 4 resource. A grade 3 force did not even have a mid-rank Kai Tian pill. Immediately after Hong Jie, another representative of a force presented a gift. Xueqi naturally didn't refuse any of these gifts and had Xueqi accept all of them. These forces had probably discussed this beforehand, and the value of the gifts they sent out was about the same. Although these gifts were precious to these forces, they weren't enough to hurt them. Xueqi could understand. When presenting gifts, they naturally did not forget to introduce themselves. Xueqi soon learned that in the territory of the 7 Openings Land, in addition to the Grade 2 Openings Land, there were 7 other Grade 3 forces. However, there were more than 7 groups of people present, and the rest were actually representatives of universe worlds. Only now did Xueqi realize that there were actually a dozen or so universe worlds under the jurisdiction of the 7 skills lands, and all the people who had come here were the great emperors of these universe worlds, figures that stood at the peak of their respective worlds. The gifts they sent were not as good as those of the grade 3 forces. They were all specialties of their respective worlds, but it was better than nothing. After all, they were under the control of the 7 Openings Land. It could be said that everything in these dozen universe worlds belonged to the 7 Openings Land. Xueqi's eyes lit up when he heard this. He did not place these gifts in his eyes. To him, the most precious things in this hall were undoubtedly the dozen or so universe worlds. Controlling these universe worlds meant that there would be an endless supply of talents in the future. He secretly transmitted his voice to Xueqi. Only then did he learn that this phenomenon was very common in the entire 3,000 worlds. Any force would control a large number of universe worlds. For example, Hong Jie's Golden Light Dock also had a few universe worlds under its control, just not as many as the 7 Openings Land. As for those blessed lands, which one of them did not control the universe worlds in their entire territory and several nearby large territories? Only by selecting talents from these countless universe worlds could they ensure that their own forces would continue to burn and produce experts in large numbers. Only the Star World was located in a remote location, almost disconnected from the outside world. They knew nothing about the 3,000 worlds. The hall was filled with laughter. Although Xueqi was not very proficient in the ways of governing, he knew the principle of combining kindness and authority. Now that his prestige had been established by Xueqi, a rank 5 heaven splitter, giving him some face could be considered a favor. This made everyone sigh in their hearts. This new true monarch was much easier to get along with than the 7 Openings Land. The 7 Openings Land is already dead, and the 7 Openings Land does not live up to its name. I want to change the name to the Void Land. What do you all think? Xueqi looked down and asked. Hong Jie was the first to respond. Of course. With a true monarch overseeing the Void Land, our Void Land territory will definitely be famous in the 3,000 worlds in the future. No one can look down on us. Xueqi only wanted to change the name of the 7 Openings Land, but he directly changed the name of the 7 Openings Land territory to the Void territory. His flattery was obvious, but it did not make people feel disgusted. Laughing heartily, Kai Yong boasted shamelessly, of course. Suddenly, he frowned. However, our Void Land has just experienced a great battle, and the defensive array is damaged in many ways. Although I ordered people to invite a master to repair it, this person's hands are not enough. Without waiting for Xueqi to finish, Hong Jie said, "Rest assured, true monarch. Once this old man returns to the Golden Light Dock, I will immediately transfer disciples to help." However, our Golden Light Dock does not have many disciples, and can only transfer 500 people. I hope true monarch can be magnanimous. Immediately, someone stood up. Reporting to true monarch, our flying crane sect can also transfer 500 disciples. One after another, people stood up and expressed that their respective forces could transfer hundreds of people to help. The 7 forces gathered a few thousand people in an instant. Xueqi smiled and nodded repeatedly. Good, good, good. Since everyone is so considerate, I'll ask you to send some disciples here as soon as possible. You can rest assured that we won't let them work in vain. Everyone will be paid 2 heaven opening pills per day. If there are any who are proficient in spirit arrays, the reward will be calculated separately. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. Although 2 heaven opening pills per day was not a lot, 500 disciples was equivalent to 1,000 heaven opening pills. Moreover, repairing the array was definitely not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It was very likely that it would take a year and a half. In this way, the income was very generous. No one thought that they would be able to earn some benefits from this matter. They could not help but feel grateful to Xueqi. After all, even if Xueqi did not give them anything, they would still fight to help. At that moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known, they would have reported more people. After chatting for a while, everyone took their leave. Obviously, they realized that there were benefits to be gained and could not wait to transfer disciples over. The 7 forces quickly left. The remaining 10 or so representatives from the world of heaven and earth looked at Xueqi with eyes full of expectation. Chapter 41-48. Speaking of which, the 7 great forces were just outsiders while these dozen or so universe worlds were truly on the same side. In the past, the 7 openings land was their high sect, but now, it was the Void Land. Xueqi's performance was completely different from the 7 openings heavenly monarchs, giving them hope. These dozen or so representatives were the great emperors of their respective worlds and were recognized by the world will and destiny of their respective worlds. Just like Xueqi's status in the star boundary. If such people didn't die young, they would generally have some achievements, but the level of their achievements would depend on their own luck and hard work. How many people can you send? Xueqi knew what they were thinking and immediately asked. Everyone looked at each other awkwardly. One of the great emperors cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to true sovereign, my 3 open world can send about 40 people." Another great emperor said, "My golden sun continent can send 35 people." In order to break free from the shackles of the universe, one would need to be at least a 3rd-layer emperor realm cultivator. It was impossible to be weak. And how many 3rd-layer emperors could there be in a single universe world? This could be seen from the star boundary's foundation. Whether it was 3 open world or golden sun continent, they were all universe worlds similar to the star boundary, so having a few dozen 3rd-layer emperors was already an extremely good foundation. If they wanted to open the heavens in the future, they would have a great need for heaven-opening pills. Now that they had come to Xueqi's place to help, they naturally didn't want to fall behind. Each universe world could only send a few dozen people, with the smallest being 20 or more and the largest being 60 or 70. Altogether, there were no more than 600 to 700 people. This was almost the same as the number of people a 3rd-class force could send. Xueqi waved his hand. "As you wish, go back and prepare. I will treat you equally. 2 heaven-opening pills per person per day." Everyone was overjoyed and bowed. "Many thanks, true sovereign." In their excitement, they didn't want to stay any longer and left one after another, leaving the noisy hall empty. What followed was another long wait. On the other hand, the 3rd-class forces of Golden Light Dock were surprisingly efficient. In less than a month, they had gradually sent their disciples over. Moreover, they had coincidentally increased the number of disciples that had been reported previously. In this regard, Xueqi turned a blind eye. In any case, when the time came to repair the array, he would definitely need a large number of people. There was no harm in having more people. As for the heaven-opening pill, he didn't care at all. This matter was handed over to Xueqi to manage. She would coordinate the number of people and select the cultivator who was proficient in formations. When the time came, they could be arranged to assist the formation master invited by the lady boss. The rewards were calculated on the same day, and Hong Jae and the rest were once again deeply grateful. After 2 interactions, they felt that Xueqi, the true monarch of Void, was much more benevolent than the heavenly monarch of 7 skills. Naturally, they had a good impression of him. With so many people in the void, it naturally became lively. However, the people in charge of the various forces strictly restrained their disciples, so there were no conflicts. On this day, Xueqi was in seclusion. Suddenly, his expression changed and he opened his eyes to look at the mysterious pattern on the back of his hand. This pattern was formed on the back of his hand after he had obtained the primordial spiritual fruit in the land of ancients. The fruit had shattered and formed on the back of his hand. She seemed to be even stronger than that Miss Xueqi by the true monarch's side. These days, they had all figured out that Xueqi was a 5th grade heaven splitter. She was definitely powerful. If she was stronger than a 5th grade heaven splitter, wouldn't that mean she was a 6th grade heaven splitter? In addition to the woman in the lead, there were actually 2 mid-grade heaven splitters whose auras were comparable to Xueqi's. There was also one who should be a 4th grade heaven splitter. This true monarch of the void really had a great background. He could even make friends with such a character. No wonder he could occupy the Qiqiao land and become the master. Just as they were in shock, Xueqi had already run over. He flung his sleeves and shouted, "This little one greets Lady Boss. Good luck to you." Lady Boss smiled sweetly, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xueqi, and she exhaled. "You're not dead yet?" Xueqi said with a smile. "Thanks to Lady Boss, everything is fine." "You're fine. I'm not fine." At the end of her words, the Lady Boss gnashed her teeth and pulled Kai Yang over. Without giving him any chance to explain, she began to beat him up. Hong Jie and the others watched in horror, and their throats were dry. After all, when he had reached the 5th stage and opened the sky, he had immediately set off to look for the Lady Boss and left Xueqi alone. If he hadn't been so anxious at that time and had taken Xueqi with him, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many problems later, and Xueqi wouldn't have gone missing for more than a decade. All these years, the Lady Boss had been worried about Xueqi's safety, so how could Lao Bai not be worried? Every time he thought about it, he would blame himself and secretly regret his decision at that time. Today, when he saw Xueqi appear in front of him alive and kicking, Lao Bai was finally relieved of a huge rock in his heart. Their eyes met, and Xueqi nodded slightly at him. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. Ever since Xueqi had followed him here, she had been lowering her head and pursing her lips. She looked uneasy, like a child who had made a mistake and was facing her parents. "Xueqi!" Xueqi called out softly. Xueqi moved a few steps with difficulty and arrived before the Lady Boss, and then she said in a voice that was like a mosquito's whisper, "Big sister." The Lady Boss acted as if she hadn't heard her, and she didn't even spare her a glance. She just looked at Xueqi and said, "I'm slightly tired from running all the way. How can I rest? Take me over." As she spoke, she directly walked past Xueqi. Xueqi's countenance suddenly turned pale. Xueqi felt a headache coming on as well. Actually, he didn't know exactly what enmity there was between these 2 women. He only guessed that they should have been very familiar with each other before this, yet they became enemies for some unknown reason. After that, Xueqi even colluded with Qi Jin and the others from the Golden Rainbow State and used the Sunlock ground controlled by the Golden Rainbow State to draw the snake out of its hole and draw the Lady Boss and Bai Qi over. When Lao Bai advanced to open the sky, everyone attacked. Even though the Lady Boss tried her best, she was unable to protect him completely. Lao Bai's advancement failed at the last step, and he was in imminent danger. Lao Bai was a trusted aide of the Lady Boss and had followed her for many years. So, it could be said to be a death grudge that couldn't be resolved at all. "Get the fuck over here. What are you dawdling for?" Xueqi still intended to console Xueqi when the Lady Boss's fierce voice sounded out from ahead. He didn't dare dally and shot an apologetic glance at Xueqi before he hurriedly chased after her. Xueqi's countenance turned even paler while she shivered like a quail in the cold of winter. Lao Bai let out a long sigh. "If you knew this would happen, then you wouldn't have done it in the first place." You always have to pay the price for making a mistake. Yuhi was astounded. She raised her head to look over and cried out involuntarily. You're still alive. This was related to the worldly elixir, so he didn't dare to speak carelessly. Right now, only he and the lady boss knew about this matter. Actually, the lady boss has been quite concerned about you these past few years. Yuhi's delicate body trembled, and her dim eyes suddenly blossomed with light. Only the word concerned continuously reverberated in her mind. Unknowingly, her face was already covered in tears. When she came back to her senses, Bai Qi had already disappeared. Wiping her eyes, Yuhi hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. In the central hall of the Earth spiritual land, the lady boss didn't regard herself as an outsider at all. She leisurely walked around in a circle. Kai Yang led her to a large hall and said, "Lady boss, you can rest here in the future. When I return, I will arrange for some servants to serve you." Now that there were quite a few people in the void, it wouldn't be a problem to find a few women to temporarily act as maids. In any case, Yang Kai would reward them. Why this one? I think the one next to it is quite good. It's a bit more spacious, the lady boss looked around and said casually. Yang Kai said embarrassedly, "The one next to it isn't very convenient." The lady boss tilted her head and looked at him suspiciously. "What's so inconvenient about it? Are you hiding a mistress?" Yang Kai was speechless, of course not. However, the one next to it is indeed taken. The lady boss had a clear mind and guessed the truth. She secretly transmitted her voice to Yang Kai. "Is it that Zhu Juin?" Chapter 4150. She was not completely unaware of what had happened to Yang Kai over the years. On the way here, she had already inquired about it from Lu Xue. Lu Xue did not hide too much. Since Yang Kai asked the lady boss for help, it meant that he trusted her, so she revealed a lot of information about the great cosmological realm. It was not surprising that the lady boss knew about the existence of Zhu Juin. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. The lady boss asked, "Is she reliable?" Zhu Juin was a holy spirit heavenly moon demon spider, an existence equivalent to a high-grade heaven splitter. Facing such an expert, even the lady boss felt pressured. If she was unreliable, it would be troublesome. Yang Kai transmitted, "Don't worry, lady boss. That woman swore on her origin. She's not joking." "That's good." The lady boss nodded slightly. The source of a holy spirit and the seal of a martial artist were both the foundation of one's body. One would not easily make an oath on it. Once one went against it, it would definitely cause damage, and it was very likely that the damage would be irreparable. She turned around and sat on a chair, supporting her cheek with her hand, and said with a smile, "Tell me about what happened in the great cosmological realm." She had only heard of the great cosmological realm and had never had the chance to enter it. For a cultivator of 3,000 worlds, this mystic realm was a legendary existence, so she was naturally very curious about it. Since she wanted to know, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. He immediately sat down and started from the beginning. Hearing that Yuhi had captured him and was going to take him to Toa Palace, the lady boss snorted coldly. Later, he was accidentally swept into the great cosmological realm's fog in Star City, and she showed a worried look. Although Kai Yang had now escaped and returned safely, he must have experienced many dangers along the way. In the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years, he resisted the beast tide at the beginning and narrowly escaped death. He then took in the Earth Dragon and Red Flood Dragon, entered Red Star City, and fought the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion at Origin Magnet Mountain, and rose to fame. Outside Star City, he comprehended the divine technique and slaughtered thousands of people from the Thunder Light Sword Pavilion by himself, establishing an invincible majestic figure. Along with a few disciples from the blessed and heavenly lands, he went to the ocean and fought against the sea race. He fled for his life from the Kuan shark. Zhu Juin hid in Star City and chose him as his vessel. Then, the land of the elders opened. Many bearers fought with their wits and courage, and Yang Kai came out on top. After they came out of the land of the elders, it was another life and death battle. All in all, the past 10 years had been extremely exciting, but also filled with danger. While Yang Kai was talking, Bai Qi also walked in and stood behind the lady boss to listen attentively. Her eyes were filled with fascination, and she wished she could take her place and experience the many wonderful things in the great cosmological realm. The lady boss had been smiling the whole time, but her smile clearly hid a deep sense of worry. Yang Kai didn't notice, but intentionally or unintentionally exaggerated Yuhi's contributions, telling the lady boss that if it weren't for Yuhi's help in the great cosmological realm, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. The lady boss smiled without saying anything. How could she not know what he was thinking? Seeing that she didn't change her expression, Yang Kai was also very helpless. He could only greet her. "You've said so much, lady boss, have a drink." Outside the hall, Yuhi lowered her head and walked in with a cup of fragrant tea. She poured a cup of tea for the lady boss and Yang Kai, then lowered her head and stood in front of the lady boss, waiting for her orders. Yang Kai picked up the cup and used the cover of drinking tea to observe the situation, but he saw that the lady boss was indifferent and turned a blind eye to it. Helpless, he could only give Lao Bai a look. Lao Bai understood and cast a relieved look, saying, "Lady boss, don't you often teach me that the road is under one's feet, and one should look forward? Let bygones be bygones, and things that you can't let go of will only become a burden." The lady boss took a sip of tea and threw the cup on the table, splashing tea everywhere. "Who asked you to talk so much?" Bai Qi said with a smile. Yes, I said that I should be slapped." As he said this, he gently slapped his mouth twice, looking like a dog servant, which made Yang Kai stunned. The lady boss snorted coldly. "You escaped from death and lived a peaceful life for more than 10 years. I'm afraid that you have forgotten who put you in danger. If Yang Kai hadn't saved you, how could you still be alive now? I'm afraid that your soul would have been scattered." Hearing this, Bai Qi said solemnly, "Whoever has enmity with this lowly one, and whoever has helped this lowly one will remember it in this lowly one's heart. Naturally, this lowly one will not dare to forget it. Lady Boss has also taught us that kindness must be repaid, and hatred must be avenged. Since this is the case, this lowly one will first take revenge for that day." As he said this, he suddenly shouted angrily at Yuhi. "Yuhi, that day you colluded with Qi Jin and others to destroy my path of advancement, and almost caused me to die. This hatred is absolutely irreconcilable. Today, I will kill you to repay the favor of that day." He raised his hand and slapped toward Yuhi, and the aura of the world force suddenly filled the air. Under this palm, there was no mercy at all. Yang Kai turned pale with fright and hurriedly shouted, "Old Bai, stop!" But Bai Qi was now at the 5th stage splitter. Even if he had not been promoted for long, it was not something that Yang Kai could contend with. By the time he reacted, Bai Qi's palm had already fiercely imprinted on Yuhi's shoulder. Yuhi let out a muffled groan, and the sound of bones breaking came out from her shoulder. Her whole body flew out like a rag sack, and the world force raged in her body. In mid-air, she spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground. Under this palm, Bai Qi retracted his hand and stood behind the lady boss again. He said with a smile, "Lady boss, I have already taken revenge. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough to kill her. In the end, you have been promoted to the 5th stage splitter for many years. You are really extraordinary." He sighed, as if he really was not strong enough. The lady boss's face was livid, and she clenched her fists tightly. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yuhi without blinking, and her divine sense quickly probed. Yang Kai had already rushed to Yuhi's side and held her up. He was so nervous that he was about to die. "How are you?" Although his cultivation was not enough to stop Bai Qi, he had also seen the scene just now. When Bai Qi attacked, Yuhi did not resist at all. It was not that her reaction was not fast enough, but that she did not think of resisting at all. Yuhi slowly shook her head, indicating that she was fine. She gently pushed Yang Kai away and looked at Bai Qi gratefully. She knew that Bai Qi had held back. Otherwise, with the same cultivation level, Bai Qi was completely capable of taking her life under the premise that she did not resist. Under this palm, she looked extremely miserable, but in fact, she did not suffer any serious injuries at all. She would be able to recover after recuperating for 10 days to half a month. Seeing this, Yang Kai did not force her anymore. His mind was full of thoughts, and he quickly reacted. Just as Bai Qi had said before, Yuhi had colluded with Qi Jin and the others to destroy his path of advancement. Such a great hatred could be said to be irreconcilable. If he could not pass this trial, how could the lady boss treat Yuhi nicely? If she really did that, it would only chill Bai Qi's heart. Not taking Yuhi's life as soon as she saw her was already out of consideration for their old friendship. Now that Bai Qi had personally made a move to resolve this hatred, the rest of the matter was easy to handle. Looking at the lady boss's nervous expression, it was obvious that she was worried about Yuhi's injuries. Seeing that she seemed to be fine, her tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Yuhi wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and walked step by step to the lady boss. She knelt down with a thud and lowered her head. Her beautiful hair covered her eyes as she called out softly, "Sister." The lady boss's red lips wriggled, and her voice was cold like steel. "From the moment you conspired with Qi Jin and the others, our sisterly relationship was over. Don't call me sister in the future. I don't have a sister like you." Yuhi's delicate body trembled as tears streamed down her face. I was wrong. You have to walk your own path. There's no right or wrong." The lady boss slowly shook her head. "I won't pursue Senior Bai's matter with you for now. He's lucky after all. But don't forget, I made a poisonous oath in the land of Sealing Sun." Yuhi's figure suddenly trembled when she heard this. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as well. The thing he was most worried about had happened in the end. There were a few people who joined forces with Yuhi in the land of Sealing Sunday. Besides Qi Jin, who was a 6th grade sky splitter, there was Ling Chuanqiu, who was a 5th grade sky splitter from the Myriad Altar, Elder Su, who was a 4th grade sky splitter from the Tempest Auction House, and finally, Hai Pingle, who was a 6th grade sky splitter from the Thoughtless Heaven, had appeared. Elder Su had been killed by Yang Kai with the last golden annihilation plume, and his soul had already dispersed a long time ago. At that time, when she saw that Senior Bai had failed in his advancement and was unable to reverse the situation, the lady boss had made a great oath in her rage. "I swear that I won't advance to the 7th grade sky splitter until I flatten your headquarters." This was the explanation she'd given to Senior Bai. Such a great oath was no small matter. Once it was made, it couldn't be removed. In other words, if the lady boss was unable to do this, then she would really have no hope of advancing to the 7th grade in her lifetime. At that time, this great oath was related to 3 people: Qi Jin, Ling Chuanqiu, and Yuhi. Hai Pingle was the last to make an appearance, so this oath had nothing to do with him. In other words, if the lady boss wanted to advance to the 7th grade sky splitter, then these 3 forces would be the stumbling blocks that obstructed her path, and she had to kick them away. Yuhi naturally wouldn't forget it, so as soon as the lady boss spoke, she knew that there was no room for negotiation. Yuhi bowed and kowtowed, and then said softly, "I dare not obstruct Big Sister's path of advancement. Little Sister thanks Big Sister's kindness in cultivating me all those years ago." She raised her head again and glanced at Yang Kai, and her eyes were filled with apology. Yang Kai had a bad feeling, and he shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" World force surged and swept Yang Kai to the side, and then Yuhi raised her hand and pressed it fiercely towards her forehead. Bai Qi couldn't help but be moved. She didn't expect Yuhi to be so decisive. In order to not obstruct the lady boss's path of advancement, she actually wanted to commit suicide here. She probably also knew that the lady boss wouldn't kill her. That great oath was only made in anger, and she didn't consider the consequences at all. At this moment, if she wanted to remove the great oath, Yuhi was an obstacle. Yang Kai's eyes were about to split open, and he madly urged the space splitter. But Yuhi was a 5th grade sky splitter, and the world force swept over, so how could he break through? However, this palm didn't hit her in the end. The lady boss appeared in front of Yuhi like a ghost, raised her hand, and grabbed her wrist, and looked down at her with a complicated expression. Yuhi raised her head, and tears flowed down her cheeks, and her eyes were gray. Chapter 41-51. They looked at each other. The lady boss's heart softened, and she sighed. Why bother? Yuhi bit her lips and cried like a weeping beauty. The lady boss reached out and touched Yuhi's head. I picked you up and raised you, so your life is also mine. Without my permission, no one can kill you, including yourself. Yuhi lowered her head and said in a trembling voice, yes. The lady boss slightly urged her strength, And Yuhi suddenly groaned and fell to the ground, unconscious. Yongkai's eyelids twitched, and he felt a lingering fear. If the lady boss had not suddenly made a move, Yuhi might have really died in front of him. He had been with Yuhi in the great cosmological realm for more than 10 years. He had been tired of her and wanted to get rid of her, but in the end, he still supported her and went through thick and thin with her. But after more than 10 years of contact, Yongkai did not realize that Yuhi's temperament was so decisive. However, although the lady boss had made her unconscious and temporarily stabilized her emotions, there was still a troublesome matter. That was the lady boss's great oath of the heart demon. If Yuhi did not die, her great oath of the heart demon would not be lifted, and she would not be able to split open the sky in this life. He did not know if Yuhi would take it too hard after she woke up. With another sigh, the lady boss picked up Yuhi by the waist and then walked into a room in the inner hall, and placed her on a bed. Yongkai and Lao Bai followed her step by step, both of them silent. Quietly looking at the person sleeping on the bed, the lady boss's expression gradually softened, and she even gently hummed a nursery rhyme, as if coaxing a child to sleep. One of her hands was still on Yuhi, gently patting her to the rhythm. Yongkai and Lao Bai looked at each other, both of them somewhat speechless. After a while, the lady boss suddenly waved her hand at them, and the two of them understood and left together. As soon as they left the inner hall, Lao Bai put his arm around Yongkai's neck and put his arm around his shoulder, winking at him. "Let's drink." Yongkai laughed heartily. Naturally he did not refuse. Good. In the entire Trichiliacosm, Lao Bai could be considered the first true friend he had. In this aspect, even Lao Fong couldn't compare to him. After all, when he met Lao Fong in the Qiqiao land, both of them had their own thoughts, and their goals weren't so simple. When they were in Star City and the First Inn, Yongkai and Lao Bai often drank wine at night. The two of them were already familiar with this. He didn't go far. He sat on the ground in the main hall outside. Yongkai didn't have wine, but Lao Bai did. And it was good wine. Yongkai took out a large pile of spirit fruits from his spatial ring. These were all specialties of the great cosmological realm, and it was an eye-opener for Lao Bai. With wine, he would drink wildly and get drunk. By the time the lady boss brought Yuhi out of the inner hall, 2 days had already passed. As far as the eye could see, the hall was in a complete mess. Wine jars and fruit pits were scattered everywhere, and the dense smell of wine was extremely pungent. Yongkai and Old White were both sprawled on the ground, snoring so loudly that it shook the heavens. The lady boss was so angry that her nose was crooked. She gritted her teeth and looked at the two fellows. "Wake them up." Yuhi hurriedly walked out. She formed seals with her hands and urged her strength to gently blow a cool breeze at the two of them. As the cool breeze brushed past their faces, the two lying on the ground shuddered and slowly woke up. With a splitting headache, Yongkai slowly sat up straight and rubbed his forehead while smiling bitterly. He had indulged a little too much this time. It was mainly because he had been in a state of high tension since the Land of Immortality closed. The arrival of the lady boss brought him a great sense of security, and his mind was completely relaxed. He urged his strength to dispel the remaining alcohol in his body, and then he raised his head and saw Yuhi looking at him with a worried expression. He was overjoyed and stood up. "Yuhi, you're awake?" Yuhi nodded imperceptibly, and then she pointed at the lady boss in front of her. Yongkai looked over and saw the lady boss's expression was icy cold as she glared fiercely at him, and he couldn't help but shrink back. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Lao Bai and smiled flatteringly. "The two of you are quite promising." The lady boss's face was filled with an exasperated expression. The two of them hurriedly said in unison, "We know our mistake. We won't dare do it again." The lady boss blinked and felt as if she had punched cotton. She couldn't help but grit her teeth and say, "If there's a next time, I'll throw the two of you into a pool of wine and drown you." The two of them nodded repeatedly in agreement. Yuhi stood behind the lady boss and covered her mouth as she chuckled. Yongkai raised his head to glance at her, and he heaved a sigh of relief when he saw her smiling like a flower. When he was drinking with Lao Bai earlier, he'd inquired about some information about Yuhi. Lao Bai didn't dare say too much, and he only told him that Yuhi was an orphan that the lady boss had picked up, and it was the lady boss who had raised her and taught her how to cultivate. The relationship between the lady boss and her could be said to be like that of a sister and mother. It wasn't just Yuhi. In the First Inn, Lao Bai himself, the cook, and the accountant were all like this. However, The three of them hadn't been with the lady boss for as long as Xueqi. However, Lao Bai was tight-lipped about why the two of them had turned against each other. It was really difficult for him to say such things, so he only asked Yang Kai to ask the lady boss himself. Yang Kai didn't have the courage to do that. If he really asked, he would definitely be bashed up by the lady boss. Great Master Wu Liang has made some progress in repairing the Grand Formation, but he needs your cooperation, Yang Kai. Come with me to see him, said the lady boss before leading the way. Yang Kai hurriedly followed after her. Not long after, the group of four met with Great Master Wu Liang again. Lu Shui accompanied him at the side. In the past 2 days, she had followed Great Master Wu Liang around the entire void several times, and she could be said to have witnessed some of the skills of this Formation Dao Grandmaster. She admired him from the bottom of her heart. As expected of the candidate chosen by Madame Lan of the First Inn, he was indeed quite capable. The two sides met, and the lady boss greeted Great Master Wu Liang. The latter stroked his beard, and with great vigor, he pointed out, Madame Lan, I have carefully examined the Great Formation here. Right now, there are 3 plans for you to choose from. I just don't know which one Madame would prefer. The lady boss smiled sweetly. Great Master, you should know that this place isn't mine, nor is it the First Inn's. It's my subordinates. The choice is still up to him. Yang Kai stepped out from the crowd and said politely, Great Master, please give me some pointers. Great Master Wu Liang glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and said, the first option takes the least time and requires the least amount of materials. This old man will repair this grand formation of yours. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow, thinking, isn't this exactly why I asked you to come here? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he asked, then what about the other 2 options? Great Master Wu Liang said, the second option is to upgrade the grand formation here. I don't dare to say too much, but I'm still confident that I can increase its power by 20%. However, the first option of the Dharma Idol sect will take more time and require a greater price. Conservatively speaking, the cost will be double that of the first option. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. The protective grand formation of the void was originally left behind by the Qiqiao land, and Yang Kai had personally witnessed the might of this grand formation. Back then, Su Huang had relied on this grand formation to battle the numerous mid-tier heaven splitters of the Qiqiao land single-handedly. He had even severely injured the Qiqiao Heavenly Lord and killed 3 Earth Protectors. The might of this grand formation was indispensable. And now, this Great Master Wu Liang could actually upgrade the grand formation and increase its power by 20%? Just how amazing was this old man's attainments in the field of formations? He couldn't be bragging, right? After all, upgrading such a grand formation was not an easy task. He turned his head to look at the lady boss, only to see her nod subtly. Clearly, she also trusted this Great Master Wu Liang. Yang Kai immediately relaxed and asked again, then, what about the third option? Great Master Wu Liang pondered for a moment, then said, the third option is for this old man to set up a new formation on top of preserving the foundation of this grand formation. It takes the most time, and the cost is also very high. It is at least 5 times more expensive than the first option, but it can increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. The second option doubled the cost and increased the might of the grand formation by 20%, but the third option would only increase the might of the grand formation by 50%. In terms of cost-performance ratio, the third option was undoubtedly far inferior to the second option. However, a grand formation was the protection of a place, so how could it be calculated in terms of cost? Moreover, for something like a grand formation, the greater the might of the grand formation, the higher the cost would be. Yang Kai planned to migrate everyone from the star boundary over, so he first had to create a safe environment for them. This kind of safety did not mean that there would be protection everywhere, but that there would be means to defend against danger when it came. Therefore he decided without hesitation, let's choose the third option. I'll have to trouble Great Master to do it. Great Master Wu Liang was taken aback, and he sized up Yang Kai. Boy, you might not know how much it would cost to repair this grand formation. In his opinion, Yang Kai was just the Emperor realm. Even if he had obtained this property by chance, how much wealth could he have? Repairing such a grand formation was not something an ordinary third-grade force could afford, let alone the Emperor realm. The lady boss pursed her lips and smiled. Rest assured, Great Master, this assistant of mine made a windfall some time ago, so he should be able to afford it. Just do as you please. Chapter 41-52. If Yang Kai chose the third option, it would undoubtedly be beneficial to Great Master Wu Liang because the higher the cost of setting up the grand array, the more benefits he would obtain. He was eager for Yang Kai to choose the third option. This price was a little overpriced, but if Great Master Wu Liang really had such ability, how could Yang Kai not be willing to pay such a price? There is a list here. Prepare the materials on the list as soon as possible. Great Master Wu Liang took out a blank jade slip, and after busying himself for a while, he handed the jade slip to Yang Kai. Yang Kai took it and glanced at it, and was secretly speechless. The materials on the list were numerous, and there were probably no less than 10,000 kinds. He didn't recognize most of them. After all, he hadn't been in this world for a long time, and many of the materials were unheard of. However, there were also some materials that he already had. Whether it was the wealth plundered by Qi Xing in the great cosmological realm or the hidden storehouse left behind in the Seven Possibilities land, there were many materials that could be used. Yang Kai passed the list to Yu He, leaving her with a headache. Yang Kai made the arrangements to welcome the Lady Boss and Great Master Wu Liang. The many second-grade forces who had come to help were busy, and the banquet was soon ready. They took their seats and toasted each other. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves to the fullest. A few days later, Lu Xue and Lao Bai soared into the sky, passed through the gap in the grand array, and disappeared. The two were heading to the star market to buy materials for setting up the grand array. Although Yang Kai had a lot of usable materials, they weren't enough to set up the grand array, so he still needed to go to the star market to buy them. There was also a star market in the Seven Possibilities territory. It wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. It could be considered a medium-sized star market. After all, the Seven Possibilities land was originally just a second-grade force. In a large territory, as long as it wasn't too remote, there would generally be a star market, and the size of the star market was closely related to the most powerful force in this large territory. For example, the star market where the Blessed Land was located was a large star market, and the star market where the Great Moon Province was located was a small star market. Lu Xue and Lao Bai split up. The former was going to a star market in this large region, while the latter was going to a large star market. The journey to purchase the materials this time was long, and it would take at least 2 months for a round trip. Great Master Wu Liang didn't stay idle either. He used the materials he had on hand to get busy. The disciples of the Golden Light Dock were also mobilized to help. Although there were many of them, they were still struggling to make ends meet. Within a few days, the great emperors of the Chenkuan world under the jurisdiction of the Voidlands also brought hundreds of people and finally solved the urgent situation. The entire void was buzzing with activity. Yang Kai scattered the resources in his hands in large quantities, turning them into a part of the void protective array. Half a month later, Chen Tianfei returned. Previously, he had followed Yang Kai's instructions to escort Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture. He had only returned after Meng Hong and the others had entered the Great Moon Prefecture. Seeing the lady boss, Fatty bowed in fear and trepidation. Only then did he realize that Yang Kai wasn't bluffing when he said that he was from the first hotel. Chen Tianfei had long heard of this legendary woman. Now that he had met her, he realized that she was indeed worthy of her reputation. Chen Tianfei brought back news of Lao Feng and the others. After entering the Great Moon Prefecture, they had been cultivating diligently and were now doing well. The overall atmosphere of the Great Moon Prefecture was very good. Although they had joined later, they weren't bullied by anyone. This time, when Chen Tianfei escorted Meng Hong and the others back to the Great Moon Prefecture, he was warmly received by Supreme Lord De Yu. Supreme Lord De Yu was only a third-stage heaven splitter. Facing Chen Tianfei, who was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, was quite stressful. He let him rest for a day, then sent him to assist Great Master Wu Liang. Days passed, and the Great Formation was gradually perfected. 2 months later, Lu Xue and Lao Bai returned one after another, bringing a large number of resources needed to set up the Great Formation. This allowed Great Master Wu Liang to set up the Great Formation much faster. On this day, Yang Kai held a jade slip and injected his divine thought into it. After checking for a long time, he withdrew his divine thought and praised. Lady Boss, this great Master Wu Liang you found is really amazing. The Lady Boss chuckled. Although Great Master Wu Liang's cultivation is only at the level 5 splitting heaven realm, in the entire 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 1,000 people who can surpass him in terms of formation Dao. If she didn't trust this person's ability, why would the Lady Boss invite him to set up the Great Formation? However, the 3,000 worlds were too big, and there were many people who had such attainments in formation Dao. Although there were a lot of people in the 3,000 worlds, there were also many people who cultivated formation Dao. It was already a great achievement to be ranked in the top 1,000. Taking the jade slip from Yang Kai's hand, the Lady Boss glanced at it and raised her eyebrows. The 9th heaven? This jade slip was sent over by Great Master Wu Liang, and it recorded the various foundations of this great formation. Great Master Wu Liang named this great formation in the void the 9 heavens. Such a great formation was universally shocking. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of such a thing before. If it was really set up, not to mention the void being impregnable, even if a high-rank heaven-splitting heaven realm master personally attacked, he would likely have to retreat with broken wings. The Lady Boss's small mouth formed a circle as she looked at Yang Kai in amusement. Great Master Wu Liang must have seen your deep financial resources and made some changes to the Great Formation. If this Great Formation is successfully set up, its power will increase by more than just 50%. Yang Kai nodded. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's attitude towards him had become better and better. He was no longer as indifferent as when they first met. Because Yang Kai was here, he could let loose and go all out. For an Array Dao Grandmaster, the most exciting thing was to set up a great formation that he had been thinking about for a long time. He had been brewing this 9 heavens great formation in his heart for 1,000 years, but unfortunately, there was no force that would allow him to display his talent. Although many forces had asked him to take action over the years, in the end, it was just to repair the original great formation because the resources needed to set up this 9 heavens great formation were just too great. Yang Kai could do it. Over the past 2 months, Great Master Wu Liang discovered that no matter what materials he needed, Yang Kai could take them out, and there were no restrictions on him. He could do whatever he wanted with the Great Formation. What was there to hesitate about? The 9 heavens Great Master Wu Liang was the pinnacle and crystallization of his life's cultivation, and he could use the void to display it. Recently, Great Master Wu Liang's enthusiasm for setting up the Great Formation was unprecedentedly high. Every day and every night, he would not sleep or rest. The thousands of people who came to the void to help were ordered around, and they were all so tired that they did not even have time to rest. However, if he wanted to set up the 9 heavens great formation, he still needed Yang Kai's full support, because the resources needed were just too great. It was several times more expensive than the third plan that he had previously proposed. In order to move Yang Kai, Great Master Wu Liang not only explained the various benefits and powers of the 9 heavens great formation in the Jade Scroll, but he also did not hesitate to lower his own status, stating that if the great formation was set up, he would only take 10% of the reward. This was all to move Yang Kai. It should be known that his 20% reward was a rule that had not changed for many years. He had also set up great formations for many second-class forces, and had even worked for a few blessed lands, but he had never lowered his price. Today, however, in front of Yang Kai, the Emperor realm, he had actually taken the initiative to raise this point. From this, one could see his desire and determination to set up the 9 heavens great formation. What do you think? The Lady Boss looked at him. Yang Kai asked in return, What do you think, Lady Boss? The Lady Boss chuckled. This is your business, and you're asking me? I have no objections. Yang Kai nodded slightly, then took the Jade Scroll and studied it for a while. After a while, he replied to Great Master Wu Liang. Agreed. If he was going to do it, he would do it to the best of his ability. Great Master Wu Liang wanted to set up the 9 heavens great formation, so how could Yang Kai not want to? He was also moved by the power of the 9 heavens great formation. Inside the Yin Spirit Land, Great Master Wu Liang looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, scaring Chen Tianfei. He did not know what this old man was up to. In the central hall of the Earth Spirit Land, Yuhi also glanced at the Jade Scroll and said with a shocked expression, Young Master, if you want to set up the 9 heavens great formation, not only will you need a huge amount of resources, but you will also need many artifacts. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Yes, I have a lot of artifacts on hand. They can be used to increase the power of the Great Formation, but I still need to find a few powerful artifacts to act as the array cores." He had a huge number of artifacts on hand, and there were many kinds of artifacts. After all, he had picked up tens of thousands of space rings in the great cosmological realm. There were many artifacts in those space rings, but the power of those artifacts was uneven. They could increase the power of the Great Formation, but they could not act as the array cores. The Nine Heavens Great Formation, as the name implied, would have 9 layers of spirit arrays once it was successfully set up. It was a great spirit array that combined protection, secret arts, and concealment. That was Yuhi's Green Light Palace. This Green Light Palace only had one heaven-opening realm master, Yuhi, who opened the heaven-opening realm. The others were all below heaven-opening realm. The reason why the Green Light Palace was a second-tier faction was because Yuhi was overseeing it. The reason why it wasn't was because it didn't have the foundation of a second-tier faction. However, the Green Light territory was indeed named after the Green Light Palace. What was the lady boss doing? Yang Kai was faintly worried, but he felt that she shouldn't do anything too excessive. After a short while, they arrived at the Green Light Palace. This was also a part of the Spirit Province. It wasn't very large and its foundation was shallow. Yuhi had operated here for 1,000 years, but after all, a single tree couldn't support everything, so she didn't spend too much effort on it. The 3 stopped outside the Green Light Palace, and the lady boss ordered, "Bring all your people out." Yuhi pursed her red lips and softly responded, then rushed into the Green Light Palace and soon disappeared. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the lady boss. He wanted to ask her what she wanted to do, but he didn't know how to start, so he could only wait patiently. After a short while, figures flew out of the Green Light Palace and rushed over under Yuhi's lead. There weren't many of them, only 2,000 to 3,000. This number was a little shabby for a second-rate faction, but Yuhi didn't establish the Green Light Palace to develop any faction, but to find a place to live. These people were all people she had taken in over the years, and there was no difference between them and her. These cultivators' strength was uneven, and it was rare even in the Emperor realm. Yuhi had to use her power to protect them so that they could survive in the void. "Big sister, I've brought them out," Yuhi said softly with her head lowered, looking like she was at the mercy of the lady boss. The lady boss nodded slightly and slowly raised her palm. The aura of the mighty power of the world began to spread out. She lightly opened her red lips and said, "Back then, outside the land of Sealing Sun, this lady swore a heart demon oath. If this oath is not fulfilled, there will be no hope of reaching the 7th rank in this life. Little this lady will end this grudge with you today." As she spoke, she pushed her slender palm forward. As this palm slammed down, the Green Light Palace's protective array began to creak, as if it couldn't bear the burden. "Stop. What are you doing? This woman wants to destroy our home. Fight it out with her." Behind Yuhi, the many disciples of the Green Light Palace were furious and roared. Even though the lady boss's divine might was unparalleled and the aura of the 6th rank could be seen at a glance, the many cultivators' eyes were red, and they looked like they were going to fight it out with their lives. Fortunately, Yuhi suppressed them with all her might, so no trouble occurred. "All of you shut up." Chapter 4154. Are you angry? In the void, the 2 of them flew side by side, the lady boss rubbing Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai's face was bruised and swollen. He lowered his eyes and sighed, "I wouldn't dare." If being angry was useful, what was the point of cultivating? The lady boss chuckled. Yang Kai said with a bitter expression, "Lady boss, if you have something to say in the future, just say it. Don't touch me, okay?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and took the lady boss's hand off his head. The lady boss held back her laughter. All right, then I have something to ask you right now. Just answer me honestly. Of course, of course. Xueqi nodded repeatedly. The lady boss's expression became solemn, and she asked, what grade of fire element energy are you cultivating? Xueqi was silent for a moment before replying. It should be above the 7th grade. This matter could not be hidden. Ever since he had displayed the Golden Crow casting sun divine technique aspect outside Crimson Star City, this secret was no longer a secret. This was because the conditions for activating the divine technique aspect were extremely harsh. One had to be at the 7th grade or above to be able to do so, and generally, only those at the heaven opening realm could comprehend it. In other words, the divine technique aspect was basically exclusive to those at the high-grade heaven opening realm. However, this did not mean that those at the high-grade heaven opening realm would definitely be able to comprehend the divine technique aspect. Some high-grade heaven opening realm cultivators might not even be able to comprehend the mysteries within it for their entire lives. Since ancient times, those who could comprehend the divine technique aspect in the Emperor realm were few and far between. When Zhao Baichuan saw the Golden Crow casting sun that day, he was extremely shocked. He even said that with this divine technique aspect, even if Xueqi was only in the Emperor realm, he would be able to compete with those at the low-grade heaven opening realm. Just how big was the gap between the heaven opening realm and the Emperor realm? It was like the difference between heaven and earth. A heaven opening expert, even the lowest first stage heaven opening, had condensed a lesser cosmos world within their body and could use the might of a world. Killing the Emperor realm would be as easy as crushing an ant. In the Emperor realm, Xueqi was often able to fight above his cultivation level, but in the Emperor realm, he was unable to kill heaven opening cultivators. But with the divine technique Dharma idol, there was this possibility. Many people had seen the divine technique Dharma idol that day. After the great cosmological realm closed, this news would definitely gradually spread. It was fine if the lady boss didn't ask, but now that she did, Xueqi naturally had no intention of hiding it. Golden Crow casting sun. The lady boss chuckled. I heard that your fire elemental power is the Golden Crow true fire? Huh. Yes, it's the Golden Crow primordial fire. Xueqi scratched his face, feeling extremely guilty. I'm curious, where did you get the Golden Crow primordial fire from the Emperor realm? The lady boss stared at him with her beautiful eyes and gritted her teeth. If I remember correctly, you haven't been in the 3,000 realms for long. The only time you came into contact with the Golden Crow primordial fire was in my first inn. Don't tell me that it was at that time that you absorbed the power of the Golden Crow's corpse. Xueqi turned to face her and squeezed out an ugly smile. The lady boss's face immediately turned ashen. It really is. Xueqi didn't say anything, which could be considered a tacit agreement. You're courting death. The lady boss felt a wave of lingering fear. At that time, several high-grade heaven opening cultivators had come, and dozens of mid-grade heaven opening cultivators had come. Xueqi actually had the guts to absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire right under their noses, and most importantly, he had succeeded. With a stern expression, the lady boss said again, the Golden Crow primordial fire is extremely powerful. It can't be suppressed without a powerful wood elemental power. If you can absorb the Golden Crow primordial fire, doesn't that mean that you've already condensed high-grade wood elemental power before that? Lady boss, you're a genius. Xueqi gave her a thumbs up. The lady boss's eyelids twitched slightly as she murmured, high-grade wood elemental, fire elemental. What else? What did you gain in the great cosmological realm? What power did you condense? Earth elemental? Metal elemental? Earth elemental and water elemental. Xueqi replied honestly. Earth elemental and water elemental? The lady boss was puzzled. How did you condense the water elemental without the metal elemental? It's a long story. There was a secret technique that allowed me to skip the metal elemental and condense the water elemental. The lady boss was bewildered. Show me your earth elemental and water elemental power. Xueqi couldn't refuse and could only activate the earth elemental and water elemental power in the Dao seal. The dragon shield immediately lingered around his body. He dispersed the dragon shield and activated the water elemental power, which was bone-chilling. Sensing the power of these two powers, The lady boss couldn't help but take a deep breath. Her chest rose as she exclaimed, "They're both high grade." She looked at Xueqi in disbelief. How long had this brat been in the 3,000 worlds? It had only been a dozen years at most, but he had already condensed 4 high-grade powers. Although there were countless opportunities in the great cosmological realm that allowed him to condense the earth elemental and water elemental powers, such an achievement was beyond the reach of countless cultivators. Every cultivator didn't condense the heaven-splitting power overnight. Instead, they needed a long time to accumulate and precipitate. Moreover, they also needed to collect resources, which also took a lot of time. Generally speaking, a cultivator in the Emperor realm would take 100 years from the time they condensed the Tao seal to the time they succeeded in splitting open the heavens. Some took hundreds of years or even thousands of years. Those who could achieve splitting open the heavens in a few decades were all blessed by the heavens. Xueqi had only spent a dozen years to condense 4 elements, and all of them were high-grade. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. You want to directly achieve high-grade heaven splitting? The lady boss looked at him. Xueqi said seriously, "That's right." Speaking of this, Xueqi suddenly had a thought. "Lady boss, is there anything wrong with directly achieving high grade?" In the great cosmological realm, Xueqi had tried to persuade and stop him many times. She even cooperated with Xueqi to forcibly condense the 6th grade metal element for him and destroy his foundation. Fortunately, Xueqi forced Xueqi to give up. Although there was only a difference of 1 grade between the 6th grade and the 7th grade, it was a world of difference. Not to mention the middle grade and the upper grade, even the highest achievement that could be achieved in the future would be different. As it concerned his future, Xueqi naturally resisted. Otherwise, how could he have dared to offend a great god like Xueqi in the great cosmological realm? Xueqi's behavior made him feel that something was wrong, but he had asked Xueqi before. Xueqi didn't say much, only telling Xueqi to ask the lady boss when he had the chance in the future. Now that the lady boss was in front of him, Xueqi naturally wanted to understand. The lady boss was silent. After a long time she sighed. "I didn't expect your ambition to be so high. Directly achieving high-grade heaven splitting is naturally very risky. The strength of our Tao seal is the foundation of bearing the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements. The higher the grade of the power, the stronger the need for the Tao seal. If you exceed your own limit, your Tao seal may collapse when you achieve splitting open the heavens. You should understand this." Xueqi nodded. How could he not understand such a thing? However, he was not worried about this. Not to mention that his Tao seal itself was incomparably strong, and he had taken more than a dozen drops of Tao-E divine water in the great cosmological realm, which allowed his Tao seal to reach a higher level. There was no problem for it to bear the power of yin and yang and the 5 elements of the 7th grade. The risk of a Tao seal is only a natural disaster. The greatest danger of directly achieving high grade is a man-made disaster. Man-made disaster. Xueqi frowned, expressing his puzzlement. The lady boss slowly explained, "A cultivator of our generation, after achieving splitting open the heavens, will not stay in that grade forever. By taking a heaven-splitting pill or using other means to strengthen the mighty power of the world and promote the small cosmos world in one's body, one can continue to improve. However, since the foundation has been laid, there is a limit to the extent of improvement. Generally speaking, after a cultivator breaks through to the opening heaven stage, they can only improve by 1 or 2 grades at most with the help of external forces. Any more is basically hopeless. For example, if I achieve the 6th grade of splitting open the heavens, then I will have a chance to achieve the 8th grade in the future. This is my limit. Old Bai has achieved the 5th grade, so his limit will be the 7th grade. Of course, if you can find the furnace of heaven and earth, it will be a different story. The furnace of heaven and earth is a divine tool created by heaven and earth, and the heaven-splitting pills it breeds are far from comparable to the heaven-splitting pills refined by alchemists. With the heaven-splitting pills, you can break through this limit, but don't think about it. According to the records, the number of times the furnace of heaven and earth has appeared is too few, and every time it appears, it will lead to a bloody storm. The 2nd grade and the 5th grade are both barriers, because the limit of the 2nd grade is the 4th grade, and the limit of the 5th grade is the 7th grade. This is the possibility of advancing from the lower grade to the middle grade, and from the middle grade to the upper grade. Therefore, generally speaking, if one has the ability, the lower grade will generally reach the 2nd grade, and the middle grade will reach the 5th grade. This is to give oneself hope for the future. Chapter 4155. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a person who was as talented as you. He wanted to directly become an upper-grade cultivator. He had countless opportunities, and his luck was heaven-defying. He condensed 6 of the forces of yin, yang, and 5 elements one after another. He was only one step away from being a meritorious person. The lady boss's eyes revealed a trace of reminiscence as she spoke slowly. And then, Xueqi turned to look at her. Then, the lady boss let out a soft sigh. Then, due to some reasons, he had no choice but to reach the 5th stage and open the heavens. Xueqi frowned. You mean to say that the last type of energy he absorbed was a 5th-grade resource? The lady boss gently nodded. In order to open the heavens, one had to condense the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in the Tao seal, but how much one could achieve in the end depended on the lowest grade of energy. Just like how a wooden barrel could hold water, how much water it could hold completely depended on the shortest plank. No matter how long the other planks were, it was useless. Xueqi did not know why that person had given up on his great future and reached the 5th stage with a 7th stage aptitude, but it could be assumed that this person had no choice but to do so. Otherwise, who would be willing to make such a choice? That person. Where is he now? Xueqi asked. The lady boss slowly shook her head. Xueqi understood, knowing that that person was probably no longer here. The lady boss continued, so if you want to directly reach the high grade, the biggest obstacle is not finding those high-grade resources, but the heavenly paradises of the 3,000 worlds. Xueqi's heart sank. If what the lady boss said was true, this matter would not be easy to deal with. These heavenly paradises had stood tall in the 3,000 worlds for countless years, and their foundations were terrifying. If one was targeted by them, they would definitely not have a good time. If I can join one of these heavenly paradises. Xueqi's heart trembled. Perhaps he could borrow the power of that heavenly paradises to resist this pressure. The lady boss chuckled. 36 heavenly paradises, 72 blessed lands. Which one do you want to join? If you join this one, how could the other 107 be willing? Which force can help you deal with such a troublesome matter? Xueqi frowned. Could it be that there is no one in this world who can directly reach the high grade? There is. The lady boss nodded. The disciples of those heavenly paradises naturally have this opportunity, but unfortunately, you are not one of them. Let's not talk about how rare and difficult it is to find a 7th grade resource. In terms of individual talent, since ancient times, how many people have been able to directly reach the high-grade heaven-opening realm? Xueqi said angrily, they're only allowing the officials to set fires, but not allowing the common people to light lamps. 1,000 years ago, she had tried to persuade that person, but what was the result? Xueqi gently nodded. For the rest of the journey, the lady boss seemed to have lost interest in talking. She was shrouded in a kind of inexplicable sadness. The two were speechless. Along the way, they passed through several large regions. On this day, the two of them suddenly stopped in a void. The lady boss took out the map of the universe and looked at it, then looked around and muttered to herself, this should be the place. Saying so, she took out a jade pendant and poured her strength into it. The jade pendant turned into a stream of light and flew forward. Suddenly, the stream of light seemed to hit something and burst into light. Under the light, a door appeared in front of Xueqi's eyes. This made him raise his eyebrows. How could he not know that there was a hidden space here? The jade pendant should be the thing to open this space. This concealment method was extremely clever. Even the lady boss, a 6th grade heaven splitter, could not see any clues. She had to use this special jade pendant. Xueqi could not help but think of the 9 heavens array. If the 9 heavens array was set up properly, the void would be completely hidden. He secretly rejoiced at his choice. What the lady boss said to him on the way made him realize that he would be in constant trouble in the future. Maybe he would implicate the void. With the protection of the 9 heavens array, it would provide some strong protection for the void. Hey, which old friend is visiting? It's so troublesome. Suddenly, a low voice came from the door. The voice seemed to be that of an old man. His tone was bleak, making people feel sad. Xueqi was stunned. The owner of this place was quite interesting. He did not put on an act. He felt that it was troublesome, so he said it directly. He was not afraid of offending people. The lady boss was used to it. Smiling like a flower, she said, "Master, you're home. Please open the door." Yongkai was dumbfounded. How could the owner of this place have such a strange name? The troublesome master recognized the lady boss's voice and sighed. "I was wondering who it was." "It's you, little girl." "Sigh, it's so troublesome. Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, the door suddenly opened, revealing a dark passage. The lady boss motioned for Yongkai to follow. She took the lead and stepped into the passage. Yongkai did not dare to delay and followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the world behind the door, a dazzling light shone in front of them. Yongkai could not help but squint. When he looked carefully, he could not help but be dumbfounded. He originally thought that the world behind the door was at most the same as his own void, but after entering it, he found that it was not. The space here was vast and boundless. The place where he and the lady boss were standing was still in the void. And in this space, there were dozens of stars. Each star was surrounded by nebulas, and it was a majestic sight. There was even a huge dazzling sun star that emitted a scorching light. The sun's real fire danced on the surface of the sun star, filling the void with a ring of flames. This was simply a miniaturized version of a large territory. Yongkai was shocked beyond words. The lady boss was not surprised and said, "The atmosphere in those blessed enclaves is countless times more beautiful than here. Moreover, this place is the ruins of a blessed enclave." I'll have to trouble Grandmaster to be the only successor of that blessed enclave. Ruins of blessed lands. Yongkai was shocked. The lady boss said, 36 heavenly paradises and 72 blessed lands are not unchanging. The long river of history is rolling, the survival of the fittest. Many ancient heavenly paradises have been destroyed and new forces have risen. These 3,000 worlds are not as simple as you think. Yongkai could not help but be shocked. The blessed paradises were the most powerful forces in this world. What kind of force could destroy them? Was it a natural disaster or a man-made disaster? Moreover, if the ruins of a blessed land were so magnificent, what would a real blessed land be like? What about the heavenly paradises that were ranked above the blessed lands? Yongkai's mind was in turmoil. Attracted by the sun star, the power of the golden crow real fire in his body also began to stir, as if it wanted to respond to the other side. "Let's go," the lady boss reached out and grabbed Yongkai's arm, leading him towards one of the stars. Not long after, Yongkai saw the troublesome grandmaster that the lady boss had mentioned. Sure enough, it was an old man, but he had a frown on his face, as if he felt that life was meaningless and could not wait to die. What shocked Yongkai was that although this old man did not look like much, he was actually a high-rank Kai Tian master. Yongkai was speechless. He could not help but admire the lady boss for being able to make friends with such a character. Her connections were truly amazing. Junior greets Grandmaster. The lady boss obediently paid her respects. Not to mention that her strength was inferior, her seniority was also much lower. Yongkai naturally followed suit and saluted. The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and glanced at the lady boss, then quickly lowered them again, as if he found the action of raising his eyes very troublesome. He said lazily, "Little Lon, how many years has it been since we last met?" The lady boss said with a smile, "About 300 years. 300 years. The troublesome Grandmaster was shocked. Doesn't that mean that this old man has been sitting here for 300 years? Yongkai was speechless. How bored and lazy must this old man be to sit here for 300 years? That boy Ting Yu is also here, the troublesome Grandmaster said again. The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "Old man, your eyes are blurred. Look carefully, he is not Ting Yu." The troublesome Grandmaster raised his eyes and looked at Yongkai, saying in surprise, "He is not, but he looks very similar. Yes, Ting Yu is long gone. He is old and muddle-headed." Yongkai's heart skipped a beat. It was not the first time he had heard the name Ting Yu. Yueha had also called this name in the land of Locking Sunday, combining all the previous things. Yongkai vaguely guessed that he should look like this person named Ting Yu, and this Ting Yu should be a very close person to the lady boss and Yueha. Perhaps this person was the key to the falling out between the lady boss and Yueha. In front of the lady boss, Yongkai could not ask more questions, so he could only suppress his doubts. "Why did you come to see me this time?" asked the troublesome Grandmaster. The lady boss said, I came to see you to refine treasures, of course. I knew it. You are so troublesome. The troublesome Grandmaster did not hide his disdain. The lady boss did not take it seriously and said with a smile, "Who asked you to be so skilled in refining treasures? In this territory of the 3,000 worlds, there are no more than 3 people who can compare with you." The troublesome Grandmaster coldly snorted, "Don't flatter this old man, I don't buy it." Although he said so, the slightly raised corners of his mouth showed that he liked it very much. Chapter 4156. There were many kinds of secret treasures, and array treasures were one of them. As its name implied, it was a kind of secret treasure that was specially refined for various kinds of large arrays. Generally speaking, any secret treasure could be used as an array treasure. As long as the design of the large array was reasonable, the combination of the secret treasure and the large array could produce a superimposed effect. However, array treasures could only be activated with the help of large arrays because each array treasure consumed a large amount of energy. A single cultivator could not bear it and needed the help of large arrays. Therefore, the power of array treasures was generally much stronger than that of ordinary secret treasures. Correspondingly, it required more resources to make array treasures. Master Troublemaker glanced at the lady boss leisurely. "You want to make array treasures?" The lady boss nodded. "No problem, as long as you can gather the materials you need. This old man can't help you. But since you helped this old man do 3 things in the past, I promise to forge 3 artifacts for you. You've already used up 2 chances before, so now there's only 1 left. Tell me, what kind of artifact do you want to forge?" The lady boss smiled. "Old man, I want to make an offensive secret treasure and a defensive secret treasure." Master Troublemaker shook his head slowly. "You know my rules. Don't be greedy, little girl." The lady boss said, "Of course I know your rules. I can exchange 1 chance for 1 secret treasure, but..." She suddenly stopped talking and moved her red lips to send a secret message. Master Troublemaker's expression was indifferent at first, but then he was stunned. He looked at Yang Kai from head to toe and hesitated. After a long while he nodded lightly. "Fine, I'll allow you. But boy, you have to remember that you owe this old man a favor. In the future, this old man may ask you to do something for me. When the time comes, you can't refuse." Hearing this, Yang Kai knew that the lady boss must have reached an agreement with this old man, and this agreement must be related to him. He trusted the lady boss, so he immediately cupped his fists and said, "Master, rest assured. This boy will keep this in mind and will never refuse in the future." "Heh heh heh," Master Troublemaker chuckled. "I hope you'll still be so confident when the time comes." Walking forward, they soon arrived at a large hall. Inside this hall was a huge furnace that was at least 1,000 meters high. Around the furnace were various kinds of secret treasure refining arrangements, dazzling Yang Kai. The 3 of them walked under the furnace, as small as 3 ants. The surface of the furnace was engraved with countless mysterious patterns that seemed to contain the Great Doge. The lady boss looked up at this furnace and praised, "Although this is not the first time I've seen this heaven and earth furnace, it is truly mysterious." Heaven and earth furnace. Master Troublemaker's name as well as the heaven and earth furnace. The lady boss smiled. "Of course this is not the real heaven and earth furnace. Strictly speaking, this is the mini heaven and earth furnace. The heaven and earth furnace was created by heaven and earth and contains all kinds of things." "What kind of treasure is this?" Master Troublemaker's ancestors were lucky enough to see the real heaven and earth furnace, so they used it as a blueprint and spent the endless flowing time Great Emperor's energy to create this mini heaven and earth furnace. But even so, this mini heaven and earth furnace can still display a trace of the real heaven and earth furnace's power. "Less than 100%, Master Troublemaker snorted coldly. If my ancestors hadn't worked so hard for this heaven and earth furnace, how could they have been taken advantage of by thieves?" Listening to his words, it seemed that it was because of this mini heaven and earth furnace that this blessed land had declined, but that should be a long time ago. But thanks to this mini heaven and earth furnace, my ancestors were able to protect this blessed land. It's really the mini heaven and earth furnace that makes and destroys this blessed land. Saying so, Grandmaster Troublemaker threw a jade slip to Xueqi and said proudly, "My sect has a total of 1035 kinds of array artifacts. Take a look and see which one you want." Xueqi caught the jade slip and probed it with his divine sense, marveling at what he saw. The variety of array artifacts recorded in this jade slip dazzled Xueqi's eyes. The names, functions, and types of array artifacts varied greatly. Just the information in this jade slip alone was an unimaginable amount of wealth. Xueqi couldn't help thinking of the divine Ding Heaven. Among the 36 heavenly caves and 72 blessed lands, the divine Ding Heaven was also famous for refining artifacts. Xueqi's magnetic divine gourd was refined by little fatty Su Zhen. Xueqi didn't know which was stronger between the divine Ding Heaven and this blessed land. It was very difficult to choose a secret art or a defensive artifact from more than 1,000 kinds of array artifacts. Xueqi looked at this and felt that it was good, then looked at that and also felt that it was good. For a moment, it was difficult to choose. Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't urge him and just stood aside and waited silently. In the end, the lady boss couldn't stand it anymore and took the jade slip. After examining it, she said, "Heavenly Luo umbrella and heaven punishing sword." Xueqi nodded and said, "Then it's these two." Grandmaster Troublemaker grinned meaningfully. "It will take a lot of resources to forge these two things." Xueqi cupped his fists and said, "Please list the required resources, Grandmaster." Grandmaster Troublemaker nodded and took out another jade slip, sending his divine sense into it. After a while, he threw it to Xueqi. Xueqi took a look at it and frowned. It wasn't that too many resources were needed, but that he didn't recognize many of them. He also didn't recognize many of the treasures he plundered from the great cosmological realm. This was a bit awkward. In other words, even if he had some kind of resource, he didn't know it. Helpless, Xueqi could only ask the lady boss and cooperate with her to take out the required materials from his small sealed world one by one. At first, Grandmaster Troublemaker didn't care, but as Xueqi took out more and more things, he couldn't help but be a little moved. "You also have this brilliant black platinum? And it's the size of a wash basin." Qu'est-ce. Demon sealing iron is almost extinct. This old man couldn't find it back then. "Where did you find it?" "Emperor-grade paradise. This is a rare thing. This piece of emperor-grade paradise is probably 10,000 years old, right?" Every time Xueqi took out something, Grandmaster Troublemaker could casually name it, which showed how knowledgeable he was. Grandmaster Troublemaker was also amazed by Xueqi's background. He couldn't imagine that a trivial Emperor Realm Master could have so many good things. Where did this little brat come from? Did he inherit the legacy of a divine emperor? Low-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could only be called True Monarch, mid-grade heaven-splitting artifacts could be called Heaven Monarch, and Divine Emperor was exclusive to high-grade heaven-splitting artifacts. The more Grandmaster Troublemaker looked at Xueqi, the more surprised he became. Naturally, the lady boss wouldn't expose him and just smiled faintly. After more than an hour, the materials in front of Xueqi were piled up like a mountain. Looking at the things in front of him, Xueqi scratched his head and said, "There are still some things missing." He had collected more than 80% of the materials on the list, but he couldn't find the remaining 20%. Although the great cosmological realm had given him a huge harvest, there were some things that he couldn't find, so he was helpless. The lady boss asked, "Old man, do you have any of these things?" Grandmaster Troublemaker looked vigilant and snorted, "What? Do you want to take advantage of this old man?" The lady boss smiled and said, "Of course I won't take them for free. As you can see, Xueqi has a lot of rare things that you can exchange with him. At worst, he will suffer a loss." Grandmaster Troublemaker rolled his eyes and nodded slightly. "That's more like it." At that moment, the two botted with each other, with the lady boss helping from the side and arguing with Grandmaster Troublemaker. After a few hours, all the materials were gathered. Overall, although Xueqi suffered a loss, it was not a big deal. Grandmaster Troublemaker said angrily, "Little girl, you're helping an outsider. Don't expect this old man to refine any treasures for you in the future." The lady boss pursed her lips and said with a smile, "This old man is old. Don't get angry so easily. It's easy to shorten his life." Grandmaster Troublemaker was so angry that his nose was crooked. Yang Kai watched from the side in fear that the old man would abandon the task. Fortunately, although he was angry, he was a man of his word. After the materials were ready, he immediately started refining. A jade ring was activated, and the tyrannical aura of the 7th grade heaven opening spread out. Grandmaster Troublemaker shouted, "Back away!" Without hesitation, the lady boss wrapped Yang Kai and flew back thousands of miles. With a rumble, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The whole stars seemed to be shaking. Then, a scene that stunned Yang Kai appeared. The outer ring of the stars seemed to be attracted by some force and slowly rotated. Not only that, but the rings of the stars in the void also did the same. The initial rotation of the rings was not very fast, but as time passed, it became faster and faster. A sensational aura spread out from the stars. Yang Kai looked up and was surprised to find that these stars had gathered into an inexplicable spirit array, and at the center of this spirit array was the blazing sun star. The heaven and earth refining method. The lady boss murmured, "It's a lost refining method. In this world, only Grandmaster Troublemaker has mastered it. When this old man is old, I'm afraid this method will be lost." The heaven and earth refining method? Yang Kai was surprised. But at this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the sun, illuminating the world. A beam of light, attracted by the array, suddenly shot out from the sun and fell straight towards the stars where Yang Kai and the others were. Yang Kai turned pale with fright. Even though he was thousands of kilometers away, he could still feel the terror of this power. Chapter 4157. Looking from afar, one could see the Grandmaster throwing one priceless material after another into the small universal furnace while he constantly changed his hand seals. Below the small universal furnace, the light of the array formation flickered incessantly, dazzling the onlookers. Refining an artifact was an extremely taxing and exhausting task, not something that could be accomplished overnight. Any carelessness could result in failure. Yang Kai did not dabble much in the Tao of artifact refining, but he was proficient in alchemy. Although the two of them were from different territories, they had many similarities. Grandmaster Nuisance's heaven and earth tempering method was mysterious and extremely peculiar, making Yang Kai unable to take his eyes off it. As more and more materials were thrown into the miniature universe furnace, more and more liquid-like liquid began to appear, and the impurities in the countless materials were quenched out by Grandmaster Nuisance through some special means. At a certain moment, the spirit arrays below the miniature universe furnace changed again, and Grandmaster Nuisance let out a roar, his inner world's aura filling the air. Accompanied by a series of crackling sounds, Grandmaster Nuisance's thin body began to swell, turning from an old man on the verge of death into an indomitable giant about 1,000 meters tall. The giant's hair fluttered in the wind, and his face was red from the flames. His muscles bulged, and he was filled with explosive power. The giant raised his hand, reached into the small universal furnace, and grabbed the liquid-like material out of the furnace. He placed it on a huge forging felt, and then he raised his hand again, grabbed a huge hammer from the side, and smashed it down with a loud bang. Asterisk guang, guang, guang. Asterisk every time the hammer smashed down, the stars trembled, and a deafening sound spread throughout the world of heaven and earth. Sparks flew everywhere, each of them possessing the power to destroy heaven and earth, but the giant paid no attention to them, allowing them to splash onto his body. This hammering continued for a full 9 days, when the giant suddenly threw the semi-finished product into the miniature universe furnace, drawing an even more ferocious sun fire, and added more materials. Another 9 days later, the giant took out the semi-finished product and continued hammering it. Again and again, with a 9-day cycle, the semi-finished product was constantly reincarnated between the small universe furnace and the forging felt. A huge longsword gradually took shape. Although it was only a half-finished product, Yang Kai could still feel a terrifying power from the long sword. He was shocked. If this long sword was really completed, how terrifying would its power be? After 81 days, Grandmaster Troublemaker suddenly roared, "Get over here, boy!" The landlady had been waiting for this moment. She summoned her power and flew to Master Troublemaker's side with Yang Kai. They stood at the foot of the giant, looking as tiny as ants. Blood. Grandmaster Troublemaker waved his sword and placed it in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the giant sword that was several dozen meters long and couldn't help but feel a little speechless. However, he knew that the artifact refinement should be at the final stage. Grandmaster Yang Kai had asked for his blood in order to leave his mark on the heaven-punishing sword. Once that was done, only he would be able to activate the heaven-punishing sword. Even if others took it away, it would be useless. Not daring to be careless, Yang Kai slashed his palm with his fingers. Blood flowed out. Yang Kai clenched his fist and placed it above the long sword. Blood flowed down his palm and dripped onto the long sword. With a sizzling sound, the drops of blood did not immediately merge into the long sword. Instead, they turned into small blood dragons that swam around the surface of the long sword. Master Troublemaker exclaimed. He looked at Yang Kai in surprise. Dragon blood? Are you from the dragon race? This time, even the lady boss looked at Yang Kai in amazement. The landlady did not know that Yang Kai had the bloodline of the dragon race. When she had rescued Mia Meng had warned Yang Kai not to let others know about this secret. Although the dragon race was powerful, they had many enemies in the 3,000 worlds. If others knew about this secret, it might cause some trouble. Mia Meng had also told him that if he really encountered some unsolvable danger, he could reveal the secret of the dragon race bloodline. That way, he would be able to escape the disaster. Generally speaking, in the 3,000 worlds, the dragon race bloodline was a double-edged sword. It might cause Yang Kai endless trouble, but it might also protect him at certain times. That was why Yang Kai had deliberately kept this secret. In the great cosmological realm, he had used the dragonification secret technique a few times. However, those who saw this secret technique were either his own people or dead people. Ha ha ha, you are from the dragon race. Good. Master Troublemaker laughed thunderously. Don't stop. Give me more dragon blood. It seemed that the dragon blood was also very beneficial to the heaven-destroying sword. Yang Kai could only continue to sprinkle his own blood. His recovery ability was very strong. With his dragon bloodline body and the wood elemental power of the immortal tree, ordinary injuries could be healed in an instant. In order to sprinkle the dragon blood, he had to constantly stimulate the wound so that it would not heal so quickly. As time passed, the golden dragon blood covered the entire surface of the long sword. That's enough. Master Troublemaker growled and threw the long sword into the small universal furnace again. The landlady turned her head and looked at him. It was as if she was seeing Yang Kai for the first time. Boy, you've hidden it well. The landlady snorted coldly. She had always thought that Yang Kai was just a newcomer to the 3,000 worlds, but it was not until Yang Kai came out of the great cosmological realm that she knew that Yang Kai had secretly condensed 4 kinds of upper-grade powers. She also knew that this guy had the bloodline of the dragon race. It's nothing to show off. Yang Kai smiled. I'll deal with you later. Yang Kai felt bitter. Not far away, Master Troublemaker had returned to his original appearance. His aura was slightly withered. This refining process had consumed a lot of his energy, but at this point, he did not need to worry too much. The heaven-destroying sword was basically finished. All he needed to do was wait. More than 10 days later, Master Troublemaker suddenly stood up and stared at the small universal furnace with shining eyes. This kind of secret treasure could not be used by those below the heaven-opening realm because it required the might of the world to activate the secret treasure. Even if someone from the Emperor realm obtained it, it would be nothing but scrap metal. Any one of the stars or the spirit state could be regarded as a small universe. It naturally nurtured the might of the world and set up the 9 heavens formation in the void. This 9 heavens formation could mobilize the might of the world in the void to support the heaven-destroying sword, allowing it to display its power. Yang Kai also had a way to forcibly activate the heaven-destroying sword, and that was to draw the might of the small sealed world. However, this would reduce the foundation of the small sealed world, which was extremely disadvantageous to it. Although the small sealed world was not very useful in the 3,000 worlds, Yang Kai always had an idea in his mind. When the time came, he would need to use the small sealed world. If this idea could be realized, his strength would definitely skyrocket. Chapter 4158. Yang Kai had used countless precious materials to forge the Heaven's Punishment Sword. There were even a few Tier 6 materials. Strictly speaking, the Heaven's Punishment Sword was at least a Tier 5 secret treasure, possibly even a Tier 6 secret treasure. Yang Kai was naturally very satisfied with such results. Although he had put in a lot of effort, he had also gained a lot. After keeping the Heaven's Punishment Sword, Yang Kai returned to the stars. The master had already started to forge the Tian Luo umbrella. The Heaven's Punishment Sword was an offensive secret treasure, while the Tian Luo umbrella was a defensive secret treasure. With one offensive and one defensive, the 9 heavens formation complemented each other. With these two secret treasures, the 9 heavens formation of the Voidland finally had a soul. The minimum requirement was satisfied. Unfortunately, Yang Kai had planned to ask the master to refine his shadowless veil. But now it seemed that there was no need to mention it. The Tian Luo umbrella and the Heaven's Punishment Sword had cost the lady boss a chance and Yang Kai's promise to the master. If he asked him to refine the shadowless veil, it would be too much. Yang Kai didn't want to ruin his relationship with this artifact refining grandmaster. The process of forging the Tian Luo umbrella was not unusual, but it took more time than the Heaven's Punishment Sword. It took half a year. Since ancient times, the value of defensive secret treasures was higher than that of offensive secret treasures. The reason was that the cost and difficulty of forging were higher. Even with the legacy of the Blessed Land, the Tian Luo umbrella was only completed after half a year. Yang Kai let out a lot of dragon's blood. The grade of the Tian Luo umbrella was almost the same as the Heaven's Punishment Sword. They were both Tier 6 secret treasures with extremely strong defensive capabilities. After the 2 secret treasures were completed, the master immediately chased them away. He had no intention of keeping them. Forging 2 Tier 6 secret treasures in a row was not a small burden for him. Especially for someone like him who was afraid of trouble, it was a kind of torture. Naturally, he wanted to rest quickly. The lady boss took Yang Kai and left, returning the way they came. He had spent quite a bit of time on the way here, but it was much simpler on the way back. After going through the Universal Palace several times, he returned to the Voidland in less than a month. It had been almost a year since Yang Kai and the lady boss left. During this time, the changes in the void were not obvious. After all, it was extremely difficult to set up the 9 heavens array, and they were not even halfway done yet. When he saw Great Master Wuliang again, he was haggard and emaciated, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. His entire being was brimming with enthusiasm. When he learned that Yang Kai had obtained 2 6th-grade formation treasures, he threw his head back and laughed heartily as he left. His voice came from afar. "Don't worry, true sovereign. Even if this old man has to stake his old life, I will arrange the 9 heavens for you." Yang Kai was worried. He was afraid that this guy would overwork himself and die halfway. If that was the case, then the initial investment would be wasted. After all, the 9 heavens array was set up by Great Master Wuliang alone. Even if other array Dao grandmasters were invited, they would not be able to fully understand the mysteries within. There were more people in the Voidland. They were thousands of people brought by Yu He from the Green Star Palace. Their cultivation was not high, and they were all under the Emperor realm, but it was not a problem to use them as assistants. The entire Voidland was still in full swing. In the central hall of the Earth Spiritual Land, Yu He reported to Yang Kai about their efforts during this period of time with a worried face. "Young master, the cost of arranging the 9 heavens array is too great. Should we discuss with Great Master Wuliang to modify the array?" Yu He was in charge of the finances of the entire Void Land. Seeing a huge amount of materials being consumed every day really made her heart ache. Although Yang Kai had made a huge fortune in the great cosmological realm and obtained the secret treasury left behind by Su Huang, he still could not bear such consumption. Now that the 9 heavens array was only half arranged, more than 30% of the resources obtained from the great cosmological realm had been consumed. If the 9 heavens array was really arranged completely, Yang Kai's wealth would be greatly reduced. Not to mention, he had spent a lot of resources refining the heaven-destroying sword and heavenly Luo umbrella, and these 2 formation treasures were also to be used in the 9 heavens array. The 9 heavens array almost emptied Yang Kai's pockets. No need. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Let's do it according to the original agreement. When he agreed to Great Master Wuliang's request, Yang Kai was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised by such a consumption. The more effort he put in, the greater the harvest. The Void Land was the foundation of his foothold in the 3,000 worlds, so how could he be careless? If the resources were consumed, there would always be a chance to earn them back in the future. However, if there was a day when a strong enemy attacked and the Void Land could not defend itself, it would be too late for regrets. In addition to what the Lady Boss had told him before, it made him even more determined to arrange the 9 Heavens Array. If he wanted to directly reach the high-grade opening Heavens Array, there would be many dangers and obstacles. Perhaps he would be suppressed by the many blessed and heavenly abodes one after another. At that time, the Void Land would be his capital to contend with these blessed and heavenly abodes. Satisfy whatever great Master Wuliang wants. If he lacks any resources, send people out to buy them in advance. Don't we still have more than 3 billion opening heaven pills? More than 3 billion opening heaven pills was an extremely terrifying number, and almost half of them were obtained by Yang Kai from the Space Ring of Sword Pavilion's Pavilion Master. This guy had been in charge of Sword Pavilion for countless years and had accumulated more than half of his wealth, but all of it had been given to Yang Kai. There were also the tens of thousands of Space Rings of Sword Pavilion, which contained many opening heaven pills. Qi Xing had been the dominant figure in the Great Expanse boundary for many years, so there were large transactions taking place in the star market at all times. With each transaction, Qi Xing would take some of the fees. Many a little makes a mickle, and many grains make a tower. Although 70% was given to Yang Kai, the remaining 30% was not a small amount. These 3 billion opening heaven pills were saved up in this way. Yuhi said, "We've already used up nearly 1 billion. There are many materials we don't have on hand, so we have to go to the various star markets to buy them." Yang Kai nodded, "That's good. There's no need to be afraid of paying." As he spoke, Yang Kai raised his head and looked outside, only to see the Lady Boss leading Old White in. Yang Kai hurriedly greeted, "Lady Boss, are you looking for me?" The Lady Boss smiled, "I'm leaving, so I came to say goodbye to you." "Leaving?" Yang Kai's expression changed. "Where are you going?" The Lady Boss smiled, "Back to the first inn. Where else can I go? I'm the shopkeeper of the first inn, and I've been out for more than a year. If I don't go back now, the higher-ups will blame me." Yang Kai curled his lips. "There's no point in staying in the first inn. Lady Boss, you can resign. Come back to the Void Land, and you can do whatever you want." He really didn't want the Lady Boss to leave. Not to mention that the Lady Boss was very good to him, protecting and taking care of him in every way. There were many things waiting to be done in the Void Land, and they were in need of manpower. The Lady Boss was at the 6th stage, and Lao Bai was at the 5th stage. If they stayed, they could greatly increase the strength of the Void Land. The Lady Boss raised her hand and tapped his forehead. "What kind of place do you think the first inn is? That you can come and go as you please?" Yang Kai took 2 steps back from her poke. Hearing this, he realized a problem and frowned. "Speaking of which, I'm also a member of the first inn," the Lady Boss sneered. "What kind of member of the first inn are you? You just came to the first inn to do some temporary work because you owed money. Now that you've paid off your debt, the first inn has nothing to do with you. When you go out in the future, don't use the first inn's name to talk about things." The reason Yang Kai joined the first inn was because many powerhouses had fought over the Golden Crow's corpse and destroyed the first inn. The Lady Boss had used this as a threat to force Yang Kai to admit that he owed her 10 million opening heaven pills. At that time, Yang Kai was completely broke, and 10 million opening heaven pills was an astronomical figure to him. Later, when he went to Star City, the Lady Boss had him go to various shops to collect his debts. His progress was good, and he had barely paid off some of his debts. However, this was definitely not the end. The Lady Boss's words at this moment were undoubtedly an attempt to separate him from the first inn, lest he be dragged down. After all, if he were to use the first inn's name to work alone, would the void belong to Yang Kai or the first inn? Yang Kai understood this and felt a surge of warmth in his heart. However, he could easily separate himself from the first inn because he didn't have much to do with it, but the same couldn't be said for the Lady Boss. Throughout the 3,000 worlds, many people knew of the first inn's Madame Lan. Knowing that he couldn't persuade the Lady Boss to stay, Yang Kai could only sigh, take out a space ring, and say, "These are some gifts I prepared for the cook and the bookkeeper. I'll have to trouble Lady Boss to take them back." The lady boss took the space ring and swept it with her divine sense, discovering that there were several sets of 5th-grade resources inside, exactly what the cook and the bookkeeper needed. The lady boss didn't have many subordinates, but Lao Bai, the bookkeeper, and the cook were undoubtedly the ones she trusted the most and had followed her for many years. Without exception, all 3 of them had condensed 5th-grade strength. Chapter 4159. Everything was on the right track, and all that was left was to wait. It was time to return to the astral plane. As long as the hidden dangers of the astral plane were not resolved, he would not be able to feel at ease. Calculating the time, it had been about 15 years since he left the astral plane. Before he left, the astral plane was not very stable, and the laws of the world were severely damaged. Although he and the other great emperors had thought of some ways to delay the collapse of the astral plane, in the end, they were only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. After such a long time, he did not know how the situation was in the astral plane. In any case, there was not much difference whether he was there or not in the construction of the void. He only needed Xueqi to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang. And by the time he returned from the astral plane, the 9 heavens array here would have been set up, and it was about time. With a decision in mind, he immediately summoned Xueqi and quietly told her about this matter. Xueqi did not stop him and only said, "Young master, you can go if you want, but you have to bring Chen Tianfei or Lu Shui. With one of them protecting you, I will feel more at ease." In the end, Yang Kai was still in the Emperor realm. Traversing through the 3,000 worlds would definitely be dangerous. If he had a 4th-rank splitter to protect him, it would save him a lot of trouble. Yang Kai smiled and said, "There's no need. The void is currently lacking manpower. Ah Fei and Lu Shui are both very important talents. With them around, the progress here will be faster. I'm only going to deal with some personal matters, so there's no need for them." Xueqi naturally did not agree. She immediately suggested that it was fine to not bring Chen Tianfei and Lu Shui, but to bring herself along. This was even more impossible. She still had to stay behind and cooperate with Great Master Wuliang to set up the array. Anyone could go, but she could not. The 2 argued for a long time, but Xueqi did not give in at all. She was not at ease with Yang Kai leaving alone, so Yang Kai could only nod in agreement. Xueqi decided to let Lu Shui follow Yang Kai. After all, she was a woman and was more meticulous. If she followed Yang Kai, it would be easier to take care of him. "Let Guazian come along too," Xueqi said. Yang Kai laughed. "He's a 2nd-rank splitter. Why would he follow me?" In any case, Lu Shui was at the 4th rank, so she could still be of some use in dangerous situations. Guazian's 2nd-rank splitter seemed a little weak. Xueqi snorted and said, "Anyway, I don't care. If you bring Lu Shui, you have to bring Guazian." Yang Kai looked at her and suddenly reacted. He could only nod and say, "Okay, then the 2 of them." He sighed inwardly. The Void Realm was in dire need of people, and taking away 2 heaven-opening realm cultivators was something he should not have done. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He could not dissuade Xueqi, so he could only agree. Before leaving, Yang Kai took out a colorful fruit and handed it to Xueqi. Xueqi received the fruit and her brows furrowed slightly. This is... She could sense an extremely rich world force from the fruit. World fruit. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened instantly as she cried out involuntarily, "This is the world fruit." In any case, she was a 5th-stage heaven splitter, so she had obviously heard of the world fruit. However, wasn't this kind of divine object supposed to only exist in legends? She had never imagined that one day she would actually see it with her own eyes and hold it in her hands. "This is a medium-rank world fruit. After I leave, find some time to refine it. It'll be of great benefit to you," Yang Kai instructed. He had a total of 16 world fruits, but only 3 of them were medium rank. A medium rank world fruit was undoubtedly most suitable for a 5th-stage heaven splitter. After consuming it and refining its medicinal effects, one could directly advance to the 6th stage. A fourth stage and third stage heaven splitter could also be consumed, but the benefits would be much smaller. As for a sixth stage heaven splitter, even consuming it would have no effect. This is something you obtained from the land of ancients? Yuhi asked in surprise. She was well aware of what Yongkai had obtained in the Great Void Realm, but she had never heard of Yongkai obtaining a world fruit. The only possibility was that he had obtained it from the land of ancients. Yongkai nodded. Young master, this thing is too precious. I can't accept it. Yuhi pushed the world fruit back. Yongkai said, if I tell you to use it, then just use it. I have plenty of these things on hand. Liar. Yuhi curled her lips. Although I've never seen a world fruit before, I know that everyone only has one chance to obtain a world fruit from the world fruit tree. Why are there so many? As she spoke, Yuhi stared at Yongkai's palm in surprise. There were several more world fruits there. Yongkai chuckled. Do you believe me now? Your cultivation will also be helpful to the land of void. Unfortunately, most of the world fruits I have are low rank and not very valuable. If they were all medium rank, I would be able to produce a batch of medium rank heaven splitters. Yuhi asked curiously, how can low rank world fruits be worthless? Yongkai said, low rank heaven splitters can only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters. How valuable is that? Yuhi laughed. Young master, you're wrong to think that way. Low rank world fruits can indeed only help a cultivator advance to the third stage heaven splitters, but they can increase his growth limit. This kind of good thing can't be bought with money. What do you mean? Yongkai raised his eyebrows. Yuhi raised the medium-rank world fruit in her hand and said, take me as an example. I've reached the 5th stage heaven splitters, so my limit will be the 7th stage. If I take too many heaven splitters, they won't have any effect on me. However, if I take this world fruit, I can advance to the 6th stage, and my limit will be the 8th stage. You can calculate it like that? Yongkai was surprised. Low-rank world fruits can help a low-rank heaven splitters advance by a single stage. That alone isn't very valuable, but increasing the limit by a single stage is something that many people dream of. So that's how it is. Yongkai suddenly understood. It turned out that he had underestimated the value of low-rank world fruits all this time. He had thought that the dozen or so fruits in his hand were of little value. But now, it seemed that those dozen or so fruits were also treasures. This made him overjoyed. He felt like he had just picked up a large sum of money. Clutching the world fruit in her hand, Yuhi pursed her lips and said, I'll accept this fruit. Thank you, young master. She hadn't known that Yongkai had even more world fruits, so she couldn't bear to take such a precious thing. Now that she knew, she didn't refuse. Just as Yongkai had said, her advancement to the 6th stage would bring great benefits to the entire void. She herself had been accumulating heaven splitters for hundreds of years. Once she advanced to the 6th stage, this accumulation would settle down again. At that time, she wouldn't be far from reaching the 7th stage. The 7th stage was a high-rank heaven splitters. After arranging everything, Yongkai called Lu Xue and Guizian over and soared into the sky. Outside the void, Lu Xue took out a pinwheel-shaped artifact. The three of them walked into it. Under Lu Xue's control, the pinwheel-shaped artifact turned into a streak of light and swept through the void. The 3,000 realms were vast. Large territory after territory bordered each other. Yongkai actually didn't know where the star boundary was. He had bought a universe map in the star market and had been studying the location of the star boundary since then. Although he couldn't be sure, there were 3 possible places. He could only search one place at a time. Yongkai secretly prayed that one of the 3 places was correct. If all 3 were wrong, then he really didn't know what to do. Calculating the distance, the star boundary shouldn't be too far from the void. Not long after he and Zhang Ruoshi came out of the star boundary, they encountered a 1,000-jointed insect. After being swallowed by the 1,000-jointed insect, the 2 of them separated. Yongkai fell into a large territory, and it was there that he was lured into entering the Qiqiao land by Fire Spirit Land's venerable Duan Hai. He led the way in the pinwheel-shaped artifact while Lu Xue sped along. Passing through one large territory after another, they encountered some dangers along the way. They were chased and intercepted by some star beasts. The 3 of them avoided them if they could, but if they couldn't, they could only fight. After 2 to 3 months, the three of them entered a large territory. Lu Xue's voice came, "Master, we've arrived." This large territory was the first destination of Yang Kai's trip. Hearing this, Yang Kai immediately walked out of the pinwheel-shaped artifact and looked around expectantly. He didn't find anything. He wasn't discouraged. After all, a large territory was too vast. The star boundary might be hidden in some corner of this large territory, so it was normal that he couldn't find it. Moreover, he came from the star boundary and was recognized by the star boundary as one of the great emperors of the void. If the star boundary was really in this large territory, as long as the distance between them wasn't too far, they should be able to sense each other. Ordering Lu Xue to continue searching in this large territory, Yang Kai kept perceiving his surroundings. After a month, Yang Kai sighed. "Let's go to the next place." The star boundary wasn't in this large territory. In this 1 month, he had practically run all over this large territory, but he didn't find anything. Lu Xue nodded and followed Yang Kai's directions to the next destination. Time passed by quickly. More than 10 days later, somewhere in the void, the dust of a great battle fell to the ground. Lu Xue panted, her chest rising and falling. There was a huge wound on Guazian's waist that almost cut him in half. Although Yang Kai looked unharmed, his face was pale. He coughed lightly, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Wandering in the void, they would encounter all kinds of dangers from time to time. This time, the three of them were really unlucky. They encountered a group of more than 10 star flame foals. For some reason, this group of star beasts chased after the three of them. They couldn't get rid of them at all. Helpless, the three of them could only fight a battle. The group of star beasts was exterminated, and the three of them were injured to varying degrees. Even Lu Xue's pinwheel-shaped artifact was damaged. But they didn't succeed. Yang Kai was filled with resentment. "Master, we need to make a trip to the Heavenly Palace to recuperate," Lu Xue said as she flicked the blood off her icy water sword. Yang Kai nodded, "Then let's go." In their current state, it wasn't suitable for the three of them to continue forward. If they encountered any danger, they wouldn't have the strength to fight back. Fortunately, there was a heavenly palace in this large territory, so they could make a trip there to recuperate. Of course, the most important thing was to repair Lu Xue's artifact. Without it, the three of them would have to expend too much energy traveling through the void. Chapter 4160. Yang Kai had never been to the Heavenly Temple in this large territory before, but Lu Xue had been here before. According to her, before she joined Crimson Star, she had once roamed the world with her sword. She had lived a wandering life for more than 100 years. In that 100 years, she had traveled to many large regions and left her mark in many heavenly temples. This made things much more convenient. Yang Kai and Guazian entered the 6 Unity Wish pouch while Lu Xue used the Heaven and Earth Escape technique to arrive at the Heavenly Temple in a flash. The Heavenly Temple was different from the Star Market. The latter was mainly used to facilitate cultivator trade and communication, while the former had a very strong strategic value. This was also why the Heavenly Temple was firmly controlled by the various Blessed and Heavenly Temples. However, the Heavenly Temple also had some Star Market functions. A traveling cultivator could rest here and replenish their needs, but the price was generally higher. Moreover, the variety of goods here was not as complete, far inferior to the various star markets. Arriving at the Heavenly Temple, Lu Xue let Yang Kai and Guazian out. The three of them immediately found an inn and settled down, preparing to rest for a few days before continuing on their journey. At the same time, in a certain shop in the Heavenly Temple, a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face was bargaining with the shop owner. The two seemed to be familiar with each other and should have made several transactions before, so even though he was bargaining, he did not show the slightest trace of anger. Instead, he was neither too fast nor too slow. The shop owner was certain that the middle-aged man in front of him was in urgent need of his goods and was not afraid that he would lower the price, so he dealt with him calmly. Suddenly, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something and let out a soft cry of surprise before turning his head in a certain direction. The shop owner glanced at him and chuckled. "Hey, it's not that this one wants to make a profit from you, but the cost price of these things is right here. If I follow your price, I will suffer a loss. You and I have known each other for over 100 years. When have you ever seen me outbid you in terms of price? I really haven't made much from our transactions. The middle-aged man called Hey. He had a strange look in his eyes. He turned his head and nodded. Let's do it according to your price. The shopkeeper was stunned. He didn't think that Black River would agree so readily. After all, the value of the goods this time wasn't cheap, and there was still room for negotiation. He was prepared to have a proper confrontation with Black River, but who would have thought that Black River would agree before he even used his full strength? However, this was also what he had hoped for. He immediately smiled and said, Brother Black River, you're a straightforward person. Wait a moment. I'll bring it over. As he spoke, he got up and walked towards the storeroom. Not long after, Yang Kai returned with a space ring. Both sides checked it, and after confirming that there were no mistakes, the transaction was complete. He did not linger and directly left the shop. He turned left and right in the Universal Palace and soon arrived in front of an inn. He raised his head and looked at it for a moment before slowly walking in. Inside the inn, Yang Kai's trio booked a room, but before they could settle in, Lu Xue hurriedly left. She had to find someone to help repair her wind chariot artifact. After all, she still had to rely on this artifact to travel between the various large territories. If she lost it, the consumption would be too great. Kai Yang and Guazian remained in the room to meditate and adjust their breathing. A few days later, everyone's injuries had almost completely healed. Lu Xue's artifact was also being repaired, but it would take at least half a month to get it back. Although Yang Kai was anxious to return to the star boundary, it was useless to be anxious in this situation, so he simply calmed down and waited. Since he had come to this Universal Palace, Yang Kai naturally wanted to leave his brand behind. Immediately, Yang Kai led Guazian and Lu Xue out of the inn and towards the central spirit array. If a cultivator wanted to leave their brand behind in the Universal Palace, they would have to spend 10,000 heaven-opening pills. This price was universal across the 3,000 worlds, neither more nor less. Although 10,000 heaven-opening pills was not a small amount, it could save lives in certain situations. Therefore, as long as a cultivator had some financial resources, they would not be stingy in this regard. However, it was impossible for every cultivator to leave their brand behind in only one Universal Palace. Every Universal Palace would cost 10,000 heaven-opening pills, so the cost was not small. Yang Kai had spent at least 1,000,000 heaven-opening pills on the Universal Palace so far. In other words, he had left his brand behind in at least 100 different Universal Palaces. In fact, he was still very interested in the Universal Palace. After all, it involved the space principles and could allow him to teleport over long distances. Although he could also teleport, the distance he could cover was far inferior to the universe escape technique. In any large territory, as long as there was a Universal Palace, the universe escape technique could respond to it from a distance. This was something his teleportation could not compare to, and even the space spirit bead was inferior. The space spirit bead sensing range was also limited. Yang Kai had a premonition that if he could comprehend the mysteries of the Universal Palace, then his attainments in the space principles would definitely rise by a large margin. However, there were pros and cons. Although the universe escape technique was very mysterious and could be cultivated by anyone, it required some time to use. Yang Kai had seen a 7th-stage heaven-opening cultivator use the universe escape technique with his own eyes. It was the boss behind the first inn. Even someone as strong as this person needed to spend several breaths of time to use it successfully. And in a life-or-death crisis, who would give you so much time to escape? Time was one thing, and pressure was another. The further one was from the Universal Palace, the greater the pressure one would feel when using the universe escape technique. If one exceeded one's limit, even if they succeeded in using it, there was a possibility that they would suddenly die during the teleportation process. This was not unprecedented. Many cultivator had no choice but to use the universe escape technique in times of crisis. Although they escaped the calamity in front of them, they would be teleported to the Universal Palace as a tattered corpse. However, even though there were all sorts of drawbacks, the cosmic escape technique was still popularized in the entire Trichiliacosm. It was a secret technique that many cultivators placed high hopes on to travel and escape. After spending 20,000 heaven-opening pills, Yong Kai and Guazian left their own brand in the Universal Palace in turn. After leaving the Universal Palace, they were not in a hurry to return to the inn. Since they had nothing to do, Yong Kai led the two of them around. It was not the first time Yong Kai had come to the Universal Palace, but it was the first time he had come to this place. Unlike the Star Market, there were not many shops here, and the goods were not complete. Moreover, the prices were generally high. Passing by a jewelry store, Yong Kai's heart skipped a beat, and he walked in. Returning to the star boundary this time, he could not return empty-handed. Forget about the others, he had to bring back some gifts for his wives and parents. After a little calculation, Yong Kai saw Su Yan, Xiaoning Chong, Shan Qing Luo, Xueqi, Yu Ru Meng, his parents, and his little sister Yang Shui. There were quite a few people, and there was also Ji Yao. In addition, there was also Mo Xiao Qi, Lin Yun and the others. Naturally, the jewelry store did not sell simple pieces of jewelry. Each piece of jewelry was an artifact with a wide variety of functions. Although the price was a little higher, Yong Kai did not lack heaven-opening pills, so he did not care too much. The 9 Heavens Spirit Array cost a lot, and he was willing to pay for it, so what was a trivial artifact worth? A young girl dressed as a maidservant walked over with a sweet smile on her face and a faint fragrance wafting from her body, giving one a good impression of her. The young girl's cultivation was not high, only in the Emperor realm, but having been here all year round, she could see that Yong Kai was extraordinary at a glance, so her attitude was naturally cordial. Yong Kai walked in front of the counter and looked around while the young girl softly introduced one item after another in great detail. Soon, Yong Kai took a fancy to a phoenix hairpin, and Su Yan's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. This phoenix hairpin was luxurious and should suit her temperament perfectly, and it also happened to be a defensive artifact. Su Yan and the others' cultivations were not high enough, so even if they had offensive artifacts, they could not display too much power, but defensive artifacts could sometimes protect them. Yong Kai planned to buy a defensive artifact for each of them. Reaching out to grab the phoenix hairpin, Yong Kai did not expect that a big hand would reach out from the side and grab the phoenix hairpin first. Yong Kai turned his head and saw a thin middle-aged man with a gloomy face looking at him. As their eyes met, the man smiled at Yong Kai and nodded. "Has little brother also taken a fancy to this thing?" Yong Kai smiled and said, "Indeed." The middle-aged man said, "What a coincidence, this king has also taken a fancy to this thing. Would little brother be willing to part with it? It's in your hands, you got it first, so it's yours." "There's no need to part with it," Yong Kai said indifferently. "Many thanks," the middle-aged man laughed. "Little brother is a forthright person. How should I address you? We've just met by chance, why bother asking?" Yong Kai slowly shook his head and motioned to the maidservant to continue leading the way. The maidservant seemed to be annoyed that this inexplicable middle-aged man had ruined Yong Kai's shopping mood, so she became even more attentive to serving him. Soon, Yong Kai bought a lot of jewelry, causing the smile on the maidservant's face to become even brighter. After paying the bill, Yong Kai put everything into his space ring and led Lu Shui and Guazian out of the shop, only to see a man in front of him smiling at him. Chapter 4161. The universe was vast and boundless, and there were countless cultivators. Lu Shui had traveled extensively for many years, and although she was quite knowledgeable, how could she recognize someone she had never met before? Guazian was even more so. He was only a second-stage heaven splitter, so his knowledge was limited. "But master, that person is at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter," Lu Shui said. Although the middle-aged man did not release any aura, making it impossible to accurately judge his cultivation, Lu Shui still felt some pressure in front of him. Lu Shui herself was a fourth-stage heaven splitter, so someone who could make her feel pressure was at least a fifth-stage heaven splitter. Yong Kai nodded solemnly. With Lu Shui and Guazian's strength, it was impossible to contend with a fifth-stage heaven splitter. If this person really wanted to harm them, it would be quite troublesome. And this was only the most conservative estimate. If this person was a sixth-stage heaven splitter, it would be even more troublesome. Although the chances aren't high, we can't not guard against this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before quietly sending a message to Lu Xue and Guazian. The two immediately nodded and left. Half a month later, Lu Xue retrieved her windmill artifact, but she was not in a hurry to set off. After another 2 months, the three of them left the inn and set off. A few days later, a huge territory gate appeared in front of them, and the windmill rushed in and soon disappeared. Less than an hour after Yang Kai's group of 3 entered the territory gate, a stream of light suddenly flew over from the distance and landed in front of the territory gate. This person was the middle-aged man with a gloomy expression that Yang Kai had occasionally seen in the Universal Temple. Staring at the territory gate, the middle-aged man muttered to himself, "Did you go in? Humph! You won't be able to escape from this king's palm." Saying so, he plunged into the territory gate, his world force fluctuating and turning into a powerful barrier to resist the pressure of the territory gate. Passing through the territory gate was risky. Generally speaking, only those who had reached the mid-grade of Split the Heavens could pass through it with their physical body without the help of any external objects. Below the mid-grade of Split the Heavens, if one didn't use any secret treasures or secret arts, it was very likely that they would be crushed to death. The pressure in the territory gate was terrifying. However, even though the middle-aged man had a 5th-stage Heaven Splitter cultivation base, when passing through the territory gate, his soul was shaken and he felt slightly dizzy. He had experienced this kind of situation countless times, so he didn't panic. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, he didn't use any artifacts. Soon, the middle-aged man's vision blurred and he knew he had arrived at another large territory. However, before he could stabilize himself, a sword light suddenly slashed at him from the side. The middle-aged man turned pale with fright. In a split second, he realized that he had been ambushed, and the person who had attacked him was not inferior to him in terms of cultivation. Who would ambush him here? The middle-aged man didn't have time to think about it and hurriedly retreated, but the sword light was like a maggot that stuck to his bones. Normally, with his background, it wouldn't be a problem for him to resist such an attack. After all, his strength wasn't weak, but the moment he passed through the territory gate, his soul and Dao Seal were both shaken, reducing his strength by at least 30%. The sword light directly tore through the protective barrier around his body and slashed at him. His clothes were torn and blood splashed as a foot-long wound immediately appeared on the middle-aged man's chest. His flesh was torn and his bones were exposed. There was still a lingering fear in his heart. If he hadn't reacted quickly and taken the opportunity to retreat and delay for a while, allowing him to display a defensive secret technique, this sword light would have taken half his life. Even so, at this moment, he was feeling extremely uncomfortable. The wound was filled with sword intent, and he had to divert his attention to suppress it to prevent it from worsening. At this moment, another figure appeared from the side, holding a giant shield covered in dragon patterns, and slammed into the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was knocked back, a tremendous force sweeping across his body, causing him to tumble and spit out a mouthful of blood. The sword light flashed again, turning into a rain of swords that covered the sky and covered him, each one threatening to take his life. However, after a while, the middle-aged man somewhat recovered and with a roar, he raised his hand and summoned a shovel-like artifact. Urging his world force, he shoveled left and right, shattering the sword light. In the end, he was still a veteran 5th-order Heaven Splitter. Although he had suffered a big loss from this sneak attack, after stabilizing his footing, he immediately displayed his powerful background. The other person holding the giant shield covered in dragon patterns attacked again, raising his shield high and smashing it down fiercely. The middle-aged man flew into a rage. A trivial 3rd-order dares act presumptuously in front of this king. Although he didn't see who had attacked him, at this moment, under his divine sense, he could perceive that he was fighting a 5th-order and a 3rd-order Heaven Splitter. The 5th-order Heaven Splitter had the same cultivation as him, causing him to be wary, but this 3rd-order Heaven Splitter also dared to stroke the tiger's whiskers, causing him to be furious. He raised his hand and clenched it in the air. A long whip-like artifact appeared in his hand. The sound of a river surging could be heard from the whip. The power of water was abundant. This artifact was refined from a large river. The Black River whip lashed through the air and smashed into the giant shield. The giant shield groaned as it couldn't bear the weight. Cracks immediately appeared on its surface, and the owner of the giant shield was sent flying like a ragged sack. His body kept tumbling in the void as blood flowed out of his mouth. A third-order heaven splitter against a fifth-order heaven splitter was just too difficult. If it weren't for the giant shield itself being a good defensive artifact, this blow would have killed him on the spot. At this moment, although he wasn't in any danger of losing his life, under the enemy's attack, his Dao seal was constantly vibrating and he had temporarily lost the ability to fight. However, his sacrifice was not in vain. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the shattered sword light once again bloomed with a strange brilliance, leaving behind a series of sword scars on the middle-aged man's body. Blood splashed out as the middle-aged man panicked. One wrong step had led to many wrong steps. He had been sneak attacked while crossing through territory, causing him to completely lose the initiative and fall into a disadvantageous position. Who was it that had actually ambushed him here? Fresh blood flowed down from his forehead, blurring his vision. The middle-aged man looked around and soon saw a figure standing not far away, quietly watching. His eyes couldn't help shrinking as he cried out, "It's you!" This person was actually Yang Kai. Yang Kai stood there calmly, the corners of his mouth rising slightly as he revealed a sarcastic smile. "Black River, this king has been waiting for you for a long time." The middle-aged man saw Yang Kai call out his name and was even more shocked and angered. "How do you know this king's origins?" Yang Kai sneered. "It's not like you don't know anyone in World Temple. It's not like they don't know you." After returning from the jewelry store that day, Yang Kai had asked Lu Shui and Guazian to inquire about him. Both of them were experienced cultivators, so it was not difficult for them to obtain some information without batting an eyelid. The truth they obtained stunned Yang Kai. The guy who wanted to set up a banquet and apologize was actually Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai had never seen or heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River before, but the name Black River made him vigilant. If he was not mistaken, there might be some grievances between him and Heavenly Monarch Black River, and the source of this grievance was Feng Tai, whom he met in the Seven Openings Earth Fire Spirit Land. Feng Tai was a servant in the Fire Spirit Land and had been lured in by Duan Hai together with Yang Kai. This guy claimed to be from Black River boundary and had a token left to him by his ancestors. He had escaped the shackles of World Temple and came to the 3,000 worlds, so he naturally wanted to rely on the token to find his family's elders and obtain their protection. However, he had coincidentally entered the Seven Openings Earth and was trapped inside, unable to escape. Duan Hai had obviously heard of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name. He had lured a descendant of the Heavenly Monarch to become a servant. If news of this spread, Heavenly Monarch Black River would definitely not let him go. In order to avoid future troubles, he planned to let Feng Tai escape from the Seven Openings Earth and then ordered Yang Kai to chase after him. Yang Kai still remembered that there were 2 lower-rank heaven splitters accompanying him at that time. They found traces of Feng Tai in a Chenkuan world, and Yang Kai fought him one-on-one, killing him with his spear. It was also at that time that Yang Kai encountered Su Huang, which led to the chaos in the Seven Openings Earth. Su Huang was a 5th-rank heaven splitter. When Yang Kai killed Feng Tai, he was hiding at the side and saw everything clearly. He sensed some inside information and told Yang Kai that there was a restriction in Feng Tai's body. Whoever killed him would leave behind a hidden brand. Unless Yang Kai advanced to Heaven Splitter, this brand could not be removed. The biggest use of this brand was to identify the murderer. If he encountered the owner of this brand in the future, he would be immediately detected. All this time, Yang Kai had not taken this matter to heart. After all, the universe was so big. How could he coincidentally encounter the owner of this brand? But who would have thought that things would be so coincidental? When Yang Kai learned of Heavenly Monarch Black River's name, he immediately reacted. Feng Tai came from the Black River realm, and that guy was Heavenly Monarch Black River. Perhaps he was the one who planted the brand on Feng Tai. If that was really the case, then the matter of him killing Feng Tai would be exposed. This Heavenly Monarch Black River seemed to have chosen the same piece of jewelry as him in the jewelry store. He was definitely approaching him on purpose to test him. Since he was aware of this, how could Kai Yang not be on guard? Originally, he planned to leave the Universal Temple in half a month and continue on his journey. However, he forcibly stayed in the Universal Temple for 2 more months to make preparations. The results of his preparations were very obvious. After an ambush, Heavenly Monarch Black River could not raise his head. Unlike Yang Kai's calmness, Heavenly Monarch Black River was both shocked and angry. He was angry that he had been plotted against unknowingly despite his shrewdness. He was shocked because the auras of the two heaven-opening realm cultivators beside this little brat were different from what he had sensed before. When he first saw these three people, Heavenly Monarch Black River secretly checked the cultivation of the two people beside Yang Kai. The woman was definitely at the 4th stage Heaven Splitter, and the man was only at the 2nd stage Heaven Splitter. As for Yang Kai himself, he was a mere Emperor Venerable. He did not take him seriously at all. However, after this fight, he realized that he was very wrong. The man was not at the 2nd stage, but at the 3rd stage. Not only that, the key point was that the woman holding the sword was actually a rank 5. Chapter 4162. Heavenly Monarch Black River was only at the 5th rank, while that woman's cultivation was no different from his. Furthermore, he was ambushed, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. This junior was so cunning that she actually had her subordinates conceal their auras and trap him. Heavenly Monarch Black River was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. He had thought that Lu Xue and Guazian had used some sort of secret technique to restrain their auras, but things weren't as he had imagined. 2 months ago, Lu Xue had truly been a 4th stage Heaven Opening cultivator, and Guazian had truly been a 2nd stage Heaven Opening cultivator. The reason for such obvious changes in such a short period of time was all because of the world fruit. Lu Xue and Guazian's intelligence on Heavenly Monarch Black River gave Yang Kai a headache. Although the difference between the 5th rank and the 4th rank was only 1 rank, the difference in true battle prowess was like heaven and earth. Lu Xue was completely unable to fight against Heavenly Monarch Black River. Yang Kai could not hide in the Universal Palace forever. If he wanted to solve this problem, he had to let Lu Xue increase her own grade. However, advancing to the Heaven Opening realm was extremely difficult. It usually required a long period of accumulation and consolidation. How could Yang Kai afford to wait? Fortunately, he had the world fruit. Of the 3 mid-rank world fruits, he had given one to Yuhi before leaving, so he still had 2 left. This was a matter of life and death, so Yang Kai could not care less. He immediately took out another one and gave it to Lu Xue to refine. Guazian also obtained a low-rank world fruit. The 2 months spent in the Universal Palace was the time that Lu Xue and Guazian spent refining the world fruit. The world fruit was indeed a legendary existence. With the help of this divine object, the two of them advanced, resulting in the current situation. However, although Lu Xue had advanced to the 5th rank, she was definitely not Black River's match in a one-on-one battle. After all, Lu Xue had just advanced, so her foundation was not stable. She still needed a long time to consolidate her strength before she could truly unleash her full strength. On the other hand, Black River was a veteran 5th rank. Whether it was the foundation of the little universe in his body or the world force in his body, he was not something Lu Xue, a newcomer, could compare to. There was a clear difference in strength between Heaven Opening realm cultivators of the same rank. However, Lu Xue still had the ability to fight with him. The effect of the ambush was immediate. In the void, the battle continued. Lu Xue's long sword danced in an airtight manner, doing her best to maintain the advantage she had obtained with great difficulty, not daring to slack off in the slightest. As for Guazian, he immediately turned back after being sent flying. In a battle between 2 5th-stage Heavenly Splitters, his role as a newly ascended 3rd-stage Heavenly Splitter was limited. However, he could still divert Black River's attention a little, and the price he had to pay was suffering heavy injuries again and again. In the end, Black River's foundation was stronger. After fighting for a long time, he slowly stabilized his footing and soon found a turning point. His fight with Lu Xue made him realize that his opponent was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. This 5th-stage Heaven Opening woman's true strength was somewhat lacking compared to his own. If he fought with his life on the line, she would definitely not be his opponent. However, Black River pretended not to notice. He roared furiously as he retreated in defeat. He looked like he was no match for Black River. Lu Xue became more and more unforgiving. The power of a 5th-stage Heavenly Splitter made her infatuated. Her many years of pursuit had come true, and she increasingly felt that her choice to stay in the void was right. Otherwise, it would take her at least a few decades to ascend to the 5th stage on her own. But now, a world fruit had made her dream come true. The benefits brought by the world fruit were not as simple as ascending to the 1st stage. The greatest benefit was that it allowed her limits to increase. In the past, her limit was the 6th stage, which was still within the range of the middle stage heavenly splitter. But now, her limit was the 7th stage. She had never thought that she would have the chance to peek into the splendor of an upper stage heavenly splitter in her lifetime. This made Xueqi feel a sense of gratitude. Naturally, she would do her best to protect Kai's safety. The mighty force of the world surged and poured into the aqua sword in her hand. The sword light overflowed, and the sword chi rampaged. Black River could only parry and had no power to fight back. In the fierce battle, Xueqi grasped a flaw in Lord of Heaven Black River and stabbed her sword. This sword light shone brightly. It was Xueqi's all-out attack. Even Black River, who was also a 5th stage heavenly splitter, would lose half his life if he was stabbed. But just as this sword was about to succeed, Lord of Heaven Black River sneered. The Black River whip lashed out in the air, and his aura skyrocketed. Xueqi suddenly felt a terrifying force coming toward her. The mighty force of the world suppressed her, making her feel that she was invincible. This person had been hiding his strength all this time. Xueqi was shocked. In the blink of an eye, the sword light shattered. The Black River whip lashed Xueqi's body. With a muffled groan, Xueqi felt as if her entire body was about to shatter. The mini-universe in her body trembled, and the mighty force of the world was in chaos. When she looked up again, she saw that Lord of Heaven Black River had broken free from her entanglement and was charging toward Kai. She had fallen into his trap. Xueqi grit her teeth. How could she not know that she had been caught in a moment of carelessness? He clearly had the strength to turn the tide, but he had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for this moment to strike. His target from beginning to end had only been Kai. Kai's group of 3 had always been led by him. This was obvious. It would not be easy for Lord of Heaven Black River to kill Xueqi. But as long as he captured Kai, this battle would be over in an instant. At that time, with Kai in his hands, he could decide whether to leave or stay. Lord of Heaven Black River had a good plan. Xueqi was immersed in the power of the 5th stage heavenly splitter and did not notice at all. When she reacted, it was already too late. As she retreated, Xueqi gritted her teeth. Her glabella suddenly split open as if a third eye had grown on her forehead. Glabella sword. This move was Xueqi's trump card. She would not use it under normal circumstances because it consumed too much energy. Now that Kai's life was on the line, she blamed herself and did not care too much. An illusory sword light slashed out from her glabella. It was neither magnificent nor majestic. It was silent and full of hidden killing intent. The sword light left her body and slashed toward Lord of Heaven Black River's back. At the same time, Kai looked terrified. He opened his eyes wide and staggered backward. He shouted, "Don't come any closer. If you come any closer, I won't be so polite to you." His threatening words made Lord of Heaven Black River laugh. "Junior, you dare to kill my descendant. Today I will make you beg for death." He reached out to grab Kai. With one grab, heaven and earth were sealed. Even the void was completely suppressed. The power of the 5th stage heavenly splitter was evident. It was not that Lord of Heaven Black River did not notice the glabella sword coming at him from behind. However, he was confident that he could capture Kai first and then avoid this terrifying attack. Time seemed to stop. Xueqi, who had slashed out with the glabella sword, chased after him with a pale face. Not far away, Guazian also roared and charged over with his shield, disregarding his own safety. Although the two were anxious to save Kai, how could they be faster than Lord of Heaven Black River, who had premeditated this? Seeing that the big hand was about to capture Kai suddenly grinned at Lord of Heaven Black River. Then, he raised his hand and summoned the gourd vine. The vine shook and pierced through the 7 small gourds. The power of yin, yang, and 5 elements immediately formed a miraculous cycle. The aura of the world's power spread out. Kai did not hesitate and lashed his whip at Lord of Heaven Black River. 5th stage heavenly splitter? Lord of Heaven Black River's sinister smile turned into astonishment. He actually felt the aura of the 5th stage heavenly splitter from this whip. He could not help but have a huge question in his mind. Could it be that this brat had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? He seemed to be from the Emperor realm but was actually a 5th stage heavenly splitter? His moment of astonishment and hesitation caused him to miss a good opportunity. The gourd vine swept over and shattered Lord of Heaven Black River's big hand. Lord of Heaven Black River was shocked and hurriedly summoned his Lord of Heaven Black River whip to block. The two whips collided and a violent energy shockwave spread out. On the gourd vine, the 7 small gourds rolled into a ball and fell into a deep sleep. Yong Kai himself spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Although he could activate the might of the gourd vine, this thing could only catch his opponent off guard and could not fight for a long time. His opponent was a genuine 5th stage heavenly splitter. After a short confrontation, he immediately suffered a great loss. He felt his internal organs tumble and countless bones break. He was seriously injured in the blink of an eye. But this was enough. Although the gourd vine could only attack once in a short time, it still managed to block Lord of Heaven Black River and send him flying. Chi. With a loud sound, Lord of Heaven Black River's face twisted and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was because Lu Xue's heart's brow sword had cut into his back, immediately tearing open a foot-long wound. Through this wound, one could almost see his broken internal organs. If it weren't for Yong Kai's unexpected actions, he could have captured Yong Kai and then escaped from the heart's brow sword. But that moment of delay had caused him to miss a good opportunity, allowing Lu Xue's attack to succeed. The heart's brow sword was Lu Xue's trump card and possessed terrifying power. After taking this blow, Lord of Heaven Black River's aura quickly withered. Junior, you treacherous bastard. Sooner or later, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Lord of Heaven Black River roared and turned around to flee. He was seriously injured, so he didn't dare to stay any longer. All he wanted to do was to find a place to heal his wounds. Acting like this was extremely decisive, because he also knew that in his current state, there was nothing he could do to Yong Kai. Instead of wasting time here, it was better to take things slowly. But how could Yong Kai let him retreat? Seeing Lord of Heaven Black River fly away, Yong Kai immediately called out to Lu Xue. Quick, chase after him. Lu Xue obeyed and immediately tossed out her wind chariot artifact. The three of them rushed inside and chased after Lord of Heaven Black River. Inside the wind chariot, Lu Xue wore a look of lingering fear. Just now, because of her carelessness, Yong Kai had almost died. If it weren't for Yong Kai's life-saving ability at the last moment, he would have been captured. Her self-blame made her angry, so she spared no effort in her pursuit, not caring about her own injuries. Coupled with the fact that Lord of Heaven Black River was seriously injured, the distance between them was rapidly closing. Take your time, there's no need to rush. Yong Kai seemed to see through Lu Xue's thoughts and comforted her before sitting down cross-legged with Guozian and taking out pills to refine. Although all three of them had been injured in this battle, Lord of Heaven Black River had not fared well either. This was after Lu Xue's grade had been raised. If it were before, facing a 5th stage splitting the heavens like Lord of Heaven Black River, he would not have been able to resist. Chapter 4163. The current situation was in Yong Kai's favor. Black River was alone. He had to run and heal. As long as they kept him occupied and didn't give him the time to heal, he would exhaust his strength sooner or later. At that time, Black River would be at his mercy. Black River clearly realized this and desperately tried to shake off his pursuers. However, he was heavily injured. How could he succeed so easily? As the two parties fled, they crossed more than half of the territory. As they pursued, Lu Xue constantly attacked, slashing out one shocking sword ray after another. Although she couldn't do anything to Black River due to the distance, he was scared out of his wits. He simply didn't have the time to stop and heal. Junior, don't go too far. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. At worst, this king will perish together with you. Black River shouted angrily. Yong Kai stood in the windmill and sneered, unmoved. The more Black River acted like this, the more it showed that he was at the end of his road. Otherwise, how could a fifth-grade heaven splitter shout such words? Several days later, the windmill circled around a Xueqi world and suddenly lost track of Black River. The three of them lowered their heads and looked at the Xueqi world below. This world was similar to the star boundary. There were many such Xueqi worlds in the 3,000 worlds. Black River's sudden disappearance undoubtedly meant that he had escaped into this world. It had to be said that this was a wise choice. Merging into this Xueqi world, as long as he restrained his aura, he would be like a drop of water merging into the sea. Without special methods, it would be impossible to find him. What Kai Yang and the others lacked was this kind of method. Frowning, Yang Kai muttered to himself for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Go down. This time, if he didn't take the opportunity to deal with Black River, he would definitely be entangled with him in the future. If Black River ran to the star boundary with him, then it would be troublesome. Xueqi received the order and drove the windmill towards the Xueqi world. Every universe world had a layer of invisible barrier. This layer of barrier not only protected the martial artists of this world, but also restrained them. Only when one's strength reached a certain level could they break free from this layer of restraint and go to the world outside the Xueqi world. If outsiders wanted to enter, they would have to break through this layer of restrictions. This kind of restraint was naturally nothing to Xueqi, and she easily broke through it. After putting away the windmill, the three of them looked around, but there was no trace of Dark River. That guy had long since run off to hide somewhere. However, this was also within Yang Kai's expectations. If it were him, he would have done the same. Snorting coldly, Yang Kai growled. Where are the great emperors of this world? Hurry up and pay your respects. There wasn't much difference between this realm and the star realm, and the laws of heaven and earth were also about the same standard. Thus, there were definitely great emperors in this realm. It was just that the number of great emperors would depend on the size of the bottle of heaven and earth in this realm. When Yang Kai had entered this Xueqi world, he had clearly sensed several divine senses probing him. Needless to say, these divine senses belonged to the great emperors of this world. The great emperors of each realm had obtained the acknowledgement of the wills of their respective Xueqi world. Within this Xueqi world, there were many conveniences, and they could use the world force of that realm. It could be said that although the great emperors were only at the level of the emperor realm, they could display the strength of the heaven-opening realm on their home ground. After all, the fundamental difference between the emperor realm and the heaven-opening realm was the world force. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star realm and devoured many demon saints, he had also displayed the strength of the heaven-opening realm. However, in the star realm, Yang Kai and the other great emperors had still been able to use the world force of the star realm to kill him. Generally speaking, if the great emperors were to use their full strength in their respective Xueqi worlds, they would be able to display the strength of the low-rank heaven-opening realm. Thus, in some Xueqi worlds, some great emperors were unwilling to leave their own territories, because once they did, they would lose the support of the world force. However, there were also benefits to jumping out of the star realm, and that was the opportunity to pry into the mysteries of the martial Tao at a higher level. If one wanted to find traces of Black River in this realm, the best choice was to seek help from the great emperors of this realm. They definitely knew where Black River was currently hiding. However, what made Yang Kai feel speechless was that after he shouted, there was no response. The great emperors of this realm acted as if they had not heard him, clearly wanting to stay out of this matter. First, the uninvited guest, Black River, had rashly intruded, followed by Yang Kai and the others. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was a dispute between heaven-opening realm experts. It was understandable that the great emperors of this realm wanted to protect themselves and were unwilling to get involved. Yang Kai naturally would not let this matter rest. Looking down for a while, he nodded. What a wonderful paradise. This city is not small and has a large population. The common people live and work in peace and contentment. What's rare is that there is no dispute at all. The great emperors of this realm have truly managed it well. Guazian and Xueqi also followed Yang Kai's gaze and saw a large city down below. They didn't know why Yang Kai was suddenly commenting on this city. Flatten this city for me. Don't leave a single person alive. Yang Kai suddenly pointed, a sinister look on his face. Guazian and Xueqi both turned their heads to look, unable to conceal the shock in their eyes. The two of them had not followed Yang Kai for long, But they had not followed him for a short period of time either. According to their understanding, Yang Kai was not a bloodthirsty person and could even be said to be a very reasonable person. How could he suddenly give such a demonic order? That large city below had a population of more than 1 million people? This was 1 million people, not 1 million livestock. While Lu Xue was still hesitating, Guoziyan cupped his fists and shouted, "Yes." As Guoziyan spoke, he immediately flew to the sky above the city. Ignoring his injuries, he urged the world force and slowly raised his palm. In an instant, the sky changed color and a huge palm print formed above the city. Following Guoziyan's action, the giant palm slowly pressed down. Lu Xue's heart leapt to her throat while Yang Kai sneered. In the city, countless people looked up. The giant palm covered the light in front of them, and as it fell, the aura of death filled the air. The city fell into chaos. Screams and cries of panic resounded through the sky. Although Guoziyan was only a third order opening the heavens, which was nothing in the 3,000 great worlds, he still had the ability to destroy such a city. Just as the giant palm was about to press down, a loud shout suddenly rang out, "Stop!" At the same time, the heaven and earth force in this realm was mobilized and transformed into dense rays of light that collided with the giant palm. In an instant, the giant palm was riddled with holes. Guoziyan groaned and took a few steps back. The residents of the city who had narrowly escaped death cried out in alarm, "It's the Sea of Qi Master! The Seven Seas Master has come to save us! The Sea of Qi Master must uphold justice for us." The Sea of Qi Master. Countless people below cheered. Yang Kai coldly snorted and turned his head to look in a certain direction. He saw an elderly man hurriedly flying over, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead as he flew. This old man was clearly the Sea of Qi Master that the residents of the city below were talking about. If possible, he naturally did not want to appear and participate in such a battle between opening the heavens, but Yang Kai had threatened the lives of millions of residents of the city below, so even if he was unwilling, he had to appear. After all, he was one of the great emperors recognized by the world will. If he sat idly by and did not care about the lives of the people here, it was very likely that he would suffer a backlash from the world will. Yang Kai was also one of the great emperors, so he was well aware of this. Sometimes, it was far more effective to use force than to persuade with kind words. He did not really want to slaughter the millions of people. Even if the Sea of Qi old man did not stop him at the last moment, Yang Kai would have asked Guoziyan to stop. After all, he was not a real demon. Although this method was a little extreme, it had to be said that the effect was remarkable. The Sea of Qi of the Thousand Thoughts realm greets the master. The elderly man flew in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. Yang Kai's face was unruly, and his face was full of killing intent. He was full of demonic nature, as if he was really a heinous demon. He glanced at him and sneered. "Continue to hide? I thought you were not going to come out." The Sea of Qi old man wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and apologized. "I was in seclusion and did not know that the master was coming. Please forgive me, master. Since you know that you are guilty, how do you want to die?" Yang Kai was filled with killing intent. The Sea of Qi old man was shocked. He had just said it casually, but this person took it seriously? He was really a demon. He was anxious and fearful. "Please punish me, master." Although he was one of the great emperors, he knew that even if he was in the Thousand Thoughts realm, with the support of the realm's mighty force, he would not be able to resist. Yang Kai said coldly, "I should have pulled out your tendons and skin, and extracted your soul to serve as a warning to others. However, I have something important to do now, and I need you to do something. I will spare your life for now, but if you can redeem yourself, I will spare your life." The Sea of Qi old man's heart was bitter, but he could guess Yang Kai's intention. He said respectfully, "Master, please tell me what to do." Yang Kai said, "This king chased a demon all the way here, but that demon suddenly disappeared without a trace. He must be hiding somewhere. As the great emperor of this world, nothing can escape your notice." Quickly point this king in the right direction, and once this matter is settled, you will be rewarded handsomely. Chasing a demon. You are a great demon. The Sea of Qi old man cursed in his heart, but he did not dare to say it out loud. He said submissively, Master, you are too kind. I am old and my eyesight is not good. Without waiting for him to finish, Yongkai shouted, Guazian, flatten that city and leave no one alive. Yes, Master. Guazian said solemnly. Wait. The Sea of Qi old man quickly shouted. Yongkai sneered. What else do you want to say? What else could the Sea of Qi old man say? He really did not want to be involved in this dispute. Whether it was Yongkai or He, they were not people he could afford to offend. However, Yongkai was such a demon. He had no choice. The Sea of Qi old man secretly glanced at Yongkai. He calmed himself down and said, Master, please know that my Thousand Thoughts realm is the lower realm of the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Everything in this realm belongs to the illusionary flower, Water Moon. Yongkai's expression changed. Illusionary flower, Water Moon? He immediately thought of a petite woman. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.